Yes, tuko live. So leo
Yeah.
Didimus Barasa anasema ametake sabbatical leave. Kuna kitu kama sabbatical leave kwa politics ama jamaa ameona hapa hakuna uzuri akajiondoa?
You know, kitu ya kwanza nataka kutuma rambirambi kwenda kwa Watanzania wote. Tanzania imepoteza kiongozi. Kenya imepoteza kiongozi. Mimi mwenyewe nimepoteza kiongozi. Africa, the whole of Africa imepoteza kiongozi. Magufuli alikuwa ameinua uchumi wa Tanzania. Magufuli amelala. Wakati niliona umeweka clip wewe Mtembei ya kwanza Facebook that Magufuli amelala, sikuamini. Nilikuwa nadhani ni kitu iko edited. But now nimebelieve that Magufuli amelala. Yaani ni mtu nilikuwa napenda, hata kama kuna wenye walikuwa namchukia, mimi Magufuli nilikuwa nampenda na roho yangu yote. I wish angekuwa president wa Kenya. Yaani nilikuwa napenda Magufuli ile roho yangu yote. Not because anakuanga rafiki wa Raila Odinga, but because nilichipata nampenda. Even the election yake I supported him fully. Mimi sikuwa side nyingine, nilikuwa kwa Magufuli. Hata kama watu wanasema alikuwa dictator, hata kama watu wanasema alikuwa achepati, alisimama na wananchi wa Tanzania akabadilisha uchumi. Ukiangalia hata zile dhahabu zenye watu walikuwa na hiba Tanzania wakipeleka western countries, Magufuli alisimama na watu wake. Hakuendisha wako na sehemu zingine. Wakati Magufuli amelala. Naomba penye Magufuli amefika asalimie watu wote ambao wametangulia, asalimie mamangu, asalimie akina Fidel Odinga, asalimie hata watu wote ambao wametangulia. Watu wa Tanzania, Kenya tuko pamoja na kwa huo wakati. Mbona jana huyu ako na kelele. Niliona jana watu wakilia huko Tanzania na Uhuru National Park huko Tanzania, mama walilia. Haki hiyo kitu imeniguza. Naangalia video zake hapa mpaka nashindwa haki. Ni kama nilayo nimekufa. Mungu ailaze roho yake mahali pema peponi. Tukiingia kwa mjadala wa leo, hata kama tuko na huzuni, kuna hii kitu leo nimeingia kwa YouTube. Nimeingia Facebook tangu asubuhi, sikuwa Facebook juu nimekuwa nikitembea kwa ground. You know, nikiwa Kisii lazima nitembee kwa ground nikiambia vijana kwamba lazima tuungane, tushikane mikono na tuangalie yule kiongozi ambaye anaenda kutusaidia. So nimekuwa nikitembea hapa nyumbani Kisii tangu asubuhi, nilianza jana na leo. So nimekuwa nikikutana na vijana, makundi ya vijana hapa na pale, nikiongea nao, nikiwaambia ya kwamba Kisii lazima tukue united. Kisii lazima tuangalie penye tunaelekea. Na the main agenda ni kuuza sera za Raila Odinga. Mimi sikuwa nafanya kitu yoyote, ni kuuza sera za Raila Odinga na chama yangu ya ODM. Ukiangalia t-shirt yangu ni orange, means mimi ni mwana ODM. Mungu wangu ni Raila Odinga. So nilikuwa nakutana na vijana leo nikiwaambia ya kwamba ile njia yenye tunaenda ni, ukiingia Facebook yangu utaona nimeweka picha, nilikuwa nakutana na vijana nikiwaambia ya kwamba hii ndio njia tunaenda. Nimekutana na vijana around 15 leo kwa grupu moja, ingine nikakutana na 10. At least mimi si mwanasiasa but nimefanya kile kinastahili kufanyika. Kitu kingine, Mtembei atunanga sabbatical leave ni politics. Wacha kuambia ukweli, we don't have sabbatical leave in politics. Ni ile kama Didimus Barasa amekuwa champion sera za UDA, ufisadi daima alliance. Amekuwa kitusi watu wakieleweke. Amekuwa kitusi baba, amekuwa akisema ile yote yenye amekuwa ameongea. But I'm happy that ameona mwangaza. Ameona penye Kenya inaelekea. Ameona ya kwamba UDA haina nafasi yoyote katika ulimwengu wa Kenya. Ameangalia na kupata ya kwamba the only way tunaweza peleka Kenya yetu mbele ni kuungana na viongozi wengine ambao wako na like mind, wako ready kuchampion sera za wananchi wa Kenya. So hii kitu yenye amekuja akituambia ya kwamba ameenda akona sabbatical leave. Hakuna sabbatical leave in politics. Wacha angesimama kama mwanaume. Unajua Waluya wanakatwangwa ngozi live. Angesimama vile alikatwa ngozi aseme ya kwamba mimi nimetoka UDA, nimedenounce my membership from UDA, niko katika chama fulani. You know, Didimus Barasa ni live member wa ODM. Ukiangalia viongozi wote, even William Ruto is a live member ODM na haijawahi kuwa revoked. Still William Ruto is a live member ODM. Didimus Barasa is a live member of ODM. Sisi tuko ready kumkaribisha, chama ni kubwa. Unaona, hata kama walitoka hatukufeel impact. Tunataka kuwarudisha waone mwangaza penye wanaelekea.
Okay. Kiprotich. Tunaanza na kukumbuka Magufuli bana.
Wacha mimi niongee ama?
Okay, sawa, ongea tu.
Mimi kitu naanza nayo hivi, yani hiyo siku nilisikia Magufuli amekufa. By the way, hiyo siku hata sikuwa nimelala. Nilihusunika sana mpaka saa hii sijaamini kama huyo mzee amekufa. Na kusema kweli Tanzania haitaipata president mwingine kama huyo. Kama president anaweza kufa alafu wananchi walie venye nimeona Watanzania wakilia, hiyo kitu imenikuza sana. Sijui hapa Kenya tutapata wapi president anaweza kufa alafu tulie venye Watanzania wamelia. Okay, tukiingia kwa mchatala wa leo, mimi mwenyewe nimeona tu Facebook Didimus amesema nini, huyo ni MP wangu, mimi natoka Kimilili Kamkuyu, huyo ni MP wangu wa nyumbani. Hapo sijui nasikia tu sijui ametoka UDA, sijui ameenda wapi, sijafuatilia kabisa. Hapo sijui. Then huyu Frank, kaa ukijua Kimilili ni ya watu yani wanajielewa, si ya watu wajinga. Ujua hapo Kimilili tulikuwa na mtu alikuwa anaitwa Murunga na alikuwa wa ODM. Huyo mzee aliangushwa na huyo Barasa, na ujue Barasa hiyo time alikuwa Jubilee, na Jubilee Bungoma haikuwa inasikika. Unasikia? Bungoma Jubilee haikuwa inasikika, huko kulikuwa na ODM kila mahali. So hata kama ameenda wapi itategemea na kazi yake. Huenda labda Iva ametoka ndio atatoka kwa hiyo kiti na turutisha hiyo chama wa ODM. Murunga pata ako na nguvu, tunaweza rutisha yeye. So kama ame na atulia, hatutaki tu mtomo yenye haina maana.
Okay. Nick.
Kuja uuze, tutaendanga tu.
Nick, unaongea na sisi ama unaongea kwingine?
Good. Sasa Mtembei. Niko na issues 3 ama 5 nataka kuongelea
Yes, ongea 10.
Issue ya kwanza ni ile ya Didimus. The reality ni Ruto amefunga hoteli. Na juu Ruto amefunga hoteli, lazima kila mtu atatoroka, because these guys I've had a very close conversation with people who are very close with DP. Of late ile 50,000 alikuwa anapeana weekly haiko. So these guys are really, really sad. They're embarrassed. And the DP wants results. But because he wants results, these guys have not been able to deliver the results to the deputy president. And therefore what has happened is, DP ameamua kufunga taps za pesa. Didimus was surviving on weekly handouts ya 50,000. Na alikuwa anaunda hii pesa anakula peke. I've had youth wale waliwork na yeye, and they have really been complaining. So according to me and my understanding ni DP ile upande ya Bungoma sasa mambo yake kuisha. Alafu tukienda mazishi ya Magufuli. Magufuli was a good president. And from what I'm seeing, or the way I'm viewing this thing is, there could be a certain hand ile hatuwezi explain on whatever happened to him. But I think there are powers somewhere zenye zinajua what really happened to the president. Unajua mtu amekazia Western nations resources that his country will always be a target for them. So Mina feels strongly hapo the death must be questioned. The death must be questioned sababu there is an issue hapo. Yenye hatuwezi fungia tu macho hivi ati ya morning with the Tanzanians and such. There must be a problem. And because there is a problem, then we need to probe the death of the president. He was an African president.
Nani ako na simu? Nani ako? We Frank, acha hizo. Endelea Nick. Nick amepotea. Rashid. Rashid ingia.
Wamemute mic. Rashid amemute mic.
Rashid.
Hello.
Okay, ongea.
Mtembei. Mimi niko na issue kama 3 hivi. Na ningependa kuongelea mambo ya DP. Watu wenye nasema DP ati UDA imekufa. Hao ni watu wamechanganyikiwa. Sisi tunajua nini inaendelea. Na hiyo mambo yenye nasema ati Didimus amesema leo amedump DP. Sisi tunajua hiyo ni strategy nyingine kali sana. Yeye hajadump UDA. Yeye ni vile tu ametoka, ameenda kufanya investigation fulani huko na atarudi. Na sisi hello.
Nani ako na radio yake? Ni wewe uko na radio Rashid?
Mimi sina radio. Sina radio.
Nani ako na?
Hello,
Guys, behave. Kama uko live hapa, punguza kelele huko.
Mimi sina radio. Mtembei.
Tuendelee.
Ndio nilikuwa nasema hawa wasenyo wanasema ati DP, mambo na DP. Ati DP UDA imekufa. Hiyo ni a big lie. Na kuna mtu amesema hapo ati doo imeisha. Sisi kitu tunajua UDA iko na doo ya kutosha. Na hata we are not after money. Sisi we are after uongozi mzuri. Kitu kingine ya pili ni kuwa siasa anything can happen. Unaona? So saa hizi wamesema ni Didimus ametoka. In fact Didimus alikuwa deliver anything in Bungoma County. Hao walikuwa tu ni watu wa kusumbua. Na sisi wenyewe tumeingia sasa. Na hii siasa tutaipeleka. Kuhusu mambo na Magufuli, Magufuli ni president mzuri sana to me. Na Tanzania haitaipata president kama Magufuli. In that Magufuli alijaribu kudeliver in a way that
Kiprotich.
Yes, Mutembei. Yeah. This is Kiprotich. Kwanza nataka nitume rambe sangu kwa Watanzania wote. Tunajuana na some of them. Na pia tunaambia inakuanga hivyo. Tunaambia tu wenzetu wa Tanzania poleni sana. Sasa tukirudi kwa hii siasa ya tangatanga na siasa ya Kenya, ni ishara kwamba ile Didimus Barasa amefanya ni mzuri sana. Kwanza kwa vile amesema they can go and pursue the likes of Mukisia Kitui and Musalia Mudavadi. I think that is a strategy, and he is going far. It's not like the way he has been in Tangatanga. Tangatanga politics, I understand because I come from that region and I understand very well. Like the way the likes of Indian Njoro when they are visiting Rift Valley, the money that they are fundraising are being given by the governors of Rift Valley and the MPs. So for now, us from the Rift Valley are not happy how these things are being done. Our leaders are being neglected, while the leaders from Central and Western are being given an opportunity more than our people. Now, I think that Didimus Barasa have seen something different from what other people are seeing, and expect more mass exit from Tangatanga, because these people, many people surrounding the deputy president are people who are people of pro handouts. You can see like the likes of Osoro, you can see like the likes of Ndindi Nyoro. They are being given allowance of 100,000 whenever they go around with the deputy president. Now I think they have reached they have exhausted the money they have been using. Now they are going back to their places with nothing. So what they are now giving loyalties to the people who elected them. The grace period, the 4 months that Didimus Barasa gave himself, is for ditching Tanga. They didn't want to ditch them directly. So it's a strategy. So I hear someone saying it's a strategy. It's a strategy that he will come back. He will not. Expect the likes of Maguria to go. Expect the likes of Ndindi Nyoro to go. So you don't see, you know, there's a perspective in politics these people don't understand. Those are the people who are pro handout, and I'll repeat, those are people who are pro handout, and they will never, they are loyalty based on money. So I've seen my friend Nelson laugh. Thank you, Mutembe.
Haya, sawa. Martin Njuguna.
Yeah, hi Mutembe.
Yes.
Yeah, to me, I think Didimus Barasa, I think amejitoa kipesa imeisha. Na at the end of the day, I think takataka kila mtu anatoka na pesa inaisha. Ukiangalia most of them, they are out now. They are not even talking. They are not communicating. So takataka is out.
Uko na kelele kwako sana.
Sorry. I think Mutembe, okay, let me look for earphones, maybe you'll get back to me later.
Meanwhile, Nyakundi Nelson.
Mutesh. Finally I'm in. Now leo lazima ni kubom kwanza. Unatuingilia sana sisi watu ya Tanga. Lazima leo tutakuambia ukweli. Now, this is a good platform. I normally see you engaging in. So let me contribute. First, UDA is not going anywhere. Kibrotich, we are not going anywhere. UDA is here to stay. The DP is here with us. The only thing tuko nayo ni watu wanapenda pesa. People are like, watu wanataka ukifanya kitu pewa handouts. Yani they are there. Mtu uende upewe, ukikosa kupewa sasa unaanza kuthreaten like you want to exit, which is not the case. The Hustler Nation, the origin of UDA is about the Hustler Nation. The Hustler Nation encompasses everybody. It includes everybody within the country. It doesn't matter the race, doesn't matter the tribe that you come from. It doesn't care what you do. It is about the hustle. Yes.
Well, unasema UDA iko na kila mtu, but I've seen you guys have been losing here and there. Mkienda Matungu, mkienda Kabuchai, mkienda sijui Machakos.
You see, Mutesh, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. That is a good note. It is always we learn through mistakes. UDA is not even 1 year old. Let's agree. That is true. How old ANC?
Politics?
No. How old is ANC? How old is Ford Kenya? How old is Wiper? Wiper has been in existence for a very long time. You see, and another thing people forget, let me tell you, Mutembe, let me say this. People forget this. We have not even declared our party leader. You see, Ruto is still conjoined in Jubilee. He cannot declare that he is the party leader of UDA at the moment. So that is why he cannot come out clearly and say, now I'm the party leader of UDA. So it would be a conflict of interest. Like he cannot be a party leader while he is the deputy party leader of Jubilee Party, which is something that people forget. So once he will now get out of Jubilee, which I know, we don't have a doubt about it. Once akitoka Jubilee, sasa hata tutahit kwa ground vibaya sana. It will not be business as usual because this guy he doesn't want to behave like ataki kukaa ati I'm the party leader of UDA At the same time, I'm the deputy party leader of Jubilee. That is the conflict he doesn't want to bring on board. And you saw Tuju the other day. He said that they had NEC, they have removed DP from the party. He is no longer the deputy party leader of Jubilee, which is well understood. Tunakubaliana nayo. They have the right to do that. But remember, Jubilee became a shell. It's just office. Office it was it's just an office, but it's worship. Like for example, me, I was a die-hard member of Jubilee. I exited long time ago because I saw the party is not delivering. The party neglecting the people that elected them. So I decided, no, it's not going to work. So let me sure, Kiprotich, let me tell you that UDA is here to stay, and we are not going to intimidated by anybody. Anybody who want to exit, it's their own free will. And the people are willing to do that. So it doesn't matter whether...
Wait, Nelson Nyakundi.
Yes.
Give me time, Nelson Nyakundi, to reply to you. Although I was out of net for some time, but I had some, and I want to state as follows. UDA is for the people who love money, for the people who love handouts, for the people who love arrogance. You see what happened in London. You see what happened in Matungu and Kabuchai, except in Machakos. So I want to tell you that all those people surrounding the deputy president are for the handouts, nothing else. You can see my colleagues that at the time. I think they're still fighting. There is a rift between Dangatanga bloggers from Rift Valley, Central and Eastern part of Kenya, saying that those bloggers from Rift Valley should not be paid because the deputy president is coming from that region. Now I'm coming now to think that no, let me finish. When you look at a leader like Musalia Mudavadi, we support him not because he's giving us something, but because we love his ideologies and a style of leadership. We don't follow handouts. So sometimes we can hear someone saying, "Oh, you know, Ruto is from your tribe. Why don't you support?" We are beyond the tribal politics, and when we must work beyond that. Now, coming into that rocket saying because you are getting something from the deputy president for you to support, and you are from the other part. We from Rift Valley, we are still crying. We haven't seen any development records there. I'm a witness, and I come from that place. Now, you see the deputy president launching school buses outside Rift Valley, launching going for development. You are opening 5-story building schools in Nyali, Mombasa. Have you seen deputy president a 5-story schools built on CF or any other project that was funded by the government?
You are wrong.
No.
Kiprotich, you are wrong. The perception that you are bringing on board is wrong. Let me cut you short on that issue of the president launching project. The deputy president is invited by members of parliament to launch projects that have been done by Constituency Development Fund. Sio pesa zake. That is what you forget. Kiprotich, listen. Let me tell you something. You see, for example, when you look at the MP Silvana Sosoro comes from South Mugrango. Silvana Sosoro has brought the deputy president to this constituency not once, not twice. The deputy president is not the one who is saying, now let me decide I'm going to South Mugrango. The Silvana Sosoro approaches the deputy president using the same protocol that an MP from Kipsoi, an MP from Kipkelion East, an MP from Nandi can use to go and approach deputy president. Amwambie, I've done this project. I want you to come and officially open it. That is the protocol that they normally use. And also, let me finish this. For example, I've heard people saying about the churches. Let me finish this. I've heard people saying about David President anachangia churches, na he doesn't. The deputy president anachangia churches ambazo zinatoka outside Rift Valley. Let me tell you this. The deputy president is invited by the pastors, the bishops of different churches. So if the people of Rift Valley are not inviting him, so how atakuja haje jameni? So you are supposed to invite him, mwambie, tell you a member of parliament, ambie the deputy president akuja tufungulie. For example, I heard people complaining about that he has opened so many churches in Central Province.
Ngoja.
Nyakundi, umesema ya kwamba Silvanus Osoro alikuwa akileta mheshimiwa William Ruto South Mugirango. Mimi mwenyewe njenombo gusi, mimi ni Mkisii. Zile vitu zote zenye umeongea nataka kukuashia ya kwamba hizo vitu zote ni za uongo. Hakuna development yenye imeletwa South Mugirango. Leo nimekuwa South Mugirango and you can ask me na naweza kukupatia evidence. Hakuna development yenye imeletwa South Mugirango na Osoro na David. Is the other day tumekuwa tukiona motosikla ya watu wa motorbike wakilalamika ya kwamba pesa zenye walikuwa wamepromisiwa asichafika, pesa zenye walikuwa wamepatiwa zilirudi kwa deputy president. Kanisa jingine hapa SDA hapa Kisii hapa Nyanjwa yenye ilifanywa mchango 2016 2017 na William Ruto akapromise 3 million, hizo pesa hazijaifika, which means wanafanya mchango, ikitosha wanarudishia deputy president ili apeleke kwa kanisa nyingine. Ukiangalia kanisa yenye imetoka wakina Mtembei hapa nini inaitwaje Meru, hiyo kanisa hiyo shule ipasi yenye ilipelekwa huko, we have evidence. Hata Suzuki yenyewe imekuja imesema ya kwamba hiyo pesa ilikuwa ya uongo. So tuseme ukweli ya kwamba hata mkisema ya kwamba William Ruto analeta development, William Ruto aleti development yoyote, the guy is sabotaging Uhuru Kenyatta. Ataki Uhuru Kenyatta mazuri, anamsabotage in every section yenye anaenda. Ukiangalia UDA, the formation of UDA, wanasema UDA ina represent the hazards. Is William Ruto a hazara? Mugama ni hazara? Nani Margaret Wanjiru ambaye ameibia watu sadaka Nairobi from 1972 up to now, bado anaibia watu sadaka Nairobi. Margaret Wanjiru ni hazara? William Ruto ashaifanya kibarua yoyote yenye tunafanyanga tunapata 50 bob unamuita hazara? Mwenye akona nyumba ya 1 billion ni hazara? Huyo mtu mwenye anachita Osoro, Secretary General wa UDA Ufisadi Daima Alliance, is Osoro ana hazara? Mtu mwenye akona pesa yake anatembea kwa Range Rovers V8, huyo ni hazara? Chama ya UDA ingeundwa na wapush bokokoteni wa huko hapo Mudhurwa wa hapo Kikomba, tungesema ni watu hazara. But Mudhama mwenye ameibia Kenya, Mudhama akona pesa huko New Zealand, Mudhama mwenye akona pesa zake anauzanga chimu kwenda nje, huyo ni hazara? Wana Nyakundi bigako ngaina abantu, let us put our facts straight, tuambie ya kwamba William Ruto does not represent any hazara in Kenya. Mimi mwenyewe ni hazara na nasimama nikisema ya kwamba William Ruto represent hazara movement. Mimi mwenyewe ni hazara yangu. So tuache kudanganyana.
Mtembei, bring out in order, man.
Okay, ongea.
Mtembei, order.
Good evening,
okay,
Mtembei.
Let me add what my colleague Frank has said. It's totally
true. Kwa Kiprotich kwanza, then kwa Nick.
Wait, it's my turn. Please.
Kiprotich umeongea sana.
Yeah. So I wanted to say what the Frank has said is totally true. What Frank has said is totally true. Recently, we had a fundraising in Bomet, a place called Ndanai, where 6 million was collected. DP was the chief guest. I want to tell you that 6 million, the only amount that was recovered in that account was 1 million. I think the other 4 million or 5 million was taken back by the people allied to the deputy president. Now these people, they go to another fundraising, they do the same thing in the name of wanamchangia hustlers. Lakini tunataka kuambiana ukweli. Mnachangia hustlers ama mnaibia hustlers? Unajua that's where the issue is. Unajua tumekuwa tukidanganyana sana, lakini hatufai tudanganyane. Lazima tuambiane ukweli, tuambie vijana wetu ukweli ndio tusitumike vibaya. Unajua watu wanatumia jina hustler narrative ya kwenda State House. Hata huyo Nelson Nyakundo acha akikuwa president hautamwona akisaidiwa, atabatiwa wheelbarrow na najua ashaso. So lazima tuambiane ukweli kama vijana. Mtembei, back to you.
Sawa, acha serikali.
Okay, Mtembei, habari ya jioni?
Mzuri sana.
Wanaume wote Nelson, Kiprotich, Martin, Korir, habari zenu? Okay. Asante sana Mtembei for the program. Kwanza wacha nianze na kupeana rambirambi zangu na rambirambi za watu wa Keyo South kwa majirani wetu wa Tanzania kwa kumpoteza Magufuli. Actually, Magufuli is one of the best president tumewahi Africa. In our generation, he will be in record that he is the best president. Ile humility yake na ile kukaa na wananchi, ilikuwa another level. Okay. Naona moto inawaka hapo. Tuanze na Didimus Barasa. For me, I agree with Nelson that it's a strategy in a way, and in another way, I agree that it's a desperate moment for him, and desperate moment call for desperate measures. You know, in Rift Valley now, we know there are some MPs that are always rudia, simply because awako asla. So it is the same strategy in Western. If you are not close to Mukiza Kitui, or if you are not close to Musalia Mudavadi, or if you are not close to Watangula Kiti, because you see, so labda kurudi kwake nyumbani kwenda kujipea leave ya 4 months, he's actually going to, how do we call it? He's going to look back and reflect if anataka kustick na Asla Nation ama anataka retain kiti yake. Didimus Barasa is still a young politician. Bado ako na safari ndefu. So he has to align to where watu wake wana. Number 2, I agree with Nelson. You know, siasa iko na strategy mingi. Sometimes you need watu wenye wako the other camp so that you get spies on the other camp. So it might be a spy mwenye ametumwa to the other camp to tell us what is going on there. So it's two way. You can choose to pick when umependa. Ukipenda kupick ya kwamba ameenda leave kweli, you want to reflect, you want to do audit, you want to labda ameenda kuandika barua kama Irungu Kangata. So we are not sure about it. Allow me to respond to my brother Kiprotich. Kiprotich, you are a very good young politician. But sometimes psychophancy haiwezi kusaidia sana. Tuambiane ukweli Kiprotich. Kuuza Musalia Mudavadi Rift Valley ni kama kuuza nguruwe kwa Waislamu. You know it. You know that. So atukukatazi uza Musalia yako plus sell your Cerelac coalition. We don't have a problem. But what is there is tuambiane ukweli. Deputy President anaendanga Central Province kwa sababu amealikwa Central Province. Deputy President anaendanga Kisii kwa sababu amealikwa Kisii. Deputy President anaendanga Coast kwa sababu amealikwa Coast. Sisi, we come from Rift Valley. I work closely.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? I come from Rift Valley. I work closely with an MP. Tumeenda kwa DP mara mingi sana tukiambia kuja utufungulie projects. Ajekataa. Tuko na project, tuko na mashule, tuko na buses, tuko na kile, lakini diary yake iko full. So si ati anajipeleka yeye mwenyewe. Hapana, ni kuinvitiwa na invitiwa. Okay, once in a while, Deputy President generous.
Wewe Patisai.
You know it.
Patisai.
Yes. Yes.
Asa kama wewe unataka kuwa kiongozi na unataka kuongoza nchi ya Kenya, hakuna siku diary yako itakuwa full. Unaona? Lazima ujikomiti. Sisi hatukuambia Ruto aingie kwa siasa, hatukuita ingie kwa siasa, akuje kutuambia diary yake iko full. Yeye mwenyewe alijiingiza kwa siasa. Ukisema ya kwamba unapata diary
Mtembe unapatia ujamaa ya time mingi sana. Unapea Jacob ya time mingi.
Ngoja maalize kwanza.
Frank, what I'm saying is Rift Valley is home.
So
for DP, no, my friend. Come on, let's practice listening and speaking kindly. So Rift Valley DP ni kwa DP. Answering Kiprotich akisema DP akujangi Rift Valley. Hapana, amekuwa kikeliwa siku ile. Amekuwa Nandi. Lakini priority yake saizi, you know William Ruto is not a village politician like the politicians some of you support. William Ruto anaenda analimwa. No. William Ruto anaenda Coast, analimwa Coast, anarudi kwa strategy. It's not like this politician wanaenda wanalimwa
Wanakuja serikali amalize.
You know William Ruto is a national leader. Anaenda coast, analimwa coast, anarudi strategy. Not like your Seralak politicians, when you analimwa, they retreat to either Capital Gardens or to Cabernet Gardens.
Yeah.
He has been there since 1992. So kujeni pole pole. Ukilimwa, you don't retreat back. Okay, my friend Peter, your boss, Musalia Mudavadi, Mutu Ahinga. What happens? Akikuja Rift Valley alimwe na mjumbe, a very mere mjumbe, like big politician who is not active. Akilimwa mara moja ama mara mbili na ule mjumbe tu normal. Yani just anodi hata mimi mwenyewe nisimame kwa podium nimlime Musalia mara mbili mara tatu. Asha retreat kwake. Kufanya nini? Kufanya strategy kulia. Boss, you are in politics. Isi kanisa. Kulimana ni lazima, tutalimana tu. Ukinilima leo nasema sawa, umenilima lakini kesho tutakutana. So what I'm trying to tell these guys, tukubaliane Ruto ako lingine. Let me give you a very simple scenario. Matungu by election and Kabuchai by election and Machakos by election, Ruto alikuwa anajua hawezi win hata kwa dawa atunge win. But all these politicians can accumulate, actually can bring their forces together, and we still manage to get even 15% of the total force. And Yuda is only hata hawajatangaza party leader ni nani? We only have a chairman and a secretary general. Now, that is what I was telling you. That is what I was telling them. Party leader, this is our secretary general, my friend. It's a fireworks. So, my advice to you is kindly activate your makadi zenu za NHIF na make sure siko sawa. Kwa sababu siku ile Ruto ataingia State House, wengine wenu watalala ICU. Utembei, thank you. Salute you.
Wacha niongee hivi. Kwa wale ambao mnaendelea kuwatch, nimeona watu wengi wanaowatch hii kipindi na wanaowatch hii nini conversation. Please, unataka muingie kwa YouTube channel, msaji hiyo channel 21 East Africa News, hiyo ndio channel yangu. Please subscribe. Si kwa ubaya, hata kama unatoka UDA, hata kama unatoka Jubilee, tusaidiane sisi sote. Unajua tunaweza diva in politics, but nikikupata kwa street ndakununulia chai. Kitu nataka kuambia palichai. Isijui palichai ama palitai. Hebu hiyo kinako. Nataka kukuambia ya kwamba William Ruto hacha waipatiana msaada. Zile gari zenye unaonanga zinapatuanga baby zimeenda kwa kanisa ama nini, ni MP wa hiyo region huwa ananunua, ana plan, anasema amekuja kupatiana. Hiyo gari si ya William Ruto. Wacha tu nikwambie ukweli. Even this guy from South Mogirango mwenye anachita Severano Sosoro, the MP, huyo jamaa mkomorangilio kombo hizi because it's my estimate. Kwa nini? Nataka kuambia kwamba William Ruto hana kitu yoyote.
We Frank. No.
Nelson.
Hata malize na
no, anaongea vibaya. No. Let's
time yako uongee. Endelea. Frank.
So, nataka kuambia ya kwamba Kenya haitaongozwa na wezi. Kenya hii hatutawahi kubali mwizi aongoze Kenya. Mimi nataka kuecho what baba Frank Atuli alisemanga. Hakuna siku Kenya itaongozwa na mwizi. Mwenye tumetesti uongozi amekuwa deputy president for 9 years, anaenda kumaliza 10 years now. But hawezi akatuonyesha kitu yote yenye amefanya. It's like ukiwa na mama kwa nyumba na baba kwa nyumba, umeweka kwa meza moja. Maybe baba haoni kitu yoyote, mama ndiye anakuwa chicho ya nyumba. But mama naye amesembea, amekuwa mwizi, badala asaidie baba, anaendelea kumuibia. The same thing to William Ruto. Instead ya kusaidia Uhuru Kenyatta, ameenda kuiba. We can't allow na tuweza kukubali William Ruto kuwa president Kenya. Hata uuze sera za UDA mahali popote ni kama kuuza hiyo pork kwa Waislamu. Hakuna siku UDA itateki mitiki hii.
Wewe mkisiwe Frank.
For gentlemen, let's have the
Mutembei, you are giving airtime kwa Jacob so much.
There's a statement that was made by Partai. Give me time.
You see,
thank you, Mutembe.
Now it is my turn. Now let me say this. I think Frank, sometimes you go wrong. Huh? You see, whenever you are given an opportunity, tafadhali, just say the truth. Ongea tu ukweli. Ukweli usemwe. You see, you have already degraded our member of parliament, which is wrong. You are supposed to. Let's differ, but let's differ respectively. That your opinion counts, my opinion counts too. I support my opinion, you support yours. Now, on the issue of you saying that the DP goes a place anachangia and then later anachopesa, I think that one doesn't have even a ground for sure. How can I go to a place and I give out money, then I later demand that money? It's not true. It's not true, Frank. Another thing that you have said, that the DP goes to a given school, the DP goes to a given school, the DP goes to a given school and gives out a bus. You see, I said this from the word go. The DP does not buy the bus. The bus are normally bought by the constituency development funds. Zinanunuliwa na pesa ya CDF. What I said is, the member of parliament in that constituency, yeye ndiye anaenda anasema, I want the deputy president to come and launch this thing. Yeye is not, in fact, achangi, because the money is given by the national government. Pesa inapatiwa na serikali. Na serikali ambao William Ruto ako ndani, which is money ya CDF. So that ikienda kwa constituency, member of parliament anasema, hii shule nataka ni classes 5 ama classes 10 ama nanunua bus. Akishafanya hivyo, then from there anasema anasema wacha niite mtu fulani akuje kulonje, which the MP can also do it. It's not that kitu kubwa like anata MP atataka kuja a launch. Hapana, the MP can do it, but because anataka DP akue na close net na watu kwa ground, that is what he normally does. Anaenda anaambia DP, nataka ukuje siku fulani ukuje kulonchi basi. So that akienda kule, nyinyi mnasema mnadhani ati hii pesa hii basi imeletwa na DP. DP does not get involved in the bus kununuliwa ama nini. Yeye anaambiwa tu kuja unilaunchie hii. You see, the other day Matiang'i launching a bus in this kwa kina Joshua Kutunyi in Cherangani. The Matiang'i did not buy the buses. He didn't go and purchase the buses. The buses were bought by the CDF money. So he was there just to launch, kupatiana wanafunzi, kupatiana shule bus. So let us say what is true. Tusiseme kwa sababu sisi ni blogger wa sahi, tuseme tu tafadhali ukweli. That is my point.
Okay, Nick.
Thank you. No, Mutembe. Okay. No, Mutembe, I can continue.
Yes.
Mutembe, I can continue. Okay, let me reply with what. Let me start with a statement from my friend Partai. He said that he's working with a Satbe, I think, from Baringoro, whatever the constituency is coming from. He has said that the DP's diary is always full. And I can agree with him, it's always really full. Reason now, you don't put that on issues touching Rift Valley. That is the likes of Partai who goes to Garden, they always find the diary is full. Number 2, the development also as well. His diary is always full on matters of development outside Rift Valley. So you cannot approach the president to bring Mandeleo to your affiliate. They can only come on matters that the government have done 1, 2, 3, he can come now. Or he can come with the equipment, the hospital equipment, whereby the county government will pay. But when the deputy president will be on the podium, he will then tell us that I have donated the equipment, which it is not true. he has been paid. It's just the normal one, like the Indians, they usually bring it to us. So what I want to tell Barta is, even the development, if by chance William Ruto will be the president of this republic, then the will lag behind in development matters. Reason number one, they will just try to convince Western, Central, Coast, and those are the regions seeking for the votes for the next term. So I think we will remain in Rift Valley being poor again. Remember, we were in power since 1978 till 2002. We have nothing to smile. Look at Central. They have a lot of things to show. Look at Western. They have a lot of things to show. Look at Nyanza. They have a lot of things to show. As in Rift Valley, people are dying in Baringo. Barta ese akakuambia tu. Now wamekuwa uongozi for the last 24 years ile ingine yenye imeenda. So we want to tell ourselves the truth. Lazima tuambiane ukweli hapa. Ndio tusikuja hapa kudanganyana. Deputy president yeye anakuja na maendeleo. Hapana. Yeye anakuambia wewe nunua basi ya shule, mimi nitakuja kufanya nini kuplug hiyo basi ya shule. Wewe jenga shule, mimi nitakuja kufungua hiyo shule. You recently see what happened in him, donated the bus. The state we were given board management of the school were the one who made an order for that bus. Now I come to conclude, so all this was lullaby. Those things were lullaby from the Tanga trying to convince us that the deputy president donated that bus. Nothing. DP cannot donate. It's us people from funding his campaign. The governors funding their campaigns. The fundraising in the county where the Rift Valley county. Ruto cannot come with money. It depends. It comes. They tell the governor, I need 2 million for this fundraising. You give Ndindi Nyoro 1,100. You give Aisha Juma 1,100. They don't come with money. It's our money. Instead, they could have channeled those resources to other important things. Like my friend, what he has said from DC. Can you do a follow-up for those fundraising that has been done in DC and do some audit report? Then you'll tell us the truth. They don't give money. These are just people trying to sing to us a lullaby that cannot work. Ask Barda. Barda is working with an MP, and he can assure you he access current with a limited time. They don't usually go there, but the likes of Ndindi Nyoro, the gate is always open. The likes of Osoro, the gate is always open. But our MPs from Rift Valley and senators and women, it's a night. Nikupaya hakuna. So ni ile tu watu wanavumilia Mtembe. Tukisema ukweli, hao watu wanaumia. Mimi naumia, lakini hawataki kusema. Unajua kama unaumia alafu unakuja unalia, unaambia raia tuko Karen mbaya, utufunguzwa wewe ni mbaya. So lazima sisi tuambiane ukweli kama ndio tusidanganye.
Tosha Kibrotish, tosha.
Allow me to answer the protest, alafu I give some other guys to speak.
Allow me to stop also pretending. This guy has been speaking without me speaking.
Nataka tuambie.
Endelea serikali.
Hiyo maneno yenyewe unasema boss, jaribu kutengeneza propaganda yako ihusike kidogo. Hiyo haihusiki, like haishiki bei. Because what you want to tell us, in the entire Rift Valley there is no development. Okay, I would have wished ningeandika hii before. Lakini let me give you a very simple example from where I come from, Elgeyo Marakwet. Before deputy president, before Jubilee government ingie, that is in 2013, electricity percentage in Elgeyo Marakwet was at around 32%. As we speak, we are now at around 65%. Sio ni deputy president. Barabara, there is a barabara imetengenezwa from Mali inaitwa Drais all the way to Moibeni. That it has opened three counties. It's actually a very major road. Kama si deputy president, unafikiri hiyo barabara tungepata? My friend, tungepata hiyo barabara? Kuna barabara inatoka Mali inaitwa tunapata all the way to place inaitwa hiyo barabara ungekuja tu. Your friend the other day just to politicize a project in waliona tu kusaidia. Let me not talk about that project because it's a matter in court before a court of law. But my friend, tumepata development put Rift. Hiyo barabara kwa you come from Danai. I went to school around. I schooled in South Rift. I went to Ndanai Girls. That was around 20. That was back before the government. Kulikuwa na barabara kutoka Sotik mpaka Ndanai. Ilijengwa ama haijengwa? Kuna barabara Ndanai iko chini, Abosi iko chini. Mpaka Mrua Digi. Hakukuwa na stima. Iko stima ama hakuna?
Kalitai.
Yes. Yes, Nick.
Kwanza kuna mwenye kwa kelele please. Mnatusumbua masikio bwana. Uko kwa kelele at least. Kuna shida iko wapi?
So, Protich.
Kalitai nataka kuambia kwamba Kalitai.
Ngoja malize.
I was responding to Protich because ameongelelea Rift Valley and I come from Rift Valley and I actually wanted to tell him I cannot speak of Kisii because I don't come from Kisii. But allow me to answer to Protich on Rift Valley issue. My friend, you are talking of the 24 years. But you want to take us back to 24 years. The federal position you want to give us. The federal unataka kututisha tu wewe. I don't agree with Raila Odinga. I don't agree with Uhuru Kenyatta. I don't agree with Musalia Mudavadi. But I choose to respect them. Now I choose sana. So let them sell their agendas and manifesto. We'll send ours and manifesto. But muache kusema, muache kutongeza propaganda. Frank talked of hatuwezi achia country mwizi. Let me finish. I'm finishing. I'm wrapping up. Frank talked of hatuwezi achia country. Boss, uko na ushahidi? Najua mali DCI iko. If you think deputy president is a thief, tupeleke evidence yende Kiaburo. Uende useme huyu jamaa aliiba nini na aliiba nini na aliiba nini. Rather than running up and down and saying huyu mtu ni mwizi, huyu ni mtu ni mwizi, na hatuna evidence.
Kalitai, nisikize. Nataka unisikize kwa
I want us to disagree.
Mtembei patiana hata Mati naongea kidogo. Patia Mati naongea na nani?
Mati nako kwa kelele nyingi sana.
Tushaongea sana.
Mati
alafu
nataka kuambia
tuweke timing kama ni 5 minutes, kama 6 minutes, ama ni 3-4 minutes.
3 maximum.
Ama 2 maximum.
Tuongee unaongea maybe 3 minutes, time yako ikisha unatoka.
Nimegojea.
Patia Mati.
Nimezima makelele yenye nilikuwa on my background.
Go ahead. Martin Wendy tunangoja bana. Nini?
Yeah, Mtembei at least utupatie equal time.
Endelea, yes. Wewe ndio ongea.
Can I proceed Mtembei?
Wewe ndio tunangoja, boss.
Yeah, okay. Hii mambo ya DP kila mtu anajua ni mwizi. Actually, yeah, I'm there. Yeah, DP kila mtu anajua ni mwizi. Na hizi project zote zenye amekuwa mara sijui anakuja kuraunch, sijui basi, sijui set za huko kwenu Meru, sijui anaenda kuraunch wapi. Hii mambo yote imekuwa mambo cooked. You can hear me?
Tunakusikiza, endelea.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Tunakusikia bana. We are waiting for you. Time yako inaisha. So, your airtime is coming to an end.
Hii mambo I think ni kama UDA the imeraunchiwa juzi na hii chama ni kama imeisha. Kama juzi hata like huyu jamaa anaitwa Dennis Tubi. I think each and every day amekuwa akipigia UDA, CG UDA whatever. Hii mambo imeisha. UDA imepikwa juzi na hii mambo imeisha. So UDA it's nonsense na DP hakuna DP anapata. The 9 years ameenda, wacha hiyo ishi hapo hivyo na aende retire. So nothing I think like us from Mount Kenya region we are not voting for the guy. Juu sasa amekuwa there for the 9 years, the 10 years so we are looking for someone else so that maybe you can give like equivalent time to the DP ndio at least tuone, lakini kama tukiweka mtu pale ni wizi hata hakuna project hata moja ya serikali inaweza endelea. Mtu ni kuiba, so let's stay there.
Okay, sawa. Tuko na Ibrahim.
Okay, sawa. Nimeshukuru sana Mtembei kwa kuniweka kwa laini. Mimi nataka nianze na huyu anaitwa Martin Njogu. Hii mambo mnakaa mkisema surely Ruto ni mwizi. Kama unajua shida, mnasema Ruto ni mwizi na msemi ni nini ameipa. Kuna hizi pesa wote zinapotea, tunaona hii pesa imepotea kutoka mahali fulani na ni kweli kuna evidence kama NYS. Hiyo hata ukienda kushtaki mtu inaonekana kabisa ni pesa fulani. Ruto mnasema ni mwizi na msemi ni pesa ngapi ameipa na ni wapi. Na Ruto ni mtu mfanyi biashara. Ruto ako na business zake. So nyinyi mnashida mkisema Ruto ni mwizi. Nyinyi ndio washenzi. Alafu huyu anasema UTA ni nani sense UTA imeisha. Kama wewe uko UTA my friend, sema ni wewe umeisha, si UTA. UTA hata sasa watu wangapi wakiama huyo Itundu unasema na nani? Mimi ndapaki hapo kama lion wa UTA na nitaiendeleza. Huyo mtu mmoja haezi tupitisha kura UTA. Ni wananchi ndio watatupea kura sisi kama watu wa UTA. Si wewe ama si yeye. So sisi watu wa UTA bado tuko UTA. Mzishinda hapa mkituambia UTA imeisha. Na Frank, unajua nyinyi mnaona sisi kama watu wa UTA hakuna mahali tunatoa matusi tunasema nini. Kila mtu ni mwizi country, kitu ya kwanza. Uhuru ni mwizi, Raila ni mwizi, Mtabati ni mwizi, wenye mnaona wako sawa. So acha hapa kushinda ukisema Ruto ni mwizi. Wewe uko na nini yenye Ruto anaweza kuja kuibia? Useme Ruto alikuja kwangu akaipa kiatu, tuende tulete tukurudishie, ama alipa kofia ama alipa nini. Acha kushinda kusema kila mtu anajua Ruto ni mwizi pana. Mtu kama anasema ukweli wacha simame na ukweli. Hii ufala ndio hatutaki. Ala, nimemaliza.
No, Frank, wacha
ngoja Gideon anaongea. Gideon Arab.
Frank,
hapana, ngoja
acha kunipoint wewe Frank.
Wewe nyamaza.
Relax Frank. Have been transversing from Trans Nzoia.
Mtembei nataka kuliprai Ibrahim.
Hapana,
nataka kuliprai Ibrahim Baraka.
Ngoja Gideon na mwalimu.
Kulingana na vile mnafanya mambo na UDA, that UDA is dead. UDA is just 4 months old. Na very soon, Frank, Wilbaro itabeba orange. Very soon. The likes of Didimus Barasa. You know, COVID is there. And they were looking for handouts. You know, we have tuko na nini?
Concentrate bana, concentrate Gideon bana. Wacha kuangalia TV.
Sorry. The likes of Didimus Barasa. Kumekuwa na COVID na kuna lockdown. You know, they were looking for handouts. Sasa saa hizi kuna lockdown. So ile handouts walikuwa wanategemea, ndio unaona these people now wameingia press, kila mahali unaona press. More are coming, but UDA ni chama yenye itatawala nchi.
Okay, Nelson.
Now, Mtembei, I think this is a very good platform that you are doing. Now, let me pass my point like this. Me, I want to respond to Martin, because Martin, I want you to go to the ground. Go to the ground and do your research. Utuambie kwamba huyu naibu wa rais, ukweli kama ameiba, ameibia nani? Ameibia nani? Tukakuja, come out, tell us that you know the deputy president has stolen A, B, C, D. Tell us that if he has done this and this and that. Ndio tujue. Wacha kutuambia. I wanted to say development, in terms of development. By the Jubilee has done a lot. Mtembei, let me say this. Maybe this my time. Wacha niseme, me, I come from 2 counties. I come from Kisii and I come from Kericho County. Because me nimesomea Kericho County in a place called Kipkelion. Kipkelion, where on your way to a place called Kebeneti, Kashin, all the way Mtaragon, that place. Ndio nimeishi, nimesomea hapo. And let me tell you, that place was so remote. There was no road network. There was no electricity in that area. I'm telling you, Mutembe, even if you walk from Kericho County to that area, my friend, it's all tarmacked. I don't know Kiprotich wewe unaangalia wapi. The place is tarmacked all the way from north, the barabara inapita north from Taita Towet, all the way to Kashin, Kebeneti, Kamasian, Lelu, uteremke mpaka uende huko chini, hiyo barabara inaenda kujoin Nandi. That is the place nimelelewa. Hapo ndio nimelelewa. So I can tell you the development track record of Jubilee Party is on high note. Now, I don't know where munafika wapi munasema the DP has stolen. I don't know where, which one, where? What nonsense? Amefanya ameiba wapi? No, tell us the truth. Tafadhali tuongee ukweli. Whenever you say the truth sets you free. So let us stop this saying at yo ameiba that. You know, the president said the other day, by the way, that we get lost, tunapoteza 2 billion every day. The head of state saying that we tunapoteza 2 billion. Hata nilishika kichwa. I couldn't believe that. You see, the case of Magufuli, I'm sorry to say Magufuli, may his soul rest in peace. Yeye alikuwa ananyorosha watu. How do you expect somebody mwenye ameiba pesa? How do you expect the head of state anasema mtu ameiba pesa na asemi huyu ndiye amechukua 2 billion? Why is he not saying? It means he's part and parcel of that cartel. Tuseme wananchi nimegundua kuna pesa fulani inaenda hapa na pale. So let us speak the truth. Tuseme ukweli bwana. Haya,
Okay. Ndicho Wadhoko.
Bwana Mtembei.
Nelson.
Mambo namna gani? Mko salama lakini?
Kabisa.
Haya, ngoja niseme kitu moja na niongee kuhusu something ambayo sijui vile Nelson yeye mwenyewe anaona. Kuna kitu moja mimi nitasema. According to me, development iko. Na ukiangalia kweli bwana, kutoka the time bwana Uhuru aliachwa peke yake na mtu anaitwa Ruto, we can see the development each and every day. Kuna development zinaendelea, na development ikikamilika, huyo Ruto tu ndiye anaenda anasema si mlitutuma hapa na rais, si mlitupatia kula. Saa hizi unaona sasa yeye, na ndio imefika to a point. Ukikumbuka kuna mahali Uhuru aliuliza, leo unakasifu serikali, kesho yake unasema tumefanya. Yani uko hapa, kwani kuna serikali ngapi? Unaona? Na each and every day kukiwa na kila kitu ambayo inafanyika, yani yana blame, lakini ikikuja the other side. Lakini kama saa hii nilikuwa nasikiza Kiririmbi from Inoro, the between nani na huyu wa Murang'a na Susan. Ukisikia Susan anasema sisi tulikuwa na chama yetu, tulikuwa tumeenda kudefend chama yetu ya UDA. Swali ni je, hao watu walitoka Jubilee lini? Unawezaje kuwa leo bibi yako Mtembei anakuwa ni bibi yangu leo, yani mchana, jioni anakuja kusema ni wa Mtembei? Inawezekana? haiwezekani hata kidogo. Na hao watu ukiangalia ndio wale unaona mtu anangojea. Sasa hii ukiuliza, kama ulisikia vile Didi Nyoro aliongea mchana, ameongea amesema Uhuru amefanya, ameacha serikali ikiwa kwa deni. Swali ni je, hao ndio tumechagua waende kwa bunge? Wamewahi simama siku moja kwa hiyo bunge waseme kutoka leo sisi kama wabunge tumeamua serikali haitakopa tena? Si wako na powers, they can pass the rule, but what they do, wako pale wakio rule ikipasiwa, once wamekosa kupewa any tenda, hapo ndio uwaga wanaenda kukasifu serikali vibaya. Na mimi nasema hivi, huyo bwana Nelson ameuliza Ruto ameimba wapi? Si mara moja ama mbili. Kama saa hii tunakumbuka ule mzee alikufa juzi, alikuwa amelilia shamba yake ambayo ilichukuliwa na bwana Ruto. Saa hii kuna ile Selton Hotel ambayo iko kwa KAA, sawa? Na tunaona juzi tunasikia bado kuna hii shamba ambayo Matiang'i inahusiana na mambo na nini, na ile watoto wa shule wenye walipigwa tear gas. Shamba ni ya nani? Ni ya William Ruto. Kwa nini iko kwa William Ruto na inakuwa ni mali ya serikali? Kwa sababu wako pale. Na ukiangalia kama ile basi ambayo juzi, ile basi ya Meru, kama sio watu walilete shida kwa social media, hiyo basi haingerudi Meru. Juu ukiangalia hata ilikuwa ni last week but one, kuna vijana walitoka kutoka pale Kapsabet wa bodaboda, walikuwa nasema zile pesa ambao waliahidiwa na nani walifanya Karabe wakapewa milioni 1 na bwana nani deputy president hawajawahi zipata. Reason being, yeye anapata, anapeana zile do, anaenda anarudia, anapeana yani anapeana na hii mkono, lakini hii mkono ingine inachukua hizo pesa wanaenda na on. Sasa hiyo ndio tumefika. Na ukikumbuka bwana Jirongo alituambia wakati alipatia Ruto kazi ya kudeliver the t-shirts za KANU, alikuwa na deliver t-shirt moja, wanaandikiana na ule msee wa nini kwa store, anasema amechukua, lakini on the other side haja deliver kitu. So tukipatia mtu kama huyo kwa serikali, are you sure? Jumi naulizaje, if ako pale kusaidia vijana vile anasema mzuri, anasema ako pale kusaidia vijana wa chini. Swali ni je, he's the second in command. Ako na wabunge, tunaona kila siku akiitana Karen 150 130 wabunge. Au wabunge unataka kutuambia hawawezi pass any rule ambayo inasaidia mwananchi wa kawaida, ambao even hizo pesa wanasema za HEBS na zingine ambazo wanasema BBI wanasema ati haipeani kwa njia mzuri. Those money ambao wale wako bunge hawezi pitisha, wanaweza, lakini ni vile wanataka kufanya vijana wawe fukara each and every day, wawatumie vibaya.
Okay,
angalia
sawa. Acha tusikie Abdul naye anasema ni Abdul ama Abudi Said.
Asante sana kwa hiyo wakati.
Good evening all.
Good evening. Endelea.
I support the platform Mtembei, ni kazi nzuri mnafanya, lakini mimi tu nataka kukuambia kwamba I support serikali ambayo ni ya Uhuru Kenyatta as opposed to what the DP is really doing. Kama wewe umechaguliwa na president as a deputy president, you should have some respect to the boss, so that msukume serikali pamoja ili muende mpaka mwisho. Lakini ikifika mahali unaanza kuonyesha madharau na kudharau kazi za president, that one derails the development agenda ya serikali, ambapo unaendelea kuchukua wale wabunge kutoka kwa serikali, unawapa pesa, unawanunua. So that is really what we are against. But the DP mwenyewe as a person ni mtu wa kazi, tunamjua anachapa kazi vizuri, alikuwa ameinuka vizuri, but yeye mwenyewe ameharibu jina lake, amejipotoshwa. Wale watu ambao alikuwa amenunua akina my MP Didimus Barasa. I'm very happy today he has announced that he's moving out of the Tanga. That is really that is simply what he has said. He's really moving out. So hiyo ni kitu kizuri. What we need is development. But mtu mwenye anacheza na agenda za serikali, we are not going. We should not give him time even to listen, kwa sababu huyo mtu anabomoa uwezo wa serikali, nguvu za wananchi, hatupati hiyo development chini. Because why should we continue playing politics for the whole of 5 years? Why? We should be developing our country. Ni hayo, asante.
Okay, sawa sawa. Kuna jamaa ametujoin, Francis Mwendo. Mwendo, unatupata? Ama tuende kwa Martin?
Mtebei, hebu niseme jambo hapa kidogo
Yes.
Kwa ule dhidi ya
nawapata vizuri.
Okay, ukiangalia kwa hii kampi ya Tanga, the more we are getting, ukikumbuka kuna ule last time kuna huyu nani wa Laikipia, ukiangalia kitoka alisema jambo moja, akasema hivi, ule mtu anakupatia ulimi mzuri, unaweza mpatia mpaka mtoto wako. Sijui kama ulikumbuka hivyo akisema. Na huyu mtu, na wakati Ruto amesimama kitu Arogoro, na ukasikia leo Barasa mwenyewe, hata yeye mwenyewe anasema hapa ni kweli ni kama tunachanganya. Ona, kwa sababu ule mtu maneno ni masafi. Na ukumbuke mtu anaitwa Aturi aliambia Ruto, the first time I remember, akamwambia, Bwana Ruto, ebu enda kwa Moi umuulize the deputy president ahuaga anakaa namna gani. Ona, na once amekuelezea vile utakaa, utaacha kusoma the whole speech, kwa sababu yeye akipatiwa anasoma the whole speech, anaeleza maelezo yote mpaka na mkono mdozi wako, mdozi atakuja kusema nini. Unaona? Na hiyo siku hizi ndio unaona ati mpaka juzi nimeona Moses Kuria akisema, anaambia ule huyu nani Kiraito nani, si Kiraito, Munya, wakati alipewa ile speech, ati wakati unafika hapa unakuta mkubwa wako, hiyo speech usisome, patia the deputy asome. Mbona the president hakupatia the deputy? Na wale lazima kuwa, kwa sababu sidhani wewe au mbona waongei, lazima kuwe kuko na kitu. Na hiyo kitu mimi kwangu waga naona huyu aliona kama huyu anipei heshima, utaongea na yeye aje. Hata wewe kwako kwa nyumba, sometimes kuna kitu naambiwaga unasema can you clarify? Bibi akikosa ku clarify utakimia, kwa sababu hujui na hujui venye kinaendelea. Naona, so for me waga naona yeye aliona amepewa hiyo chance, kwa sababu nakumbuka Uhuru akisema mzuri sana, if utakaa ni kama, yani ni kama vile sisi watoto tunaambiwa na baba zetu, ukikaa chini yangu ukinisikiza mzuri nitakusaidia hapa. Yeye alimwambia nitakuwa your chief campaigner, but hakumwambia ati ukae hapa as long as yani uanze kuinuka, uanze kupigana na mimi, kwa sababu mimi kwangu waga naona yeye alifika mahali ameambiwa, ukiona Ruto na huko akitangatanga mwambie hii. Lakini the time ilienda ikafika to a point akaambiwa kwanza tusimamishe hapo, tumalize zile project ambazo tumeanzia. Alifanya nini? Aliendelea. Hakusikiza venye mkubwa amesema. Then hata ikiwa ni wewe utasemaje? Wamekuwa wakatili, na juu yeye hawezi mfukuza, akaamua basi acha basi tukae namna hii.
Okay, sawa sawa. Bartai,
niko Bishop.
Niambie.
Lakini sasa mimi nashangaa. Umekaa na yeye miaka 5. Umezaa watu, barikiwa na watoto. kaanza kushikwa na kichaa. Shida iko wapi? Kwa sababu what you are telling, let me finish. Nataka kutuambia
unakatika katika,
una network yako si mzuri.
Deputy President kwa
tengeneza network yako then urudi.
Network yake ni mbaya. Can I respond to Ndisho?
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Niko sawa, nimesikika?
Ndicho.
Yes, Nyakundi.
Ebu Bartai, ebu ongea tena tusikie.
Ndisho.
Yes.
So, mimi ni
ulikuwa unauliza swali
term Deputy President alikuwa mzuri. Full and kuchapa hakukuwa mwizi.
Okay, endelea.
Term ndio kichaa imeanza. Okay.
Network yake ni mbaya.
Bando.
Network yako ni mbaya.
Napotea vibaya sana.
Nelson,
now Ndicho.
Yes, sir.
I want to respond to you this. You see, your statement, you have all the ukona rights za kusema vile wewe unaona. But you know, this man, this president of ours, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru knew Ruto from the word go. Alikuwa anamjua vizuri sana. Alikuwa anajua this guy is ambitious. You see, somebody who is ambitious, it's so hard to control somebody who is ambitious. When you want to do something, when you want to pursue something, you will always want to do it. Yani unataka kutengeneza njia for you to achieve that thing that you want to achieve. Ruto from the word go, before they even formed an alliance with Uhuru, Ruto wanted to run for president. True or false? Ukweli. So, but when now he was presented with the ground, akaambiwa, no, you cannot run because hautashinda, because that was the idea. Hiyo ndio kitu ilikuwa ukweli, hautashinda. So the idea here is, Uhuru brought all these other guys, akaambia Kalonzo, tafadhali ni support. Kalonzo akasema hapana. Musalia ni support, because they had an agreement with Musalia, like Uhuru, Musalia angeachia Uhuru ndiye run. Musalia akakataa. Now definitely ange approach Baba unajua si mtu wa kuapproachika, he will just definitely angemtrash. So now when he approached Ruto akamwambia, if you want me to run to be your running mate, lazima unipatie share fulani ya government. That is on their own agreement. This is what we hear. This is not what exactly is there. So vile tunasikia Ruto waligawana 50-50 government. Na ukiangalia vizuri sana during the first time of government, that is 2013. Me, I was for Baba Adamu. Me, I was for Raila Amolo Odinga. So we were convinced, later on we were convinced the development track record that this guy had laid down, akasema tutafanya hii na hii, tukakuwa convinced, akasema okay, these are the real deal. So what I'm trying to tell is this: Ruto was very ambitious from the word go. But now in mind, he later knew that I want to ride on this guy because at the end of the day, I will want to become the president after his time expires. So lazima ninyenyekee. And that is what exactly Ruto has been doing. So whenever I hear you saying that the Ruto alianza kuwa na kiburi, hataki kuheshimu president, me I wonder at what point Ruto hajaheshimu rais. Because even in his humble submissions when he's inviting the president, you will hear him say that it is now my humble duty. hata alikuwa anasema serikali ambayo inaongozwa na Uhuru Kenyatta. Hajaisema sasa serikali ambayo mimi ninaongoza, kwa sababu yeye anajua yeye ni naibu wa serikali. So this guy, I don't know whether you guys mnasikiza what he's saying, but the reality is this guy has never at any given point disrespected the president. You also said about the issue ati issue you said about ati Ruto anapeana pesa anarudisha. Surely can you go on the ground? By the tafadhali tusiongee tu just for the sake of talking. Go to the ground. Issue, do your own research. Utuambie by the I talked to these and these guys, wakatuambia ile pesa tulichangiwa ilirudi. Ndio sisi pia tukubali, tusije maybe tuko kuagiza na hatujui. So that we are being told that hii pesa inaletwa na DP inarudi. Tukishajua from there, now that will base our argument from there. Another thing, there is one thing I want to tell you guys. There's something that the government and the previous governments have been doing, the top down, trickle down approach imekuwa ikitumika, ambayo hata iliongelewa juzi na Joe Biden, the president of the United States. So now Ruto is having this narrative ya kusema kwamba we bottom up approach, whereby pesa inaanzia chini, inapatiwa ule mtu wa chini, ule mtu mnyonge, ndio na yeye akijiinua, when that person who is in the pyramid akiinuliwa, watu wengine wa hapa juu watajisota. Who can dispute that approach? But let us be realistic here. Look at that approach. If we say truly that we want to okoa this nation, hata wewe ndicho unajua unasema hakuna rais ambaye amekuwa Kenya. Kama tungekuwa na rais kama Magufuli kule Tanzania, hatungekuwa vile tuko hivi. So let us accept our mistakes. We are never perfect.
Nelson, acha tusikie Mwangi hapo zimeisha. Mwangi Sam. Namuita anatoka Wangila.
Mtabe.
Mimi nataka niwaambie kitu.
Ngoja Wangila. Yes, endelea.
Mimi nataka kuambia watu wa Ruto kitu moja. It is sad tuna discuss 2022 sahi. But wacha niwaambie kitu moja kwa history ya politics. Urafiki jaifanya vizuri kwa politics. Na tunajua ni interest peke yake. So ukisema ati sisi ni marafiki, si politics, hiyo si politics. So Moi aliambia Saitoti nini? Ile siku alipea Uhuru uongozi, kusema alimwambia uongozi haina urafiki, umekuwa deputy wangu, lakini hiyo sio mambo na uongozi. So watu wa Ruto msikie kitu moja. Ruto alikuwa atengenezwa akue president just like that. Hata hangehitaji 2 months or 3 months ya campaign for 1 month na akue president. Mwenyewe ameenda the long cut na ataenda mpaka 2032. Mbona Biden hakuwa president hiyo time nyingine? Amekuja time yake akatafuta na akapata. So watu wa Ruto wacha niwaambie, kuwa over ambitious ndio imeharibia Ruto. Ruto hatakuwa president 2022. Let me tell you the truth. Hawezi.
How?
Hivyo tu. Enda by elections zote ndio ujue how. Atakuwa president wa Rift Valley. Haina shida.
My friend. Draft kama
Wakira voda unaongea ukweli.
Mimi naongea, sio wewe unijibu, mimi nawaambia maoni yangu. Magufuli ameambia, nisikize, mimi nilikuwa nawasikiza mkiongea. Magufuli aliambia nani nijibu?
Umebaki 1 minute, endelea.
Haya, 1 minute, wacha nimalizie. So, mimi sijui mwenye atakuwa president 2022, but najua hii kati yenye Ruto amechukua imemharibia. Ata spend pesa yake amalize na hata kuwa president. But atamachua with time. Akishajaribu hiyo ya 2022, ajaribu 2027, 2032 atafaulu.
Barasa.
Msikiwe na pupa. Watu wa Ruto tulizeni boli. Si tunajua Ruto vizuri, amekuwa na scandal ya guns na Rashid. Akaua Kenei, akaenda kulia kwa matanga ya Kenei, tunajua.
Nataka kushukuru sana Wangila ameongea.
Acha Barasa aongee.
Amefungua roho. Wangila ameongea na amefungua roho. Lakini ni mzuri Wangila. Sasa shida moja na watu wengi na Ruto ni Ruto baba yake ajulikani, alikuwa chief, hakukuwa assistant chief, hakukuwa mzee ya mitaa, alikuwa tu, yani baba yake alikuwa tu. Shida ya watu wengi Kenya hii ni the fact that Ruto yeye mwenyewe amejibili. Na Ruto ni mtu wewe jamani daktari. Unajua wanasiasa nimeongea, nimefanya kazi na wanasiasa. Wanasiasa hawapendi mtu ako na akili. If you want to be a friend of politician, and look at all these politicians, look around the politicians, ni watu wananga akili. Lakini Ruto ako na akili. Ruto aungemwambia ngoja, hapana. Ruto si mtu akwambiwa ngoja. Ruto angeambiwa ngoja in 1997. Let's go back to history. What happened in 1997? Ruto alienda kwa Moi, alikuwa kijana Moi, alikuwa tulboy wa Moi. Akaambia baba Moi, Nyayo, nataka kuamka kiti. Akaambia unataka kuamka kiti ya wapi? Eldoret North. Nani alikuwa mjumbe wa Eldoret North? Telep Chesiria. Ruto baba akamwambia hapana, wewe kijana nitakupea nomination, wewe kaa usiamuke. Akajituma, akaenda mwenyewe akajitafutia hiyo kiti. Alipata ama hakupata? Alipata. 2002, when everybody was moving out of Nini, when everybody was moving away, Ruto had a chance of moving away from Kanu and joining the government. But akaamua kujitafutia yeye mwenyewe. Akaamua yeye mwenyewe kutoka kujitafutia serikali. Unfortunately, hakupata. But he was so consistent. 2005, when everybody, including Moi mwenyewe, were for, actually in 2005, when everybody was for Ndizi, he joined Jungwa. The same 2005. Kalenjin hatukuwa na kingpin. Let me finish, then you'll answer me. Hatukuwa na kingpin 2005. I think Korir will agree with me. 2005 mzee alikuwa amezeeka, hatukuwa na kingpin. Who was to be our kingpin? We had Henry Goske, we had the late Nicholas Biwott, we had the likes of Franklin Bett, but Ruto mwenyewe akajituma. From kijana mdogo hakuwa na experience kisiasa, hakukuwa, he only had actually 9 years experience in siasa. But yeye mwenyewe akajitokeleza, akaambia watu wa Kalenjin, this is what I have for you, and he has been our kingpin since then up to now. 2007 yeye mwenyewe ndiye alituongoza sisi wote, tukaungana 42 against 1, unfortunately tukaanguka. 2013 ametushikilia na Uhuru Kenyatta, 2017 ametushikilia na Uhuru Kenyatta. Sasa yeye si mtu kuambiwa ngoja, yeye ni mtu anaona kitu. Yeye this betrayal, okay, I want to challenge my friend Wangila Ndishu. Nyinyi you are so uncomfortable kwa sababu Ruto saizi ameamka kujitafutia. Nyinyi your assumption was mlikuwa mnataka Ruto akae ifike 2021 ama 2022 mwezi wa 4 mturuke. Si ndivyo? See, that was your nini. But you know, you are handling a doctor. Na si doctor tu nini is a scientist. Yeye huona, he can predict. He can predict that this is what is going to happen. So what is making most of you uncomfortable is the fact that Ruto amesoma game mapema. Na si shida mtu. Sisi wote tunawatch mpira. Once in a while wenye wanapenda mpira. Huwezi ambia Mourinho kwa nini umefunga bao la kwanza na ukaenda kudefend. Kuna mtu anaweza ambia hivyo. Si ni strategy yake. Nani ameambia Mourinho, nani amewahi question Mourinho that umefunga the first goal in 90 in the first 1 minute and for the remaining 92 minutes
Yeah, nataka nikujibu my.
Endelea kwa real. Huyu amehang.
Nataka nimjibu huyo jamaa amesema Ruto hawezi kuwa president 2022. Ruto kama ujui mtu politics, hata Raila mwenyewe saa hii ni mtu mwenye anapigana na yeye. Uwezi ukampatia Ruto Kalonzo, alafu uwezi ukampatia Mudavadi ashindane na Ruto, ama uwezi ukampatia Gideon Moi. Gideon Moi hata akienda siasa ni watu 30 anaweza enda. So ile kitu nakwambia, Ruto ni kama anachezanga draft. Ukimpatia mbili anakugonga 3 na anakuvalisha kaputi na anakupiga 3 ingine. Wacha nikupatie mfano. Kwa nini Nairobi haikukubali kwenda election ya governor? Kwa nini Matungu walisaidiwa na serikali? Wote walishikana Gideon Moi, Kalonzo, Wetangula. Lakini yako peke yake, lakini hakuenda kufanya siasa ya huyo mtu. Alitumana vijana wake. Kabuchai. Didimus Barasa alimtumana peke yake. Na alipata kura ngapi? Na Ruto si ati anataka kwa hii uchaguzi ndogo anataka kushinda, anataka kujua kwa ground ako namna gani. Kama hii ya Machakos. Kama ulienda hii uchaguzi, ulienda kuona magari zenye zilikuwa zinatembeangwa na hao wengine walikuwa wanatembea na TK. Ruto hakukanyaga hapo. Lakini uliona alipata 19,000, 15%. My friend, kama unajua kucheza draft, Ruto anajua kucheza draft. Anakupiga 3 na anakufalisha kofia na anakupiga 2 tena. Kama hujajua siasa ya Ruto. Siasa ya Ruto ni ya Moi. Maliza.
Okay, good. Kuna Mwangi Sam.
Mutabei, ujambo?
Yes, endelea mkubwa.
Asante sana. Nashukuru vile umenialika, umeniwezesha kuingia kwa hii conversation yenye tunaongea saa hii. Kwangu, I think sometimes I get so much angered wakati naona sisi watu jia, na wakati mwingine tukikosa mwelekeo ule ambao ni wasawa, sababu sisi zote tumekuwa kwa hii nchi na saa hii tumezeeka. We are getting aged, and ukiangalia one policy yenye imefaulu sana katika hii nchi ambao sisi watu wadogo but we have not yet discovered is divide and rule policy. Na wakati sisi the young generation we are still carrying on with the propagation of divide and rule policy whereby bado tuko kwa ile fikra za ukabila ati huyu yule. Hii nchi kwa hakika iko na shida mingi na sisi tunaziona. This generation yenye sisi tuko na zenye siko nyuma yetu, at least we are educated fellas, na kuna mambo mingi sana tunaweza ona, na mengine hahitaji hata mtu ameenda shule, tunaweza yaona kwa peupe vile inafanyika. And we know when the leadership of any country yenye iko na challenge, tutakaa kila mtu akilaumu huyu, unalaumu huyu, unafikiria huyu anafanya hivi sababu ati yako na nia njema na wewe, lakini la hasa. Kila mtu ni kujigawia, kila mtu ni kufuta kwake katika hii nchi. Na ile ligi tuko nayo actually right now, the fight which should be on the table is change in this country as far as leadership of this country is concerned, because we can, like issues of corruptions, we cannot continue talking of issues of corruption, whereas we have institutions, we have people who have been charged with that responsibility, and yet nothing is happening in this country. Na sisi tunakaa tu hapa tunashabikia tukisema we should be very worried. Today at least we are lucky enough that at least you can put a plate of food at the table. What about your kid tomorrow? Because the way the country is going, then if tomorrow we don't have a guarantee, then it means we are just gambling with the other generations we have after us and even our kids. And that's a very unfortunate situation. So kwangu mimi nikiangalia vile hali ilivyo kama saa hii, there is a lot of confusion. because one thing which think Kakasa approach. Can you hear me? Okay.
Acha tusikie Magambo.
Unasikia sasa? Unanisikia?
Magambo
You can hear me? Hello, unanisikia?
Yes.
Hello, unanisikia? Asante sana. What I was saying, if you can, the one thing which is always on the air to bring confusion is propaganda. There is a lot of propaganda for what? If there is unjust actions allowed within our country, where is the law? Where is the rule of the law? Kenya is a democratic country, whereby we need to see people being reprimanded, yeah, as far as they break the law. But the law, things are going well, and
Mwangi, tengeneza kamera. Nelson.
I tried last time and I couldn't get a chance.
Nelson, unaongea?
I have had. I'm talking. Yeah. I'm saying first of all, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity today. I've been trying to get into this platform, but I've not been able to get a chance. But I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Now, I've heard my colleagues talking about draft. I've heard my colleagues talking about Ruto being so smart. I've heard my colleagues talking about a lot of things. We are not new in this country to begin with. And we do not really need an outsider to come and remind us of our history. We know it. And for me, I'm not pro Raila, I'm not pro Ruto, I'm not pro Uhuru, but I'm pro sense. And it is not something like a rocket science for us to tell the trend of our politics and even who is going to play which card and who is not going to play which card. But just to speak about Ruto's movements and all the cards that he has been having on his table, I think he scored himself a goal. He scored himself a goal because he had the best opportunity when the BBI thing and the handshake thing was starting. He had the best opportunity to give these people a very, very difficult job. And the only way he could have given these people a very difficult job was to tell the president that, boss, wewe ndio boss wangu. Raila, wewe ndio baba yangu. Mmesema ni BBI, sawa. Mimi na support BBI. In fact, president, wewe fanya aje, coordinate government duties and other stuffs. Let this be for me and Baba. Let us now organize these things. Let's work with Baba. Other than, having this bromance and all that kind of stuff with Raila, and spread well how politics in this country are being played. He could have scored big time because it could have reached a point whereby now these people are wondering, what do we do with this guy? He has been with us till the end. In fact, even the Mount Kenya region today could have been more confused the way they are. Right now, they have a clear path on how to make a decision. Now, put that aside. Someone telling us that the father to Ruto was not known, he was not even a chief, he was not. I want to say that is a very cheap and mere propaganda that can only be used to hoodwink somebody in the village and not somebody who has sat in a classroom to maybe read history and the past activities in our politics. Because if Ruto's father was not known, then why was Ruto dining with the dynasties all the way from 1997 and even by the time he was entering into politics during YK 97 and all that, when he was working for Jirongo and Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. Ruto himself has never ever voted outside dynasties. Let us not forget about that. He has never voted outside dynasties. Even by the time he was supporting Raila Odinga, today he claims that Raila Odinga is a dynasty. He supported a dynasty. He has supported Uhuru Kenyatta. He has supported each and every people. And it is not like in the past we've not been having people outside the dynasty families. No, we have been having people. But what has been happening with him? He has been playing his cards. Now, I want to really plead with our youths, Mtembe, and everyone listening to me. that there is one dangerous thing that we should really debunk and stay away from it unless we are ready to go a very dangerous route, which we have seen and we have even read maybe in the past that happened in Congo and Rwanda. There were Hutu and Watutsi. What happened? The class war that is being organized by this Tanga wing of UDA, of Hustler versus Dynasty Nation. If I'm poor, I know I'm poor. Don't tell me that I'm poor, because I know you are rich and you're assuming to be caring about me. There is no way you will lie to me as a young person in this country who has papers and do not have a job. You want to give me a wheelbarrow and telling me I'm poor, and then you will take care of me when you get government. And your daughter is an ambassador of a nation somewhere. Your kids are riding Lamborghinis somewhere. Yes, I know I'm poor. Don't remind me about that. It's an insult. This is a class war. And today I can tell you for a fact, everyone listening to me here, and even everyone who can access internet right now, it means you can access an Uber. Just by a mere mistake that you take an Uber back home, or even around, if you're in Nairobi, around Githurai or around Kayole or any other place, those places considered to be slums. And then this Uber guy, just by a mistake, hits a boda guy. You will see the danger that lies under the class war of hustler versus dynasty, narrative. All these people will come to you, and they will even want to snitch you guys and kill you, because they will be reasoning like, you can afford a car, you're a dynasty. So to be honest, let us debunk from this narrative. And another thing, there is nothing that is new that Ruto has which he has not been in a position to offer. If a position to offer everything that he wants to offer come 20. President of this nation for the past how long? You can't tell me that it is only today that you have come to your senses and even realized that you want to help the youth of this nation and tell them that they are hustlers, and then the other wing is a dynasty. Now, anyway, I don't want to ride on the fact that Raila has been talking about the past of their families and even the past of the Uhuru families and the rest. I'm not going to ride on that, but it's a mere fact. We can as well even visit the history, and we can see their fathers were also not known by anyone before they became known. Okay, so let us talk about Ruto himself, not his father who is in the village. Himself is the deputy president of this nation. He's part and parcel of the dynasties. You know, when they talk of even Mukisa Kitui, and they talk of even the current governor of Makueni, Professor Kivuta Kibwana, I can tell you for a fact, all these people are not our good options. They are not our good options. Why? Because Mukisa Kitui was an MP before he was elected to be the secretary of whatever when United Nations enacted. What did he do to the constituency where he was leading as an MP? Can he even go back there and showcase that this is what I did, these are the lives that I changed? People are still even complaining for him up to today in that constituency. Professor Kivuta Kibwana, before he became a governor, this guy has been in the government all along. All these people they're just recycled beings of system being rewinded and then differing with the other part of the wing of the system. You know, for us to get a fresh blood, it means a fresh blood. Maybe we take Mutembei from the street and tell him, Mutembei, be the president, we will support you as the youth. That is the fresh blood we can talk about. And I'm telling you the truth. Because even Babu Wino today is not a fresh blood. Why? Babu Wino is an MP through the powers of Raila Amolo Odinga, a system. Meaning, there is no way you can separate Babu Wino from Raila Odinga. The only option we could have gotten a solution. And you know, I'm free to talk about it because Kenya today is a free nation. We have freedom of speech and all that kind of stuff. I know nobody will be nobody will be on my door tomorrow, even in my office or anywhere, to arrest me for saying this. But the only place we could have gotten a permanent solution. BBI is a problem, fine. Is it not a problem? Fine. It is a problem to some people. It is not a problem to some people. Now, the only way we could have gotten a solution is this. If we say that BBI was a problem, but some people and a good number supported it all the way from the launch up to now that the process that is undergoing. We could have gotten we could have gotten hold of these people at Bomas. The entire problem of this country was at Bomas during the launch of BBI, including the common Wananchi who are supporting them. Because these people, they will feel like the other parts of the country is with them, because they call for a meeting in Bomas, they have an audience. Now they keep on saying, we as Kenyans, we as Kenyans. Who are these Kenyans they keep on saying? I'm a Kenyan. I've never been asked for anything regarding BBI. I'm a Kenyan. There is even this Innovate and other organizations who carry research and the rest. They normally say, oh, 70% of Kenyans say, 30% of Kenyans say. I don't know if there is anyone in this platform who has ever been asked by Innovate a question regarding anything. Please raise your hand. I've never been asked. I don't know where these 30% of Kenyans are coming from. So the people who normally support the people, other people who impose things on common Wananchi, those are the people who gives the leaders, the bad leaders, platforms to hoodwink and use the so-called Kenyans. I wish they could have been bombed at Bomas, and then we have a clear country, a clear nation, where somebody, Mutembei now comes, because I know it was not at Bomas. Mutembei now comes, our people, we have suffered in the hands of the bereaved. Let us bury them and let us forge ahead. Lakini don't tell us that Baba ya Ruto hakujulikana. In fact, if you reason like that, you're reasoning like somebody who didn't even finish Form 4. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Wangira, tukusikia?
Hello?
Wangira?
Mic ya Wangira iko off.
Thank you, Nelson, umeongea vizuri. Me, I want to say one thing. Tulikuwa tunaongea general politics, which is okay. Let me give you a reason why mimi niko against politics ya Ruto as a person. The reason is 2010 tulikuwa na constitution na Ruto alipinga hiyo constitution. Today yeye anasema alikuwa kwa ballot na president, kumaanisha pia alivotiwa. So sahi tukijaribu kusema to strengthen devolution, yeye anakuja na story zake, anajifanya anapinga, anajifanya hapingi. Do you know Kenya devolution imesaidia hii Kenya? Mimi natoka remote, natoka kwa hiyo constituency ya Muhisa Kitui. Na Muhisa Kitui akiwa MP alikuwa opposition na alikuwa against Moi. Hatujaiona maendeleo mpaka venye tumepata mpaka 2013. Barabara ya lami apart from highway ya kwenda mpaka Malaba hatukuwa na any. So sahi tukiongea to strengthen our counties, hata hizi politics mingi turudishe kwa counties so that presidential elections isikuwe do and die. Alafu mtu anasimama hapo katikati anasema ataleta economics ya bottom up. Sijui bottom up itakuja aje? Nani atapewa pesa kwa mfuko ndio ianze kuwa bottom up? Na ni sheria zinapeana pesa kwa mashinani ndio watu at least miradi za serikali zikuwe mashinani zisaidie watu wa kawaida. Devolution imenisaidia hata mimi. Na tulielewana after 2010 kwamba hakuna mtu atatembea akisema alifanya hii development sasa mpe kura. Alifanya development na pesa yenye mimi nimetoa ya tax. Hakufanya kwa pesa yake ya mfuko. Wewe ni deputy president, unapewa 2 billion kwa budget kwa ofisi yako. Unaanza kutembea na pesa ukigawa pesa kwa mifuko za watu. Uko sure ukipea jirani 1 million, mimi umenipea? Lakini masomo ikiwa ya bure, si hata mtoto wangu atasoma. Kama medication ni free, si watoto wangu watatibiwa. So mimi niko against Ruto kwa sababu anajaribu, ni mtu mzuri sana, mimi nampenda, but anajaribu kutuletea vitu zenye unaona ziko Tanzania. Magufuli anatembea kila mahali akigawa pesa, akigawa maendeleo, na anaweza gawa na mapendeleo, si kisheria. So sisi tunataka sheria iruhusu kitu fulani ifanyike, so that uwezi simama useme nilifanya. Sheria ilikuruhusu ufanye. Unasikia? So mimi ningependa going forward presidential elections isikwe do or die. Na ukiangalia wazee wenye wako mbele yetu, hao mnawaita sijui nini, wanajaribu kufikiria hapo mbele itakuwa aje. If every time tuko na do or die elections, tunaenda wapi? Kama devolution iko strong, kila institutions zinafanya. Mimi sijali nani atakuwa president, hata naweza jali nani atakuwa governor wa kwetu. Hiyo ndo politics mimi ningependa tuende going forward. Lakini tukifuata Ruto tunarudi kwa ile politics ya mfuko. President anakuja anawaambia hapa mtakuwa na kitu fulani. Anaenda kwingine juu hawakumpea kura, haezi wapea. Na hiyo ndo kitu Ruto ameteseka kwa hizi by election juu ya hiyo mambo ya hiyo pesa. Na amefanya watu wote wataungana against yeye. Sawa? Hiyo ndo maoni yangu.
Okay, sawa. Masharia.
Maiki ya Mashariko. Iko sawa, ni unmute. Is it okay?
Okay. Yes.
Ni mute mimi, ni mute.
How are you doing guys?
Tuko poa, endelea.
Poa, nimefurahia kuingia kwa show leo. I've been following you from some weeks ago na nimekuwa unfortunately sijawahi ingia, but today I thank God that nimepata nafasi ya kuchangia. Is a good show, is a good thing you're doing and you keep on doing it, unasaidia watu wengi sana. So, mimi sitaongea mengi. Nikiangalia hawa jamaa tuko nao hapa kwa screen, naona wengi ni watu yangu, tuko kama rika moja. Na it's so sad that utasikia wengine wetu kwa umri tuko nayo, bado tunapelekwa ile mafikira wazazi wetu walikuwa nao ya ukabila na ya kuchukiana. It's so sad. I'm in the US saa hizi na najua mambo ya nyumbani. And ukiona zile siasa ambazo zinafanywa, si siasa zinafanywa za kusaidia sisi. And if we can be liberated from that slavery, that ya ukabila, tutolewe hiyo mafikira ya kikabila kwa akili yetu sisi. Tujue kiongozi mwenye mzuri ni yule anakuja kutusaidia na kutukomboa. Angalia wananchi wenye wakulima wenye wanalima vyakula vyao, wafanyi biashara, ule kiongozi mwenye atakuja kuwasaidia. But wale ambao wako saizi hao ambao unaona wanapiga nduru sana, watu wanavuta mashabiki, hakuna kitu ambacho mtu anasimama kuomba nacho kura kuambia mwananchi amemsaidia. It's so sad that kwetu saizi kuna watu wenye hatiaona barabara. It's so sad kwamba kuna watu wenye wanakufa njaa, wengine wanakufa magonjwa kwa hii karne tuko nayo. So you can only see up to where you are seated. Hauwezi ona mlima pandile ingine ikiwa hujapanda pale kwa mlima. Na your eyes can only see mpaka kwa bend, mpaka kwa kona. Lakini si lazima tuingie kwa shimo ndio tujue tunaanguka. Sisi ni vijana. Tuna haki ya kuerevusha wenzetu, lakini tusiingie kwa hiyo mafikira ya kudanganywa. Right now, last year hapa kulikuwa na elections. So the election, election ilifanywa nikiwa hapa. I was lucky to witness. And ile siasa nilikuwa nimezoea kwetu huko nyumbani. I'm from Nakuru. So ile siasa ya kupiga mdomo kanisani, kukuja campaign mnapewa pesa, hapa si kuona na hapa hakuna. So in fact there's a guy from my city here, ni Mkisia, alisimama mayor. He came with other guys na anakuja kwa mlango anakunokia, anakupatia polisi zake, unasikia ni nzuri, and then ukisikia ni nzuri unamsupport, even you can give him some few bucks za kumsupport. Lakini kwetu sisi tunataka huyu kiongozi atupatie. So that thing will never happen. As long as tume lose purpose ya kuchagua watu, tutaishi kwa shida. Mtembei ni ngumu sana uone hizi njambo zinaendelea. Lazima wale viongozi wa mbele wafunguke macho ili waweze kufungua wale wengine wako nyuma. Na ni lazima tu sacrifice. If our parents didn't sacrifice wakufe ndio tupate independence, saizi bado tungekuwa chini ya mkoloni, si ni kweli? So hata sisi lazima tu sacrifice hizo pesa tunapewa kidogo kidogo. Tuambie huyo kiongozi, hizi pesa zako hatutaki, tunataka utusaidie maendeleo tuweze kujisimamia na tuweze kusonga mbele. But until bado tuko na hiyo mafikira ya ukabila na ambayo itatusaidia, my friend, hatutainuka. So BBI, nilisikia BBI, nimekuwa nikifuata tu hivi tu kwa mtandao, nimekuwa nikisikia, lakini BBI wenye walikuja nayo okay, is not really is not the right thing right now, lakini kwa sababu inafuata, wanasema wanaleta devolution, wanaongeza pesa kufikia watu huko chini. It's not a priority right now, but hiyo ndio inafika saizi, wanasema mpaka ifanye, kwa sababu mgao ya pesa kwa zile county ambazo ziko underrepresented, wakati inapelekwa kwa bunge inakuwa ngumu kupitisha. So that's why wamekuja na BBI, but I wouldn't have gone for it. But kwa sababu hiyo tu ndio njia inaonekana kwamba nchi zingine, county zingine na communities zinaonekana kama ziko kwa serikali. Wacha nimalize. I was doing a research na kuna mahali Turkana, kulikuwa na wajamaa sponsors walitoka Uingereza wakaenda wakachimba vyo kule. So walipo tengenezea watu choo, Peter Rins, watu wako kwenda kwa choo. So ile walikuwa na shida ya corridor. So ilizidi kugonjeka. So and people were wondering, mbona watu wanagonjeka, and tumewatengenezea choo. Kumbe hawakupata kujua shida hiyo jamaa si choo. Shida ni culture yao, kwamba hawatumii choo. So hata ukiwatengenezea choo haitakuwa cha manufaa kwao. So guys, let's sacrifice kwa sababu ya watoto wetu. Sisi ni sawa, sisi tunaelekea 40 years old, lakini wacha watoto wetu, ama watoto wetu watakaa maisha mazuri kwa sababu ya sisi kujitolea. Na tugoe tu kufunguana macho, najua tutasaidika. It might be a long journey, but even the longest journey starts by a step, and we can be a change. Yeah.
Thank you. Jane, tusikie. Acha tusikize Jane kwanza, tunakuja kwako.
Okay. Ya, habari zenyu nyinyi wote?
Kwa salama.
Mnanisikia poa
Sana.
Vizuri kuwaona tena. Mtembei?
Yes.
You're doing a good job.
Asante.
Yeah, mi nilikuwa tu nataka kusema Nelson, I support Nelson, the guy who was there before, everything he said. Alafu kwanza ana Didimus, ile kitu ninaweza sema, alikuwa anasema going back to Mulembe Nation, sijui nini. Mkiangalia hiyo story ya going back to Mulembe Nation, si ni ukabila tena? Ama nyinyi mnaonaje? Aende ajenge kutoka nyumbani, sijui nini. This is ukabila. Ile tulikuwa tunasema hata last week vile tuliongea Mtembei, hii ukabila ndio inatumaliza. Si ndio? Hatuendi tuchague mtu kwa sababu ya anaweza tusaidia na hii, ama amefanya hii, ama amefanya hii. Tunaenda tunachagua mtu kwa sababu huyu ni Mkikuyu wetu, hata kama ni
sure
mwizi, ni Mkikuyu wetu. Sasa mimi hiyo story ninajua tu ni ukabila, na hii ukabila hatutaimaliza. Tukiendelea hivyo tunaendelea. Na nikasema last week, sisi okay, me I'm not in the category of youths anymore, you understand, but I can still say I'm a youth anyway. Youth ndio wanafaa kumaliza hii kitu. Na nikasema last week, inafaa mtu fresh, kwa sababu kila mtu kwa government saizi, everyone who is in the government saizi ni mwizi. Nitasema hivyo kwa sababu pesa zimepotea, si ndio? Pesa zinapotea mamilioni. Tumekosa tu mtu mmoja wa kujitokeza hata kwa bunge. Hata kwa bunge aseme, this is not right. Ile kitu viongozi wanataka. Kama Didimus pengine ameona hii chama ya UDA haitaenda through, kwa hivyo hatapata chance. Una understand? Akaona hii chama hii kina Mudavadi waliendosiwa na president, wakaitwa sijui the whatever 7, si ndio? Wacha niende nijitafutie mahali pale 2022 bado nitakuwa kwa gava. Ndio niendelee kukula. Unaelewa? Nikuwe kazi bado, nikuwe kazi. That's why unaona ndio sababu form coalition. You understand? Ndio tukishinda tutakuwa kwa gava na tutaendelea. Unaelewa? Na ndio nilikuwa ninasema we need somebody fresh. Kila mtu. Na nikapea na example, hata kama ni Mtembei tunaweza msimamisha kwa president.
Yeah.
Na understand? Tuanze tu somewhere. Hakuna haja watu wote wako kwa gava. Awe ni Uhuru, Ruto, Raila, wote hao watu ni waizi. Pesa ya KEMSA imepotea wakiwa tu hapo, si ndio? Si wako? kuna tu mtu mmoja amekosa wa kutoka aseme chochote, alafu kama hata UDA na wengine all they are bothered about is kuweka mtu wao nini mahali fulani asimame, lakini hata washughuliki na watu wengine Mbona hawakuenda wachukue mama mboga vile tulisema, waseme huyu mama mboga saizi huyu ndo atakuwa nini hapa, tutasimamisha huyu, you know what I mean Hao watu wote, kila mtu anajifaidia yeye mwenyewe, na wakienda huko mbele ni yeye na familia yake itafaidika. Wewe hakuna mtu anakujua individually, they'll just use, wanatumianga tu ma youth. Na nikaomba na nikasema youth please, musikubali kutumiwa tena, musipigane juu ya mtu, mkatae kabisa. Hakuna haja ya kupigana juu ya mtu. They don't know you. All they want ni kwenda pale mbele. Hakuna mtu clean kwa gava. Everyone for themselves. I'm telling you, everyone for themselves. Sisi Manjiko tutajipigania sisi wenyewe. Everyone for themselves. That's the only thing I can say.
Okay, sawa. Guys, wenye wanataka kujoin na share link ya kujoin hapo kwa comment section, unaweza click then you join us. Naona mtu kama Nancy anataka kutujoin na bado nimeshare hiyo link hapo mara kadhaa. Martin.
Yes. Mutabe, thank you. Nimekaa sana I think kwa line up. So okay, I have some points to raise. Okay. This guy Ruto actually I come from Juja constituency. That's in Kiambu County. Ruto has lost the ground. Na hii kitu ya cruise ground each and every day. Si kama yenye tulikuwa tunasema akona 80% support. Saizi hata sidhani hata Mount Kenya region hata anaweza fikisha 40%. Kila mtu hatuna hope na yeye tena. Kuna hii chama yenye aliform inaitwa UDA. With this UDA tulikuwa tuna expect the top leadership ikuwe mama boga, watu wa mkokoteni, watu wa wheelbarrow. Tulikuwa tuna expect, but we are not expecting people like Mudhama, people like okay, let me mention one, Mudhama and others. We're not expecting that. So Ruto anatutumia, na sijaona Ruto akipeana wheelbarrow left Valley. Sijui mbona anakuja kupatiana wheelbarrow Mount Kenya region. Hiyo ni kitu yenye hatujajua vizuri, maybe what's behind that. Then when it comes to I think the budget ya the office of the deputy prime minister, president I mean, the deputy DP, hii budget ndio amekuwa akinunua MPs nayo, the handout. Mara unasikia ananunua watu 5 million. Okay, they are not confirmed rumors, but ni kitu nimesikia even from the kuna groups na penyanga kidogo group zake.
Hizo ni propaganda, achana na propaganda.
Okay,
can I interject?
From the crowd, they are not propaganda. So Ruto, he has lost the ground. Na so far I think from the time Ruto withdraw from the government, I think the president has performed more than 1010%. As we have been talking about this, Mutabei, I think the crowd is supporting the BBI and everything, and the president it's in support of up to 1005%. So I don't think what we are discussing here, because Ruto has already lost the ground. We no longer believe in this guy. This guy is just a trick.
I want to interject.
Okay, endelea Jane.
Ashley, before you come in, please, 1 minute. Mutembei, okay. It's just a suggestion, please. Can we stop talking about these leaders, because they're not helping us in any way?
Yeah.
True.
Thank you.
What are we going to do?
That's why I wanted to. That's why I wanted to interject, because Ruto is a person who is vying for the 2022. So if you don't like what he's doing, you choose somebody else. I don't think we should spend all this time talking about what Ruto has not done and what Ruto has done. He's not God. So you're not obligated to choose him. And I want to support Macharia. He talked about tribalism. Like in 2016, here in the US, there was Clinton and Trump. They were both from New York. They were from the same state, which would be from the same county in Kenya, running for the presidency. And nobody talked about them being from the same place. It was what they were offering the people that was the importance. So it doesn't matter if the next president is going to be a Kikuyu or from Kalenjin. It does not matter. What it matters is what are they going to offer us. So instead of keeping on talking about Ruto, if you think he's so bad, why should you waste even more time coming here to talk about him? I think you should come here and we should come here. One of the things we need to really talk about is how do we help our people stop talking about tribalism, stop choosing leaders who are tribalistic, who only think of themselves, who do not put policy. You keep talking about Ruto. But let me tell you, then what you're really saying is that Uhuru is incompetent because he is the one who chose Ruto 3 times to be his deputy. So what you're saying is that either he did not vet his DP, and also if he vetted his DP, then he chose someone corrupt. He chose a thief. So what does that say about Uhuru if he was unable 3 times to choose a good deputy? When you talk about Ruto, remember you're talking about Uhuru's failures because he failed. If you say Ruto is so incompetent, that means Uhuru is a failure. And then we should not even ask Uhuru to help us with the next session because if he was unable to choose his deputy 2-3 times, then that means he is incompetent one way or another. And then we think about the things that are important to our country. Think about healthcare. This same government, which is headed by Uhuru, allowed planes to come into our country and bring corona. And then when corona came and our people were infected, they are now saying that NHIF is not in a position to cover those people. That is what we should be talking about, not the wheelbarrow. Let us talk about things that affect us. Because if your parent cannot go to hospital and they have corona, guess who is going to pay for them? You. And if you can't pay for them, guess what you're going to be doing? Burying them. We need to talk about real things. We need to talk about pesa za wazee. Do you know how long those old people have to wait for their money? 8 months. We need to talk about what do we need to do. You know, in the US, if the government is not doing their job, you disturb your Congress person. You keep calling them. You disturb them until they go to parliament and take that and table those motions. We need to table the motion that your MP will not get paid before pesa za wazee is paid. So if they want to be paid monthly, they have to first pay pesa za wazee. It has to go before they get their salary each month. Why do all people over 70 have to wait 8 months to get their money? Why does the money walikuwa wamesema wanapatia watu wazee for NHIF? They had said they are going to give them free card. And then all of a sudden, hakuna pesa. And then someone here is sitting talking about the roads that Uhuru is building. Do you know what Uhuru is doing or his government is doing? He wants to do those things to build roads at the expense of giving bursary to our children, at the expense of giving money for NHIF for our old people, at the expense of giving money for the widowed children, at the expense of giving these pesa za wazee kwa wazee. Na hawa wazee wengine, either their families ignore them, and some of them have no family, or some of them, their families are too poor. So they need that money. I wish this conversation would go that way instead of talking about Ruto. Ruto doesn't have to be president. He doesn't have to be deputy. He has enough money. But can you put food on your table? Can you take your children to school? Do your father or mother have to call you to support them? And you know why that is important? Because the policies of Uhuru make you to get more from your pocket to help your people. So it is important for us to look at these leaders. We keep talking about Ruto, but we're not talking about the failures of Uhuru. We are not talking about how he's gathering kingpins so that they can rule over us. for no, I mean, like, there are no good policies that are coming out from them. I can say a lot, but one of the things that Kenya will get, the only reason I like Ruto's Hustler Nation is because those people who steal from the government, the billions, should be uncomfortable going to the streets and walking there. They should be uncomfortable. They should be afraid. They should not come out. They should stay in their houses. Either use the money in the house or run away to abroad to use it. They should be so uncomfortable, just like the way the thief in towns who snatches someone's handbag is so uncomfortable that they can get reached. Hawa watu wanaiba hizi pesa za COVID, akina Warogoro, they should be uncomfortable. They should be afraid of going to the public. And when we do that, we kill corruption. That's why I like the hustler narrative. If it is aimed at people who have acquired wealth illegally, it is okay to work hard and to be rich. I don't think the hustler narrative is talking about rich people. It is talking about the people who have acquired their wealth illegally. They should be very afraid. Very afraid. And I hope that they will be very afraid to walk in public. I hope it will come to that. Because there should be a war against corruption. There should be a war against those people who are corrupt. They should be not comfortable coming to the public and speaking to us. They should be afraid. And that's my take.
Okay, Martin Lagat.
Yes.
Okay, thank you Mtembe for bringing me in here. La pili ningependa kusema Mtembe, nakubaliana na, was it Jen or Ann?
Ashley.
Jen Ashley, yeah. Nimekubaliana na yeye vizuri sana. I'm a committee member of UDA Hustler Nation. Na ningependa kuambia kwamba, I'm sorry to say this. UDA inaangalia ule mtu mwenye ako chini. Ule mtu mwenye mama mboga. So, this thing, we are trying to emerge it, ikuje so that one day, huyu mama mboga, ataweza kufika, hata yeye kwa pale State House. Kwa sababu sahii, this generation yenye tuko, hatutakataa. Hakuna mwenye ataweza badilisha kama sisi peke yetu. Na wacha nikuambie Mtembei na wenzangu, it is very hard for the government yenye tuko nayo ndani saizi kutoka. Si rahisi. So we have to do something better. We as youths tujaribu sana. Ili sasa the next generation ikue ni these hustlers ndio wako pale wana control the parliament au ndio wana control uko juu. Lakini tukiongea hapa is like if we don't do anything hatutatoboa. So I think that is it. Sitaki kuongea mengi Mtembei.
Okay, sawa. Acha tuongee na Martin. Martin Mads.
Yes, Mtembei. My take is actually we should have this in mind. We're not going to leave the country to the hands of thieves, and we must fight the demon. That's about to attack us. And okay. I think actually Kenya is a third world country, and you can't compare our economy with the USA. You talk about the wazee and every stuff. Okay, we are about to head there. That's why we should pass this BBI so that we can be there. I think if you pass this BBI, we are going to have like more to the county level, more money to the
No.
Then from there we should be talking about maybe watoto watasoma, basari itakuwa, maybe pesa itakuwa kwa wingi. So the demon we are fighting is a demon which is fighting the BBI. We are about to pass this BBI, which is about to bring more money in the county level, 35%. So I think I can't agree with her. If you need more bursary, more
Masharia.
Yes. In the one.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I won't go the narrative of with the hustler narrative. Okay, narrative is your way of campaigning of maybe the way you sell yourself to people, what you believe in, and talking to bottom up type of warfare to enable the common mwananchi to be well. I don't think it's realistic. I don't think iko na ukweli, because even if you give someone that wheelbarrow, he won't be pushing that wheelbarrow without nothing. You need to make it work. You need to make an economy which will help, which will enable that wheelbarrow to work. Because that wheelbarrow, if you want to sell like I see people selling like onions, tomatoes on them. Now go to that farmer, come up with policy in agriculture which will help those farmers, enable them to sell to produce their produce and also to sell them well. Let me speak on a matter that was raised by Ashley. You cannot live beyond your means, and I wish this BBI had an article about a clause about tax, because it's only in our country that people who earn a lot of money, like the MPs, they don't get taxed. Why should someone who earns a little be taxed, while someone who is earning millions is not getting taxed? They accepted to they have tax exception on to import stuff. They have their salary is not taxed, and it's a lot of money. How do you expect that person, if someone steals the money, how do you expect that person to feel? He won't feel anything bad, because it is not his money which is being stolen. But if they were taxed like any other Kenyan, watasikia uchungu hiyo pesa ikiibwa, lakini wananyamaza kwa sababu wana uchungu juu hiyo pesa hawalipi kodi. And then MP kwetu, an MP or a governor is like a demigod. MP akona magari, anaandikiwa mfanyikazi wa nyumba, anaandikiwa driver, anaandikiwa askari, while like a governor, like nyumbani Nakuru unakuta governor akona gari 20. Hiyo gari iko na driver, iko na mfanyikazi wa county, na hatuwezi tukaweza kufaulu na hiyo mzigo yote kwa pesa. Hapa tuko na governor ambaye anawakilisha over 5 million people in this state, na anaenda na magari mawili peke yake. Even uweze notice mahali yako, maybe tu mjoji unamjua kwa sura, unasema huyu ni governor, you cannot notice him. But kwetu kama ni governor akona gari 20, governor mshahara yake ni kubwa, yani it's like a demigod. We cannot live with that. Tupunguze expenditure ya serikali, turudi nyuma, tuweke policy za kusaidia agriculture. Like okay, Mr. Martin amesema ati tuko that one na huko si America. One time America was where we are. America haikuanza tu mahali iko leo. There's a time America ilipopewa uhuru kama like 3 years ago, wakati walipewa uhuru kama sisi, walichagua viongozi wazuri na viongozi waliwasaidia kukaa mpaka mahali wamefika leo. But as long as tunazidi kusonga nyuma kuchagua hao tu wenye tunafikiria kwa mafikira yetu, my friend, kila siku tutaishi kuomba, tutaishi kwa hand na mouth, na tutaisonga mbele. So Mtembei, wacha ni leave ndio mwingine aingie.
Sawa. So, Clinton,
nimeshukuru mwana, wakati mwema.
Okay.
Thank you.
Clinton, kuja tukusikie.
Niko area Mtembei. Sasa nimesikiza kidogo watu wanavyoongea, na mimi kitu naweza nikasema ni kwamba kila mtu, Kenya ni nchi huru na kila mtu anaruhusiwa kutoa maoni yake. Hivyo basi hakuna mtu anaweza akazuiwa. Kama mimi waniruhusu tu nikaseme mind yangu, mwingine aseme na yake, hivyo na maisha inasonga mbele. Sasa nikianzia title yenye nimeona umeweka hapo ni kwamba Didimus Barasa amejitoa. And this one is not news. Hii tulikuwa tuna expect. Kwa sababu Didimus alikuwa opportunist. Alikuwa anategea kama Ruto is very popular kwa constituency yangu, then niende na yeye. kama hayuko popular, saizi kuna lawyer unity wanazungumzia, which will never materialize. They talked about it some years back, lakini saizi kulikuwa na Weta na Mudavadi, watatu wakakuja, wote wanataka upresident. So tunazidi kuwaombea, mwingine pia ajitokeze next week, wakuwe na presidential candidates kama 5. Halafu kule kwa Kalonzo pia tumehakikisha wako 2, na hiyo inatusaidia. Sasa back to the hustler narrative. Yes, that's an idea of William Ruto, and most youths I think should follow this, because tumekuwa Kenya miaka na mikaka tukishabikia madynasties. Yani nakwambia kwetu Kisumu tunasemaga hakuna kusoma BBI, baba alishasoma. So it is something that we always just think that what they do is always right. So when Ruto comes with the hustler nation idea, it's very true. Luos are hustling, Kikuyus are hustling. There is no tribe. But to make sure that this hustler narrative doesn't move, Mheshimiwa Rais pia amejitokeza na makingpins akisema kwamba Kenya ni nchi ya kikabila na makabila lazima yaangaliwe. So instead of yeye kufocus on what legacy he wanna leave behind, yeye sasa ndio mwanasiasa yule shupavu mwenye anapanga mambo. Ya, si hata kutufanyia kazi, ni kupanga watu, we utakuwa hii, we utakuwa hii, na zingine ni za uongo. Mheshimiwa Rais alisema 2016 hapo, eti kuna wengine wanadanganywa eti watakuwa ma prime minister, vitu ambazo haziko kwa katiba. Na saizi amepanga kina Weta, wewe ni deputy prime minister, wewe nini. Na yeye pia inasemekana hataki kwenda nyumbani. Sasa atashare prime minister na mtu mwingine. We will live to remember William Ruto. Tutamuita muizi leo, kesho na kesho kutwa, na hatuna evidence, lakini tutamkumbuka hapo mbele. Kwa sababu itafika time, BBI imepita, tunalipa prime minister, tunalipa wabunge wote, tax itakuwa imeenda juu, mkate tutakuwa tunanunulia huko 65. Na Ruto, life yenye anaishi sahi, hata asipokuwa president, haizi teseka maishani mwake. Anajaribu kutupigania, anatuambia fungueni macho. Hapa mbele ni kubaya. Lakini sisi mayouth tunasema baba is ever right. Hata kama anapotuelekeza sahi, Uhuru na state machinery ako sawa. Lakini after election, next year's election, wakisema mkate ni 65, ndio tutaanza kusema guys, sasa itakuwaje? Na Ruto saizo atakuwa amesema mimi ni opposition leader, hakuna kitu anaweza kafanya. Na maisha yenye anaishi sahi, hata sipokuwa rais, haizi akatuhitaji sisi, atakuwa tu sawa. So mimi nilikuwa na suggest hivi, kila mtu tujiulize maswali enyewe, kama wana expand the executive, judicial, legislature na hizo zingine, what will happen? Will the taxes go down ama zitaongezeka? Na taxes zikiongezeka, sasa hivi hatuna kazi, hatuna any source of income. Na by next year watakuwa wanatuambia wamepandisha hizo mataxes na hatujapata kazi. In countries that are developed, there are jobs, youths are doing jobs. Na hizi jobs haziwezi kuja kama wanatuahidi kazi wakati wa siasa. There must be companies where youths will be working, because we cannot be employed as watchmen kulinda nyumba ya Uhuru, sisi sote kama youths. Atachukua 2 ama 3, lakini wengine tutabaki in the streets. So there must be companies. Na ukiangalia companies under President Uhuru, Sony Sugar imeenda chini, Mumias na hizo zote za miwa, zingine bado zinaendelea tu kwenda chini. So angetuambia hata nimerudisha Mumias, si nimejaribu, tungemwambia umejaribu, lakini Mumias imeenda, Sony Sugar imeenda, na hizi ndizo kampuni ambazo zingetupa sisi kama vijana kazi. Na huyu jamaa ndio bado tunamfuata, eti huyu ndiye ataachia mwingine uongozi because he is ever right. So I think Kenyans, we need to think, hiyo kitu Ruto anatuambia eti from down to up, it's very possible. Inafanyika. Biden aliongelea hiyo juzi, na hata hapa Germany naonaga wenye wana kazi wanalipwa mshahara monthly. Watoto wa shule wanapewa mshahara. unawekewa tu pesa kwa account, we hujui imetoka wapi, lakini hiyo pesa uko nayo kwa account, unaitumia monthly kwa mahitaji yako kama ya shule, kulipa school fee yako. But sisi kama foreigners we have to work for it, na tunakatwa tax ndio hao watu wengine walipwe. Sasa wakichukua tax kwangu, I don't feel bad because I'm working, but when they take tax when I'm not working, then it's not fair on me, like telling me to buy bread at 65 in Kenya and I don't have a job, meaning nikiwa na shilingi 100 niende ninunue mkate, hiyo ingine yenye imebaki ni ya mboga bila mafuta, and I have kids to take care of. So let us embrace Hustler Nation. We see what are the benefits here. Na hii ya madynasty, mbona wanamuogopa Ruto? Kama ni for their own benefit, should we be defending their own benefits after every 5 years? Kama kuna shida walifanya, Ruto akiingia, Ruto ataharibu hizo vitu zao, then let it be so. So long as haziharibu na sisi tupate share yetu, as in maisha yetu iende vizuri. Lakini tukiwazuia eti mara wako na mahoteli kubwa kubwa, Ruto atabomoa mara siku gani, Ruto akichukua urais, tutanyima Ruto, lakini baadaye tutakuja kusema gai, ile 2022 yenye alijitolea eti anataka kutuokoa tungempea, lakini tulimnyima. Sasa hataki, na hakuna mwenye ako tayari kusimama peke yake na aseme nataka urais. Yeah, so but mimi that was my mind.
Okay, sawa.
Somebody else can talk about
serikali.
BBI. BBI.
Bartai ongea. Huyu BBI sijui ni nani, aonekani.
Kamera ndo mbaya baba.
Sawa, ongea basi.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So ningependa kwanza ni address huyu Martin. Cause unajua tunajadiliana si wote hapa. So my opinion is that Martin has talked about the additional of 35% when we passed the BBI. Hiyo ikiwa moja of the agendas. So ni sawa, tunaweza pitisha BBI, then we get the 35% additional. But the main question that we should be asking ourselves, what has the 15% done for us as of now? Umeona? Kwa sababu if we cannot account for the 15%, what does it take to have the 35% to do something for us, which makes no sense. Secondly, if we look at the new constitution, if it's going to be passed, it means that we are going to have more members of parliament, roughly from around 300 to close to around 550 to 600. So that is an additional of around 300 people who are going to be added. Na ukiangalia kumekuwa na another comment from Masharia whereby he said these people don't pay taxes. So what does that mean? We're going to include more people on those top positions who are not going to incur any taxes. So what does that mean? We're going to have more burden on us, we as the common mwananchi. True or false? That's true. Secondly, this lady called Ashley has also addressed about issue with the wazes not being paid their money in advance. What does that show? We are living in a society whereby the leaders' priority matters a lot to them than whatever matters to us. And that really shows how they care less. Kwa sababu huwezi niambia tutaenda tutaongezea wabunge wafike 600 na saizi kama pesa ya wazee inachukua miezi 8 kutoka. What does that mean? We are going to suffer more, we as the common mwananchi. So I truly believe that we as the people, we need to address this issue moving forward. We need to look at us. It is not about the hustler narrative. It's not about Baba Tosha. It's not about any other leader. The main thing that we should be looking at, we as the common people, ni ati who is able to save us. And true to be told, I don't think if we have any light at the end of the tunnel, kwa sababu hata tukieka mtembei pale kesho, utaingia pale watakwambia ingia na sasa tunakuonyesha venye maneno yanafanyika huku ndani, unanipata? So it is very hard for anyone to change whatever has to happen, but the thing that I can adhere to what other people are saying ni ya kwamba huyo mwizi ako kwa serikali, akipatikana nje, let him be treated as that other common thief who steals bags in the street. You see, that's the only way we can end this corruption thing. But without that, I truly believe that we are not going anywhere with this corruption, and we shall just live with the way things are on the ground. So I think that's my take, and I'd like to give someone else an opportunity.
Tuko na Michael.
Mtembei.
Yes.
Habari ya leo.
Nzuri, endelea.
Mimi pia niko fresh. Nimejaribu kuingia kwa live nikijaribu kila siku na sipati nafasi. Leo nilipata nafasi. Salamia Collins.
Anasalimika.
Mimi nina jambo mbili tu nauliza. Katikati ya hii serikali yetu wanafaa wasaidiane. Kama unaona naibu ameanza kutembea tembea badala asaidie rais kufanya kazi yake. Ukiangalia Kenya na Tanzania, sisi tumeenda karibu tunamaliza miaka 10 na Tanzania ndio wameingia mwaka 10, rais akawaacha. Sasa Tanzania ilikuwa nyuma, sisi tulikuwa mbele. Na Tanzania sasa hii imejengeka kushinda Kenya. Unasikia sasa hiyo? Collins anasema ati naibu anaweza kuja kutusaidia pia. Si mbaya kwa hiyo idea. Lakini naibu anafaa ajue akikuja aache kutembea na kuna leaders wenye wako nayo wenye wanajaribu kuiba serikali kidogo. Anafaa wajue hivyo. Sasa anafaa Ruto si mbaya ama UDA si mbaya. Anaweza tusaidia ndio, lakini sasa pia kuna vitu anafaa angalie mapema, arekebishe. Tukipata mtu kama kijana hivyo anaweza tusaidia huku chini. Vile walisema mama mboga, fundi wa kuunda radio whatever like that. Lakini wenye wako nao around hivyo ndio wanamharibia sifa. Hatujakataa BBI. BBI pia ni mzuri, inaweza tuletea manufaa. Hujakataa? Ndio, hiyo ndio nilikuwa nayo.
Okay, kuna wanambisi.
I hope kila mtu ananisikia.
Yes.
Okay, thanks Mtembei for the program to start it off. I think I'm the youngest here, but I feel important here. I put a bit of my thoughts. At least I'm the youngest youth, quite sure as I can see. Okay, first thing Mtembei is that it's so sickening that a nation that is fighting something serious as Corona, we are busy discussing politics. It's very sickening, and it tells a lot about us as a nation, how we prioritize things that don't matter over things that should be mattering. Right now is a time you should be asking your leaders for accountability, asking for better services, asking for better hospitals. Say hospitals zote zimejaa with no beds, and even I was seeing a certain post of a family that was trying to fundraise just a treatment for Corona for 6 days, and the person died, and the hospital is demanding 1.7 million. Why don't we have better services? Why should we be paying for things like testing for Corona when in other nations people are being tested for free? We are not asking the hard-hitting questions. Instead, we are coming back with key divisive politics that haitupeleki popote. If you look at the kind of narratives that are coming out here, I wonder, you as a commoner, how does it help you wakati unaenda kulala jioni, wakati landlord anakubishia anataka rent, How does it help you to support Uhuru, Ruto, or even Raila? How does it help you? It does not. We are so much indulged into divisive politics as a nation to the point that our leaders know how to play us as cards. I normally say, whatever unaamini your favorite candidate is telling you to be the truth, always know there's a team of experts who have sat down, told this leader, go tell these people this, they will buy it. So when you elicit emotions uko ground, you're almost killing each other over something somebody said somewhere, it is because that person did not speak on his own. They are a team of experts who sit down to make these narratives. And I think I'll be forced a bit to talk. I didn't want to talk about this, but I think it is important I speak about it. The thing is that this narrative that has emerged of dynasties versus hustlers, it is, I feel, a very dangerous narrative, and it is going to lead us to a very dangerous path. I like what Nelson was speaking earlier, akiongelea about the issue that we are not focusing on serious things, and this narrative, especially when we are talking about dynasties and hustlers, what we are doing to create classes. And these classes, what happens with classes is the ones who are at the lowest hanging fruits au ndio umia. Wakati tunaanza kusema ati this hustler narrative or inakuja kusaidia the youth ama watu wa chini, it is a lie. You're lying to yourself for one reason. Kama mimi, and this is a conversation I was even having with a friend, kama mimi, I hustled my way up. I bought my motorcycle or car in a very genuine and clean way. Then I meet a boda guy who is paying for the boda using a loan. To him, I am a dynasty. If I have a cooler motorbike than him, I am a dynasty. And I am a low-hanging fruit. When you're talking of dynasties, they will not go attack the rich, or the ones that people imply to be the rich who are dynasties. They're talking about you who has something that is more than what he has, and it is you who they can access. That is a very dangerous narrative. The other thing I wanted to kugusia tu kidogo, it is very shameful as a nation that we are mourning a president who is not our president, a president next door. And why are we mourning Magufuli? Why are people so emotional about Magufuli? Because he showed traits of a leader that we can never have. And it's so shameful that we can be talking about things that really don't matter, things that divide us, instead of talking about things that should be uniting us. Instead of about talking about leadership, better leadership. Ukienda in these foreign European nations, unakuta prime minister anatembea tu kwa barabara just like anyone else, and nobody's giving the person any attention. Anaweza panda train, anaweza panda basi, and nobody will care. Why does that happen? Because of working systems. If we have good working systems, we do not have the importance of a leader such that ati nisipochagua mtu fulani, my interests are not going to be represented. If we are not setting up the best systems, that we are not depending on leaders, and leaders ukikuja in the African context, ndio tunakuja na tunakutana na hizi issues za tribalism, because our politics surrounds around leaders. Alafu lastly, I just want to gusia kidogo about the BBI. I won't say it's good, I won't say it's bad, but I'll just quote two people, and I think what they said is very important. First, I will start with Mandago. I'm not a fan of Tangatanga or Kieleweke, but Mandago said something, and he keeps repeating it, and I think it's about time Kenyans take it very seriously. He keeps saying, hii BBI si yenyu, hii BBI ni yetu kama viongozi. And he keeps saying it over and over again. And he also points that whatever small has been put there to make you see as if it is going to be beneficial to you, just know that it is being used as a clickbait to use you as a rubber stamp to pass the document. Because all these leaders, let's talk of the governors, their terms are coming to an end. Where are they going to go? They cannot, all of them, 47 of them, vie for for the presidency. So all these positions that are being created, they are being created to accommodate these people. Then I'll also quote David D. And I think what David D said is very crucial. He said, if we pass this BBI without being critical of it, then it turns out hii kitu si nzuri as we thought it is. We will have lost a lot of gains that have taken a lot of years to gain, and it will take a lot of years to gain them back. So I think that's all I had to say.
Okay, sawa sawa. Kuna Oliech Koliech. Oliech, uko na sisi?
Niko na nyinyi.
Okay.
Asante sana kwa muda yenu. Asante sana Mtembei kwa the forum you've established for the young youths in Kenya to at least bring over their views. Mimi sitaguza mambo mengi kwa sasa. Nitaanza na kitu kimoja tu ambapo najua hii zone ni zone ya political area, lakini mimi kile ningependa kuwajulisha ni kwamba Kenya bado hatuna, tumewahi kuwa nayo, lakini kwa sasa we have political jokers, I can say something like that, because one thing I remember wakati our beloved the president and the deputy president mara kwanza walipokuwa wanataka kiti, they really came with good ideas and they told the public good things. They sold out their good policies, at which almost everyone was actually, we agreed. And if you remember the type of policies that were sold out by people like the deputy president, that is Ruto, they were good policies. I remember by that time I was in the college, and policies zake, they were touching the students. Like we could, it was like saying that wangetulipa wakati wa tunafanya internship, still we could be paid like 15,000, right? But then you see, they have not met their promises up to now. So in Kenya, we don't have leaders who keep their promise. We don't have leaders that keep their promises, and all we need is someone who can really come out with all force and a lot of na nguvu yake yote ili atusaidie sisi Wakenya. Wakenya bado tuko nyuma. Mtu kama President Mwai Kibaki alijaribu sana, akatengeneza economy ikawa sawa, but at the moment we are talking, it's so weird that economy yetu imedidimia tena, imerudi nyuma kabisa. Sasa kwa maoni yangu mimi ningependa si eti tuende kwa mirengo, wala tusifuate mtu fulani, wala mtu huyu ndo anaweza, lakini all we need is a good leader mwenye anaweza kututoa kwenye minyororo hizi zenye tumeshikwa. By the way, Kenya tumeshikwa na tuko kwenye hali hatari kabisa. For example, just to copy my friend Wanambisi, umesema kuhusu Tanzania kidogo. Tanzania are really growing, but kama ingekuwa kifo cha Magufuli, I think in some few years to come, kama bado tunaweza kuwa na politics kama hii sahi, if Kenya can continue this way, then I'm telling you, Tanzania wangeturuka na economy yao hata ingetupita, because if you can see the development they have there, it's a very strong base. Magufuli amefanya kazi, hata kama ameondoka, lakini amefanya kazi. Kama tunaweza kuwa na politicians kama Magufuli, then Kenya tunaweza kuwa kwenye map ambapo wa dunia, hata kama tunatambuliwa sahihi, lakini wangetutambua kushinda sahihi, wangetutambua kushinda sahihi. The other day I was like the government spokesman was talking about the tax, how Kenyans are paying tax, and like he was comparing those who pay tax in abroad, those who pay tax in Europe and USA and the European countries, right? But if like I did not get it right, because you find that the resources what we have in Kenya or what we have in Africa are much better than what these guys, they come fetch it from Africa, they take it to their place, then they use our resources, right? But they get everything they want. If it is companies, they have everything. If it is jobs, they have jobs, right? Even if they don't have, if they don't have jobs in totality, but at least a greater percentage wako na job, unaona? So even hata ukilipa tax, unalipa tax ukijua kwamba uko na kazi mahali unatoa pesa, right? So like he was comparing Kenya to Europe. No, Kenya can't be Europe. Hata kwa sahi bado kuna watu wanashindwa kabisa kuweka chakula kwa meza. Kwa nini? Sababu serikali yetu hawana mipango mizuri, hawana mipango maalum ya kuhakikisha kwamba wale watu wanyonge, wale watu wako chini kabisa, wako wameinuliwa na wako kiwango ambapo kila mmoja anaweza kujifaidisha kimaisha, right? So just to touch a little bit again, kwa Deputy President, right, Honorable William Ruto, sai toka miaka miwili mitatu toka down the line amekuwa akitafuta akituuzia sera kwamba it can make it good again, even if kama vitu vimedidimia, lakini yeye mwenyewe anaweza kutuinua tena. Okay, it's a good idea yenye ako nayo, lakini if only kama ana mean kwamba anaweza kutufanyisha kazi mzuri, kama anaweza kutufungulia mabiashara zetu na tunaweza kuwa na mipango mizuri, ambapo sio lazima serikali tuangalie, tutegemee serikali ndipo watoto wetu labda watu wetu wapate maisha mazuri. If we have a good background, then we can stand for ourselves. The government can only provide things like healthcare and security and the essential part, but the remaining things, I think we can, if we have a good government, we can do a lot, and Kenya can really make a big step in terms of development. Kenya is a good country. Everyone is appreciating Kenya. Hata ukisikia watu umetoka ng'ambo, utakuwa wanakuambia kila siku kwamba bana, nyinyi mko kwa nchi mzuri. Kenya is a very rich country with good resources, good platform for development, investments. Wawekezaji wanaweza kuja hapa wakawekeza mali zao, watu wakawa na maisha mazuri. Lakini kwa vile Kenya tukienda uchaguzi, immediately when the president has been sworn in, anga tena inabadilika. Hakuna mtu anafikiria kufanya kazi, watu wanafikiria tena tu mambo na siasa, ambapo wale ambao watakuwa wame lose, they are bitter, yeah? So that grudge they hold it towards up to the end of another government. So this the thing that us like kama sisi youths, kama sisi youths wa Kenya tunafaa tukae pamoja na tufanye maamuzi, ambapo tunajua kesho yetu tunaweza kuwa na maisha mazuri. Asante sana Mtembei.
Okay, Koril.
Yeah. Asante sana Mtembei, nilikuwa naenda kulala, lakini wacha niseme kitu moja ndio niende nilale. Clinton, Nakusalimia bro. Nataka kumwambia wale watu wa Central walikuwa wanapinga, anasema deputy wanapelekeanga Wilbaro. Kama kuna watu wanastahili kushukuru na wale watu wa Central. Sijawahi sikia Ruto akiweka malori Wilbaro akipeleka huko. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza. Ruto ashukuru akienda huko, kama anaenda campaign, watu wanajitokelezea, anasema kuna mtu wa hospitali inahitajika 200,000 na anatoa hapo hapo. Kama asiaiona Kalonzo akienda anatoa pesa kama hizo. Kama asiaiona Mudavadi akienda akitoa pesa kama hizo, waseme. Ya pili, tunataka leaders kwa hii nchi wanajali wa Kenya, iwe ni mdogo, iwe ni mama, iwe ni baba. Hatutaki watu wanasema wamefanya economy alafu wanakuja kusupport BBI, kitu tunatumia 14 billion. Na saa hii nchi ya Kenya tuko karibu kuuza boti ya Mombasa. Na saa hii tuna support BBI, which means unataka hii nchi iende. Ya pili, hizi mambo ya 35%, nataka niulize kama sisi vijana, saa hii niko na 34 years. Na tunasema tunasupport ati pesa zitakuja 35% zinaenda county. 15% imeshinda nchi ya Kenya mpaka wameenda kukopa pesa kwa 15%. What about 35? Hata kama unatoka 2022, usiangalie maisha yako ati juu umeondoka, angalia pia wengine. Tuko na watoto. Sasa niko na mtoto ya miaka 3. Ikiwa huyo mtoto itafika standard 8, itaenda secondary, maisha yangu itakuwaje? Saa hii mkate ni 55. What about next year? 80 bob. Tuangalie leaders wataweza kutusaidia. Tusiangalie leaders wanadanganya wamefanya economy na hao ndio wanataka kuendoziwa ili ipeleke hii nchi irudi nyuma mahali tumetoka kitambo. So, Mtembai, sina mengi za kusema.
Okay, sawa. Maganga.
Collins pamoja na Dandrai, kama kuna Dandrai anasikia mahali penye yako aingie kwa nini. Tumemiss huyo jamaa bwana.
Huyo atakuja baadaye. Maganga?
Hello, habari?
Yes, tunakusikia mkubwa.
Unanisikia poa?
Sana.
Yeah, actually Maganga is my name. Mtembee, good work bana. Nimekuwa nikikufollow pia. Yeah. Actually ni vile Mr. Oliech, kuna kitu umesema about Kenya. Kenya actually is a good country. Even abroad people say that Kenya is a beautiful country. But mimi niko Mombasa. Niko na family pia iko zangu huko abroad. And then well, actually we as young people, kuna kitu ambacho huwa nime realize in terms of politics and in terms of our leaders. First of all, if you want to know someone, you should look at the history of this country, from where the guy started from the beginning in terms of his early politics. I can give I can start. Let me start with the usiende nyuma sana eti mambo ya 90s hapana. Let me just go to back at the time of the government of Kibaki. The time of the government of Kibaki ilivyokuwa inaingia, they were actually against the government of Moi, which was about they were saying it was mambo ya corruption, which was true actually, dictatorship, which was true. The time when they were forming the government, you can see that it was a coalition, rainbow coalition. At that time, ulikuwa unapata all tribes, Kibaki, Raila, what else? Kinini vile Kida, the Luya Nation, the Letwa Malwa, like that, they were together. And if there's any government which has performed, and each and every one of you here actually, nimekuwa nikisikia when mkigusa hiyo mambo ya Kibaki mnasema economy ilikuwa poa nini, it's because kulikuwa kuna inclusivity. Inclusivity is what I believe, that is one of the key most actually we are missing actually from the government of Jubilee since 2013, inclusivity. It was 2002 to it was 2002, I don't know to where, and then ikaja mpaka Kibaki akaja kumaliza hiyo term yake, the economy grew. All the developments which were being done, the major developments, tunaweza kuangalia wakati vile Super Thika Highway, right? It had no scandals. Kabisa, it had no scandals. And right now it has been, the debt of Super Thika Highway has fully been paid, completely. It was headed by that time in the Raila ndo ndiko amepatiwa that hiyo kazi hapo ndo ndiko amepatiwa the Ministry of Road and Transport. It was painful. People buildings were going down. I remember like Nakumat ilikuwa kwa idani ni vile ziliangushwa, and buildings, petrol station. There was a Somali guy hapo alikuwa recently ndo ameanza kujenga petrol station going down.
Maganga, 1 minute.
Yes.
1 minute.
Can I continue?
Yes, malizia 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. Sorry. Okay.
Yes.
The thing is this. What I'm saying, first of all, inclusivity. Second, it is about corruption. Corruption actually ndio inatukula. Msije mkanini vile. I hear nasikia hapa mnasema ya kwamba nimesikia other guys wanasema ya kwamba BBI kuongeza viti kama hizo. Let me Kenya is rich. Mr. Oliech vile umesema, Kenya is rich. It has money. Even you see people looting billions, but still imagine Kenyans still are surviving. It's still standing. People are looting billions. Okay. Now the thing about this the new constitution, hata kama wataongeza nini vile seats, people are criticizing seats will be what? Will be increased. I don't know. For me, I do believe there are those particular areas, regions actually, which have more population. Like for me in Coast, we are few. Okay, hata kama kiti haitaongezwa because we are few, I'm okay. But there are those wako on the other side, wako more, they need to be represented. That's what I believe. So in terms of ukisema mambo ya sijui pesa itatumika, for me I believe pesa iko, ile kitu inafaa nini vile ipunguzwe. It cannot be stopped. It is impossible. Even the Western countries hawezi kupungunini vile
Okay, sawa mkubwa. Acha tusikize BT.
Sawa.
Haya.
Hi, good evening everyone. I'm here specifically my name is Boaz, and I'm here specifically to first of all campaign against BBI and to say that to all of you and to youth, all the youths watching, BBI is a fraud. BBI is something that belongs to leaders alone, and if we are going to talk about inclusivity, we are doubling the number of fraud cases in Kenya. We are doubling our wage bill. Imagine a parliament with 600 and something members of parliament. I wouldn't even want to go in there as a member of parliament. If you have to contribute, say, a bill or an idea that you have in parliament, how are you going to do that? With 600 people. I remember in high school, we were 600 plus. We were so many, from Form 1 to Form 4. If a parliament would look like that, how effective will that parliament be? And right now, you can imagine we have so many corruption cases. Our president has admitted that we lose 2 billion cash shillings every day, and he's in power. Now imagine an inclusive government that so many people have interests, and with these interests, you have to consider the interest that comes in with bringing on board so many people, and that includes their debt. So many of our politicians have a history, a very dirty history. And you can't imagine that will change after a few years in power or anything like that, you know. And apart from that, of course, I am sure our constitution will need a bit of, we need to change a few things in our constitution. We have constitutional dilemmas, and I'm not a lawyer, but I'm sure there are so many things that interpretation, we really need a lot of, we really need to look at. But to bring in BBI, when you hear the points that people talk about in BBI, you hear people saying 35%, that is a sham. You will never see a county having 35%. If 35% will ever come through, it will even be less than the 15%, because you can imagine right now we are going to service a debt with 1.2 trillion Kenya shillings per year, and we collect only 1.7 trillion from our taxpayers. From KRA collects 1.7 trillion. So if about 1.7, I'm sure it will not even get to 2 trillion, because right now we are facing a lot of problems. Now, if you do the math, all right, thank you. As an individual, imagine running on a salary of about 100,000, and then you have a debt which is more than 50%. It takes away more than 50% of your salary. And then the rest, you have to give your wife a bit of, you have to give your wife something from this remaining money. And then the rest you have to remain with, and you know you're running the government. If I was to be given this government today, I wouldn't even be willing to run it, because I am not able to do other things but to service debt and to pay people, to pay salaries. And all the money will be gone after all that, you know. We're investing in very low return. I'm sure we've done a lot of infrastructure, but that is not enough. Infrastructure will not give our people permanent jobs. Infrastructure will only, you know, you have a very nice road going to somewhere you can't even, you know, we have to have factories, industries which can hire people, people will be paid and all that, and let's export things so that we can get revenue. Yeah, that's my not to BBI, not to BBI, everyone.
Sawa sawa. Wangila.
So, mi nimerudi tena.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Clinton. Amesema kwa Germany. Akasema venye watu wanalipwa huko na hawafanyi kazi. Sisi huku ni kubaya. Mi niko na more than 7 months sina job. Corona ilinimalizia job. But let me tell you one thing. Kenyans, kama kuna watu hard working, like, let me just say in the world, ni Kenyans. Ukienda in any country kwenye Mkenya ako, wao watu wanajua Kenya ni wachapakazi. Enda Botswana, enda wapi, hata Middle East, Kenyans are hard working. So, kuraise pesa hata ya kulipa 700 MPs, tunaweza. The problem we have Kenya ni moja. Si moja, ni corruption na tribalism. Hata ukileta hustler, ulete nini, corruption na tribalism limetuua Kenya. Sijui naweza isema in which way, but Hizo ndo shida tuko nazo. So tukiwa na any political stability hatuta complain. Hata kama wanaiba tutafanya sawa, lakini at least kila mtu anafanya kitu kama kuna political stability. Na kama kuna leaders wana work hard, wanafaa ku work hard kukuwe na political stability. The investment zikuje, ziongezeke. Na mimi niko nyuma ya devolution 100%. Na tumefight mpaka kuleta hii devolution haikuwa rahisi. Kama tungejaribu venye tunaweza to strengthen, ikuwe very strong, itaenda kusaidia generation zenye zinakuja. Because kama county moja inaweza politic within the county, MCA wafanye kazi yao venye nafaa kufanyika, development itakuwa kwa kila mlango ya mtu. At least out of 5 families kutakuwa na something watu wanaweza ongelea. So kuna shida tena ya our leaders, especially wabunge. Tuseme wabunge wanalipwa pesa mingi sana in the whole world. That's why unasikia wengine wanasema tukiongeza wa 70 sasa sijui itakuwaje. Wabunge wakipewa hata half of what they are being paid, iko tu sawa. Wabunge from 1997 kurudi nyuma walikuwa wanalipwa less than for 30,000. Wabunge wanalipwa pesa mingi. Kama ingewezekana tungeanzisha mswada venye tunaweza punguza mshahara ya wabunge. Hata tukiongeza another 70 ni good for representation, lakini wanalipwa pesa mingi sana yenye hatuwezi afford. So wao wenyewe hawawezi ongelea mambo ya kupunguza mshahara.
1 minute.
So hizi sheria tunatunga tukirudia. Ni kwa sababu government, watu wenye gava hawana will ya kuimplement zile sheria tushaweka. So lazima tuwakumbushe na zingine. Huyu mzee mnaona, huyu mzee Raila mnamuona hivi, amezeeka, lakini zile shida amepitia ya kuleta hizi masheria, unaona hizo sheria ndo zitakuja kutuokoa one day. So
sasa akileta sheria ni lazima awe rais.
Umeniuliza ama nijibu hiyo?
Yes.
Ndio unasema eti
sheria lazima kuwe rais.
Hizi sheria insist akirudia, hata hii BBI inajirudia tu kwa hizo masheria zingine, ni kwa sababu government haina hiyo goodwill ya kuimplement hizo sheria zenye ziko. Hata akiwa rais, na mimi labda naweza mpea kura, hata akiwa rais, hata kuwa rais for more than one term, tutakuwa tu hapa na hao viongozi wenye tuko nao. So mimi ningeomba political stability in this country, na tuache mambo ya kusema ati lazima ukue president, si lazima. Sawa, Clinton huku, hiyo ndio shida tuko nayo. We can pay the MPs, we can pay everyone kwa sababu we are hard working.
Na ukimalizia nipe sekunde zako 30 Ukisema Raila ametusaidia, ameleta sheria, ameleta nini? Hii katiba wanataka kubadilisha. Aliunga mkono 100%. Ruto alimwambia kuna shida hapa turekebishe. Wakati huo Ruto alikuwa adui wa katiba. Saizi Raila anaona zile shida Ruto alisema, Ruto anamwambia this is not the right time to do it. Wewe pia unakuja hapa unatuambia Raila ameteseka ndiye akaleta hizi mabadiliko tunaonaona. Ndio ameteseka. Hakuwa peke yake. Walikuwa na wengine wengi kama mzee Kibaki. Wakafanya kazi, Kibaki akasema kwangu tosha, acha niende nyumbani. Mbona yeye ameinsist kwamba lazima awe rais? Bila yeye Kenya haiwezi kasonga mbele.
Mr. Clinton, hebu acha kidogo nijibu hiyo nini
unataka nijibu?
Mr. Angila, swacha hiyo nijibu tafadhali.
Sorry?
Now, wacha nijibu hiyo.
Haya, mjibu basi. But wacha mimi nishukuru Mtembei. Nikwambie asante brother. Nimeshukuru sana. Asante.
Mr. Clinton. Now, Didi vile ikija kwa our Prime Minister Raila, actually bado hajatangaza kama anataka kuwa rais. Yes, actually people expect him kwamba anataka nini vile ataugombea kuwa rais. But right now, when ukiangalia in terms of historical justice in this country, up to now, even the time of the first term of Jubilee, 2013 to 2016, before the elections of 2017, he was the only one alikuwako anapiga kelele in terms of maybe there's corruption, kama hizo, like that. When he is in government, and this is a historical fact, when he is in government and he has been in government, there is less corruption. The time of Kibaki, the time of Nusumkati. Right now, the time of handshake. Handshake, there is only one. Actually, there is only one scam. It has been done. It is big. Hiyo mambo ya hii mambo nasema nini? Hii mambo ya corona, like that. How many scandals zimekuwa kutoka wakati wa 2015, 2016? Name them, please.
Okay. Let me tell you. You are saying since handshake hatuoni scandals. Si kweli? Last month the president said 2 billion is getting lost on a daily basis. To you, that one is 50 bob, it's not a scandal. Na ni wakati wa handshake. 2013 to 2017, Raila hakuwa. Kulikuwa na scandals. To you, all these scandals were because of William Ruto. But now because it is Uhuru and Raila, there is no scandal. Ruto was all the scandals from 2013 to 2017. Or 2017 before handshake. Ruto was all the scandal that you could see.
Well, actually, I've not mentioned Ruto. You've not
mentioned Ruto.
Can I throw in a point?
Okay, please. Yeah, please. Just throw a point.
Okay. The one thing that we are getting wrong is that we want to personalize institutions. That's a very wrong thing to do for any democratic institution, in any democratic country.
Yep.
One thing we have to do is that we have to ensure, and the thing is that one thing we always get right every time we as Kenyan is that, nakumbuka at one time Ruto alisema, let's not start politicizing the thing about corruption. You see, because we want to politicize institutions which are supposed to be very much different from our politics. You know what I mean? One thing we are going to get wrong with our fighting corruptions is that we want to personalize institutions. We have to ensure that our institutions are very strong and are away from the interference from political individuals. Sahi ukiangalia history ya corruption Kenya, ukisema ati uko hii mrengo hii unashikwa. Kama usupport mtu fulani unashikwa. You see, that is a very wrong way of approaching corruption. You see, because we have to ensure that we have to have strong institutions. Let's say we have a very strong institution in terms of the judiciary. We have a very strong institution in terms of the DCI, a strong institution in terms of the EACC. But lakini sasa sisi wa Kenya institutionalize this, politicize these institutions. We cannot get our fighting corruption right. You see, and one thing we also have to do is that we have to ensure that with these institutions are not people based. Unajua, in a way that mtu fulani akishatoka hapo, hiyo institution inaanguka. No, we have to ensure that these institutions are strong beyond a certain individual. You see, because ukiangalia mali kama US, ukiangalia FBI, walikuwa wana investigate mpaka Donald Trump. because of Russian interference. But unafikiria Kenya wanaweza anza kuinvestigate mtu kama President Uhuru Kenyatta? In our dreams. Haiwezi happen because we have politicized these institutions. The people who are running these institutions are political appointees. Unaona? So if we want to get right in fighting corruptions, we have to set aside politics from running these institutions. You see? So one thing, if we want to get right with corruption, is that we have to ensure that these institutions are strong and they can be able to stand on their own and they can be able to be financed fully so that they can be able to perform their duties. Ukiangalia kama historia ya BBI, we are going to ensure that we are not going to have a very strong parliament because we are going to take away the role of the parliament to be able to vet the cabinet secretaries. And then when you have members of parliament going to work in the executive, how are you going to ensure that we have accountability in terms of our finances? You see, how are we going to ensure that when these people are appointed, when these people go to those positions, they are going to be able to work for Wanjiko and not for their political appointees? So this thing about BBI, I think Wakenya wanahitaji kuamka na wajue hii kitu, it's going to give them too much trouble to the extent that they won't be able to do anything about it. And my biggest problem in
Martin, actually, whatever you're saying, it is totally true, and I agree with you 100%. But in every institution, and even when it comes to politics, what we are lacking in this country is only leadership, nothing else. It's about leadership with people who have good credentials and watu ambao wako na hawana mambo ya nasema nini kwa Kiswahili, even in English, mtu ambaye ako na hekima ya kusimamia mali ya wananchi. Sijui kama nipata. That's why I gave an example. And I will keep repeating actually. Kibaki alikuwa na hekima. Ukicheki upande wake wa wale cabinet secretaries alikuwa nao, the late Muchuki, that guy bana, paka saka sai mazee bana, I bow down to him seriously. Umse alichapa kazi.
Can I talk?
Yep. Yes, of course.
Can I contribute, because I've been quiet here and please what you're saying.
Ndandrai, ngoja Arti amalize. Arti.
I just want to say something. I'm not like kuunga mtu mkono ama kusema ati ule ni mzuri ule ni mbaya. Personally, I just want to say that we have a very rough time as a country, Kenya, because even from the points here, we are just dividing up ourselves. Huyu anasema Ruto, huyu anasema Raila ni mzuri, huyu anasema Kibaki, which means we are dividing up ourselves. And for me, I believe that the only thing that can change Kenya is we as youths of Kenya. If we stand like 8 of us or 9 of us here, we say we need a change in this country, we can come and change. But if somebody else is saying that Raila is bad, Raila is good, Ruto is bad, Uhuru is bad, we can never come to a conclusion. We are wasting our time talking things that cannot help our country. And I believe, I'm in the United States right now, but whatever I hear in Kenya makes me, nalia tu kwa sababu vijana wanatumiwa kwa ubaya. Unaangalia, tunazungushwa tu, tukienda Western vijana wanazungushwa tu, tukienda Nyanza vijana wanazungushwa, tukikuja Rift Valley vijana wanazungushwa without no impact to our economy. Unaangalia, so ningependa kabisa tukizungumza kitu kama hii, we make it something that I think the person mwenye ameanzisha hii platform, it should be something that ikienda out there impactful to our own people, so that we make something that even tomorrow we elect good leaders ambao they can see what we want as we are talking right now. It will be better for us all. So hatunaja tulie na we are yet supporting those people who wanatuangusha. Unaelewa? So tukisimama kama Olecha aseme leo wazee
we need to do this, Kashiki aseme we need to do this, Mutembea asimame aseme we need to do this. That is the way forward. But we cannot repeat ourselves by saying this one is bad, this one is good, and yet we are having a very bad economy. We need to come up with topics, and we need to even align ourselves into one talk. Let us unite ourselves. Sisi ndio tunaweza change Kenya, hakuna vijana wengine. Because I see Clinton is a very good supporter of Samuel Ruto from the look of things, of which we cannot arrive there. When we are supporting these people, well, they are still dirtifying our name of our own country. They know how to play with our minds. We are the only people. Let me tell you something. If you go to Germany wazee ni wengi. But ukikuja Africa kama Kenya, we are many. We can make changes. Tunaweza amua leo Maganga ingia kwa MP mahali fulani na afanye what we are talking about. That is the way forward. But when you say that, oh, I'm in Raila, I'm in Ruto, we cannot listen up to our minds. These are the only things that we are talking about, the resources. We are the resources. If you don't know, we are for our own resources. Don't talk about kulima. We are the resources. We can change Kenya, my friends. So, sina mengi, but I was just coming to say something high. Na nimefurahi kwa kunilet in.
Good evening everyone.
Alafu naona Kewela kwa hapo, ukimaliza yeye ndiye anaendelea.
Utembei kuna echo.
There's someone kuna mtu ameweka echo. I don't know, amefungua sijui ni YouTube or whatever. First I want to start with
Clinton. Pia tutamjibu.
Clinton, I've said something, we have to change constitution at every time Raila anajaribu kuleta ati ataka kuwa president. My friend, have your facts. Kwa sababu wewe uko Kenya. Na sasa zile uko na facts unaargue na kitu unajua. We are not going to change constitution. We are amending constitution. I hope that you are getting that. And this is the thing that Raila alisema. See, at constitution, even America wameamend constitution zao many times.
Come slow. Are you giving me the question or you are doing what?
I'm contributing. I'm talking. I have to answer what I have to. I have to correct. We are not going to sit here.
Just don't be bitter, but speak from the sober mind.
That's the way I do it. That's the way I do talk. I know Clinton najua, Mtembea najua, Kachiki pia Cyrus najua. The way I make everything to everybody feel like imeharibika. But I have to say this. Even America, they do amend constitution. Sasa tuki amend parliament imeharibika doesn't mean like sasa tumechange constitution. Kuna mtu nimesikia hapa akisema like kama 15% iwezi pewa, sijui 35 itapewa aje. My friend, kama ujui vile budget inafanywanga, then you have to go na usome vizuri vile hiyo budget inafanywanga. Here we want those people who have facts. You tell us, because there's some people who educate from here. Unajua ukimwambia mtu hati kama 15% huwezi pewa, 35 huwezi pewa, nani amesema huwezi pewa? Na hiyo 15% tujawahi sikia kama there are some delays sometimes in government. Unaona? And we have to agree on all of us. Before we start contributing, kuna Martin alikuwa anasema about institution. Let me just reply to this. Tuanze na NYS. NYS, the first people walijaribu kudefend Waiguru ni hao wako kwa government na hizi wakiitwa waizi wanakataa. Na hao ndio watu walienda wakakampenia Waiguru wakisema Waiguru ako sawa hadi akakuwa governor. Nani akuona William Ruto hapo? Nani akuona Uhuru Kenyatta wakimkampenia? Second, these people unatuitanga like ati kuna shida somewhere ati institution. My friend, these institutions juzi, let me tell you, just take example. Huyu nani? Huyu wa DCI anaitwa nani? Kinoti alisema they have to look out nini ilifanyika 2007 and whatever. The whole president alisema vitu zimepita. And that's why we do say, if they can implement TJRC report, then everybody will feel like, okay, kila mtu waambiwe wewe kweli ilikuwa hapa, huyu nani alichukua hii, shamba inafaa kukua hii, sijui Masai warudishiwe vitu zao. Then everybody will be fair. About saying that institutions are being run with us, wa Kenya. Na sisi wa Kenya, ndio tuna support our leaders. Every time kama unataka kusema vile kitu, nilikuwa nasikia RT akisema hapa ati tusahau vijana. My friend, these politicians are going to group us in our ethnic groups. Lazima utasikia kuna chama ya Rift Valley, kuna chama ya Nyanza, kuna chama sijui ya Coast, sijui ya Central. make sure wanajaribu kukuambia my friend, you are Mkikuyu, ende support Jubilee. Na ukishaanza kusupport Jubilee, you have to support mtu akona hiyo chama. And that's the fact. Mimi nikienda Nyanza nitaambiwa for you to buy or for you to stand somewhere to talk with people, lazima support ODM. Na itabidi ni support because I have to survive in that politics. Unaona? Sasa hii Wakenya ni Wakenya tu. Ni tu vile tunabadilishana manguo na tunabadilishana machama. Kuna wengine wana support Jubilee saa hii, watakuja kusupport URT. Hii unaitwangaje? UDA. Hata sasa kuita hiyo jina.
Chama kubwa lazima ukumbuke jina.
Let me contribute. My friend, kuna kitu inaendelea hapa na naona tu kama hii tumeambiwa Didimus Barasa dump William Ruto. Kuna sometimes unapandaga gari na kuna hope si gari inaweza fika pale unaenda. But after all, ukiona hii gari wameanza kupiga spana huku chini, nini mataya zinabadilishwa, my friend. Kama unatumia akili mzuri, inafaa kukuambia hii gari kuna problem. Utafute gari nyingine ama ujipange. Hii UDA, hii kitu ilitengenezwa.
Uko na 1 minute.
Sorry?
1 minute.
Mbona mnanipimia time na sijaanza contribute? Nani ni speaker?
Mimi hapa.
Speaker ni nani?
Kila mtu alipimiwa time bana.
Wewe ndio speaker. Hapana, hujaniambia ni time ngapi? Utaniongeza 1 minute. Kwa sababu
huwezi tumia time yako kuingilia Ruto, ndio unataka kuanza kucontribute. 1 minute.
So hii gari Ruto anatumia, my friend. Hii gari iko na shida. Na ukisikia kitu inafanyika, my friend, hata saizi wameogopa kusimamisha mtu. Umesikia Juja hawatasimamisha mtu huko sijui wapi huko Kisii. Wameona mbele kuna tari, my friend. Na sisi tunawaambiaga hivi kwa sababu tulishaambiwa sisi you have to get some, even Pope ukipatia ballot paper kuna mtu atapigia kura. Na kuna chama Pope anakonga na support. Mimi ina support chama moja that I believe in. Inaitwa ODM. Chama imebeba kila mtu. Wacha na hii yenyu, saizi mnataka kuchukua ni kama ya wakali peke yenu. Didimus Barasa ametoka, nasikia fununu ule senator wa Meru anataka kutoka. Haya, nimesikia huyu mdama pia anapiga kelele, bibi yake alishinda, sasa kwa sawa. Nyinyi watu wa UPA ni wale na si Didimus Barasa ametoka. Na mdama alisema nini? Nakwambia hii kitu lazima muangalie vile mnaisupport. Si mnaisupport tu because Wilbaro. How come someone own a chopper, own convoy yake peke yake ni around 2 million magari na watu wako huku ndani. Na wewe akikuja hapa napanda Wilbaro and you are very stupid, you are dead to yourself. Ati sisi ni hustler. Hustler na yeye analala kwa masho, my friend. Hustler kama Susan Kihika. Nani ajui familia ya Susan Kihika, they own everything in Nakuru town. Anakuja hapa nawaambia ati yeye ni hustler. My friend, you're a bit stupid there somehow. There sometimes we have to say ukweli ni ukweli, my friend. Kama wewe ni mdosi, sema wewe ni mdosi, lakini pale ulianzia hatuwezi sahau. Si unatuambia wewe ni mdosi tena wewe ni maskini.
Umetusiwa ya kutosha.
Wacha nimalize. As I
Mtembe,
Ndio next.
Nimejaribu kuharibu.
It is my time.
As I finalize my point, I want to say this. Wanasema dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. Na ukiona hii mvua imeanza kupiga watu wa UDA, my friend, jua hakuna kitu hapo. Angalia Machakos vile walifanya vibaya, my friend. Hiyo si hata aibu. At least kifo ya Magufuli imefanya watu wamesahau hiyo kitu.
Haya. Ewe.
Thank you so much Bwana Mtembei. Habari ya wenye nchi ama ni wananchi? Nimefurahi sana kuwa hapa. It's been 2 weeks now sijakuwa online, then leo nimefaulu kuingia, so nashukuru kabisa. Secondly, nimemiss sana hii kipindi. Last week I just participated nikiwatch lakini sikuingia, and Kenyans are happy 989.6%. Ama namna gani Mtembei? Na Mtembei si utoke bwana, watu wengine waingie. Uko hapa tu na uongee. All right. Dandrai, wewe argument zako ni what is nyam nyam baba? I mean Dandrai, your arguments are funny my friend. Ukisema sasa mtu ana own 6 choppers, sijui what. Raila also owns these things. I mean everybody owns these things. But the beginning of how to own those things is more important. Even me, I'm driving a car, like driving that car, I had to do all the basic things for me to earn that vehicle. To live in a good house, I have to put a lot of effort. So it doesn't mean that when you are a hustler, you don't have any right to own anything that have any value. Even Ruto even if Ruto has a chopper, I mean, Raila has a chopper. If Kalonzo have a chopper, Gideon Moi has a chopper. So everybody has a right to own anything, and it doesn't mean that when you own that thing and you give out a narrative of people to work hard and earn those things, it means that, I mean, it doesn't mean that you are telling people not to work hard and earn them. So, I mean, your argument on basis of Ruto is telling people, is lying to people that, he's a hustler. I mean, at the end of the, I mean, at the same time has all those things. You are lying to us. He's trying to tell people, and he's trying to tell you and myself that you need to work hard to have those things. And kazi ni kazi means that whatever you do, I don't know what you're doing, Dandrai. You don't know what I'm doing, but have passion in what you're doing, put faith in it, put hope in it, and you are going to make it. So it doesn't mean that when I own a chopper, means that I'm not supposed, to tell those conductors, to tell those mamambogas that they need to work hard to earn those things. It doesn't really resonate with me when you tell me that Ruto is selling a wrong narrative, telling people to work hard for them to earn. So that one, no. You need to upscale your point of argument. Hapo umeanguka kidogo. Secondly,
Sasa Mr. kabla uendelee, please.
Yes.
Kabla uendelee, I believe Mr. Android didn't put it right. Maybe the thing is, it's about all of our most of our election leaders. Most of them, they cannot hawawezi kudhinisha utajiri wao vile wamepata. Actually, okay, they are rich, filthy rich actually, and they go out giving out money as if it's nothing. Even if we have billionaires, we have billionaires who own factories, but you can't see them like they go out ditching out money, like that, because actually in a company you see that it's making billions, but kuna nini, there is kuna expenses. I'm in a company where I work or I own, like that, and the thing is kuna expenses na kuna zile interest zake. Now that interest actually mimi najua hii kitu nimefanya kazi. So the thing is that I pay myself this other one, let me try to invest in this ndio iendelee kugrow. But you cannot, it is actually, I've not seen it. Actually, it is only in Kenya. In Tanzania, it does not work like that. Even in 70, maze imagine. Umse ameka how many years? Ameka how many years kwa hiyo kiti hapo detect, lakini I've never seen him going out ditching out money seriously to people like that. That is the bottom truth, actually. Most
okay, fine,
actually, 95% of our leaders are like that. 95% of our leaders. The only person right now, Mr. Kewal, let me just one point alafu uongee. When it comes to all our leaders, myself, by the way, mtu akiniuliza which candidate I support, I'll tell you Raila. Facts, the only fact whereby if I narrow down all the leaders, nabaki na yeye peke yake, long-term leaders, wale wamekaa, whereby they have no scandals. And if there's any scandal in village, there's any scandal there is no proof actually. That is the reality. There's no proof. But this
alikula pesa ya kazi kwa vijana.
wamepeleka haya basi.
Keiwel, Mtembe can smile because I can see I can
kazi kwa vijana na molasses plant.
Makanga, unajua Makanga amechukua my time. I wonder he's making points on my time.
In fact, tumebaki na dakika mbili.
Excuse Mr. Mtembe,
acheni Kewela kwanza amalize, then you guys mwingie.
Wacha kwanza Kewela amalize.
Just 1 minute. I just want to say, just to make a joke that sometimes if I start talking, naonaga nakoseka watu wanaitwa mtai keep na something kwa comment hadi wanasema nitolewe jameni. Na nikiangalia na nadhani tu nakosea Clinton peke yake, lakini nakoseka watu wengi sana.
Hapana, waona nini Dandrai? Acha nikujibu Dandrai. Mimi hunikosei kwa sababu I know William Ruto, Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka, those are the type of leaders that we have currently. Yeah. And we have to choose from them the next president of the Republic of Kenya. So my problem with you comes, I don't even support Ruto to 2022. I don't even support Raila. Maybe I won't vote. But my problem, inakujanga pale ambapo any blame on Jubilee government, failed laptops, wizi yenye iko kwa serikali, kila kitu mnabeba na gunia mnapeleka kwa doorstep ya William Ruto.
Can
so
I
always
you?
fail to understand. Wait.
Can I answer you, Clinton?
I always fail to understand you. Wait, utanijibu.
Let me tell you something.
Utanijibu.
Clinton,
Wait,
you know mtu alikuwa na explain hiyo manifesto mzuri ya Jubilee ilikuwa William Ruto. Nani alisikia kama Uhuru ana explain manifesto wa Jubilee? Sijui after 3 months we are going to have 9 stadium. After 3 months ilikuwa tu after 90 days. After 3 months ilikuwa William Ruto. My friend, si yeye anaelewa manifesto ya Jubilee kushinda kila kitu.
Hata wewe unajua vizuri Uhuru Kenyatta is the president. Everything alituambia juzi, anything above 1 billion is signed at State House. And the occupant of State House is one His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. Kila siku kina Junet wanatuambia Ruto hata hana powers, yule ajiuzulu. Sasa ni power gani yako nacho ambacho unataka akitumie kwenda kuleta malaptops kwa shule, kufanya nini na nini? Saizi tunamblame eti alitupromise sijui stadiums. Hakuwa anataka kuzijenga na pesa zake. Ni serikali ambayo Uhuru anaongoza na yeye kama deputy. Na kama Uhuru hataki kuimplement hizo vitu, akidhani eti sasa Ruto akikuja kwetu tutamuuliza mambo na stadiums. We know very well he's a deputy president. He doesn't make all the decisions in government. Yeah? So let them sleep. But Ruto kuja tuuzie sera zetu atuambie I promise you stadiums. These things are possible. Yeah?
Clinton, let me ask you something. Kama wewe unasema vizuri that ana powers and whatever. My friend, hizi barabara ameshinda amelaunch. Juzi amelaunch basi ingine huku Meru imechukuliwa. Hizi vitu yeye anakuwa na launch akitoa pesa wapi kama umejua vizuri ana powers. Hizi barabara tunasikianga sijui ameenda kulaunch wapi. Ana powers anaenda kulaunch. Na kama shajua ana powers.
As at now,
acha kae nyumbani relax. Awache
you know very well.
Si anaenda kulaunch vitu zingine failed promises. Ama wewe hujui
As at now, you know very well, William Ruto is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya.
No, you guys, acheni Kewel kwanza malizie, then muendelee.
Bana.
Kewel.
Bana, ngoja Kewel amalize.
Wewe Dandrai bana, tulia. So now, I was saying, you know, I was disagreeing with Dandrai when he went into a point whereby akasema Ruto is lying to Kenyans that you know, he's a hustler, whereas yeye mwenyewe akona choppers and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that, you know. He's simply telling people that, you know, have passion with what you're doing. I mean, usidharau kazi yako, work hard, and you're going to get, you know, returns out of it. In other words, let it be a working nation. You remember in Kibaki time, it was a working nation. And later on in 2007, it was kazi iendelee. So it is a mantra that you're telling people to work hard, put faith and, you know, have passion in whatever they are doing, and they're going to have their returns. So in a nutshell, it is not a thing of like kudanganya watu, you know. So that is the disagreement I had with Dan Rai. At the same time, I heard you people, you were talking about the institutions. I mean, now the corruptions and stuff like that. Post 2018, after the handshake, you know, on my opinion is that we don't have a strong opposition here now. It's just a thing of the opposition and the government are sleeping in the same bed. There's nobody who is keeping the government on check. There's nobody who is understanding how the government is running the operations. Somebody was mentioning that there's no been corruption. I mean, post 2018, we have KEMSA the other day. We've seen a lot of scandals which are being said. In fact, with the COVID-19 supplies, the donations, the grants, and everything that we were given as a country, personally, or maybe of the few of us who are on this platform, nobody has received a free sanitizer. Nobody has received a free a mask. And we all know exactly that we had grants from wherever. We had donations from even our friend Jack Ma. We've never seen anything about the government bringing these things to our doorsteps. So one of its own kind of a scandal, which we don't really understand. I saw it the other day on papers that there's another, I don't know if it's 139 or 339 billion that was, given to Kenya without anyone understanding how that amount was given to the Kenyan government. Is it a loan? Is it a grant or anything? But we are being told that there is that money that came into the country without us. Nobody telling us how that money was acquired. So, by and large, there are a lot of things which are happening within the government, but there is nobody or no institution that is that is keeping the government at an eye, so that things are done correctly and things done at the rightful way. We are having other cases which has been brought before, and we don't know the situation or the status of those scandals. You remember the NYS 1, NYS 2, Eurobond, Kimwarer, Aror, and all these other things. Nobody has been prosecuted. Nobody has been taken to court. Nobody has been questioned on what is happening. The other day when we were following up on the KEMSA thing, people are saying that, I was walking just past KEMSA offices and I saw people grouping themselves, and, I peeped into that, whatever was happening in that place, and I realized there was tenders which were being given out. Seriously, where and how can that happen? Somebody was saying that I prayed to God, and the Holy Spirit led me to KEMSA offices, and I was, when I got there, I was awarded a tender. Somebody, these are the things that really we need to understand as a citizen or as a people of this country. So there is a problem. There is a problem when we discuss anything to do with the institutions. EACC is not working. It's a toothless dog, if I can put such of a word. It barks and it doesn't bite. When we talk of DCI is being used politically. It doesn't really it doesn't really do its job. Every other time we hear that there's a scandal somewhere and nobody is being arrested. We don't see people being arraigned in court, that these are the people who have been found, guilty or convicted of these things. So there's a problem. There's a problem. So when we talk of handshake should have really done what was intended to perform in terms of bringing peace and tranquility in the country. That was the objective of handshake. The political temperatures that were coming in between post 2018 was all about, two factions fighting. Baba was saying that I want this thing. Uhuru was saying on the other side, he won that thing. So handshake was all about bringing the temperatures, the political temperatures down in the country. But the point that we missed was that, after that handshake, opposition should have gone to where they belong and perform their duties as given or as said by the Constitution. So nobody actually is keeping the government at check. So this is the point whereby now the opposition, that is the NASA, has lost objection. They have lost focus on what they are supposed to do. And they are not keeping the government at check. So things are going haywire. And we hear Holoi Poloi telling us that respect the president. We are respecting the president. But then we need to see the government doing what it's supposed to be doing correctly and rightfully. Somebody mentioned my name.
Yes, it's me, Maganga, actually. Now,
can I throw in a point?
You know, first a moment, please. You've said that there are two things. First of all, you've said about opposition. In this current constitution, there is no opposition. We have three arms of government. Opposition was the old constitution. In this current, we don't have any opposition. We have three arms of government in which each arm usually checks the other. That's how it works. Parliament checks the executive, the judiciary, the same way. It's like that. So there's no opposition. Secondly, I want to ask you, in which I will need your answer. After between 2018 and 2017, and from 2018 up to now, in those two different terms, actually term 1 and term 2 of Jubilee, ni gani imekuwa na scandal most? And then another one, after the handshake, you said that it should have this, it should have this. Actually, to my point of view, handshake, it has helped a lot. Apart from calming down the temperature, it has brought out now the culprit, showing out now the real, that the time of between 2013 and 2017, whatever the ODM was saying, now it is being said now by the government that whatever ODM was saying, it is true, that there was corruption going on like that. At that current time, walikuwa hawezi kusema wamenyamaza.
Okay,
it's
fine.
Like
fine, Manganga. Makanga.
Sijui kama unanipata, sijui kama unanigeta.
Let me answer you.
Kewel, webatisha 1 minute by the way, malizia then Cyrus.
Okay.
Okay,
so,
sawa.
Only 15 seconds. Only 15 seconds, Kewel. And then with this current with this current handshake, you see, unasema now when you say there's no opposition, actually it's true. There's no opposition because the current constitution, there's no opposition. Those who are not mrengo wa handshake, actually, they are still in government. Actually, they're even powerful. Like we can talk of the deputy president. He is the deputy president. Whatever goes on, he knows. Was it last month? Alikuwa kwa meketi kwa cabinet. So whatever he knows. If there's anything which is going
on, uko na maswali mingi sana.
Now, yeah, it is an argument. It is actually healthy. Seriously.
Acha Kewel amalize. We have like two guys hapa hawajaongea.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much, Muti. Makanga anaanza kukula my time. Hata ananifanya nikuwe confused. Makanga, who told us about the NYS? Who told us about the Eurobond? Who told us about all these other scandals which has been mentioned before? It is Baba and his brigade. Who told us about the mercury? Who told hizi mercury zenye zilikuwa kwa sukari? Who told us about the maize scandal? Who told us about all these scandals which are being mentioned right, left, and center? It's all about those people who are, runners up in the election, and that is the opposition at the end of the day, and that is their constitutional mandate, and that is what they are supposed to do. And with all those, those kinds of who blows the trumpet, it helps us as a people to understand really if the government is doing the right thing or is doing the wrong thing. And we don't say that.
Can I give you facts? Kewe, can I give you facts? Do you know, in our constitution, we don't have official opposition. Hii ndio tunataka kuingiza kwa BBI, that we have shadow minister. Raila,
so what have they been doing?
1 minute. Opposition, tuko nayo tukienda kwa parliament, like everybody can feel that sisi tukisema hii ukipinga hiyo in parliament, but we don't have that official opposition kama ile constitution tulikuwa nayo from 1964, and you have to know that, and that's why unaona Raila na Uhuru waliona enyewe inafaa tukuwe na opposition, at least ule anaweza kuwa na anaangalia kitu government inafanya. Na sasa hizi BBI inatuambia we are going to have official opposition, that uko na ofisi, uko na shadow minister and whatever, unaona. Na sasa hizi kusema Raila kazi yake ni kuangalia vitu zinafanyika. Raila is someone like you, akishindwa election is over, hana hata mamlaka yote, ataitwa tu former prime minister. Na sasa hizi blame zote mnakonga mnaweka kwa Raila, sijui Raila kwa hapo kuangalia scandal mnafanya kwa government, my friend. Wale watu waliimba wembe ni ule ndio wanalia sasa hata kushinda sisi watu tulikaa. Asanteni.
Mtembei, lazima ni respond.
Okay.
Unajua
lazima ujue my one is still intact.
Mtembei, wacha niongee dakika tu moja.
Ongea.
Unajua kitu moja mimi by the I don't understand why huyu mtu kama Dan Rai, does he understand the 2010 constitution? The 2010 constitution ilikuja to ensure that the country, for it to achieve to have a democracy, we must have strong institutions. Now strong institutions goes down all the way to the party level, whereby si ati lazima ati ODM wakuwe na ofisi kama official opposition ndio wafanye kazi yao ku keep the government in check. Unaona? Lakini sasa yeye anakuja hapa anaanza kutuambia ati sijui ati lazima mkuwe na official opposition. Dude, did you ever read the 2010 constitution? Did tuanze kuongea even at this point?
Martin, and also nakwambia you don't have facts, my friend. You don't have you don't have facts. That's why I'm telling you don't have facts. And because I'm saying this, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying this. Now, the constitution that we get from the British, tulitumia from 1964. Hii tukakuja tukamenda 1991, tukakuja tukabadilisha 2010. Ilikuwa na official position opposition position.
We were in a parliamentary system of governance. We were in a parliamentary system of governance.
2010, hakuna mandate tunapatia. My friend, sometimes
Tulia, so, you know, a wise person said that the biggest tragedy that you can have is acting like you know everything. Unajua, a Chinese saying inasema, for you to understand something, you must empty your cup first. Unaona, kikombe yenye imejaa ikiwekwa maji, hiyo maji inamwagika. Unaona, so tulia, so that your cup can be filled, you must empty your cup first. Okay. When the 2010 constitution ilikuja ensure that ODM ikuwe a very strong party. Okay. So that it can, because it's a presidential system of governance. It's not a parliamentary system of governance. Okay. What we have for the 2010 constitution is a presidential system, kama ya USA, whereby we have the Democratic Party and we have the Republican Party. Kama Democrats wamechukua government, the Republicans will keep them in check. They don't have to be called the official opposition party, official opposition leaders. Wakati Donald Trump ameshindwa, umeona kama anaendelea kuhang around hapo Washington DC akwe official opposition leader? No, because it's a presidential system whereby we have very strong independent party, whereby two independent strong parties, whereby if one party gets into government, the other party is going to keep the other one in check. Lakini sasa enye Raila anasuggest saina hii BBI yake, it's whereby we have a presidential system and we have a parliamentary system of governance. That system doesn't work for African countries because we will interfere with the independence of the parliament. Unaelewa? So wakati tunasema like we need strong independent institution so that we can be able to advance our democracy, it's because BBI inakuja to disrupt that system whereby we have strong parties and strong institutions. Santi.
It was my time, Bwana Mutembei.
Malizia sasa.
Wacha nimalizie. So I was coming into a point whereby now, if we don't have somebody who is keeping the government on check, we have a lot of things that are happening which nobody is unveiling them or nobody is blowing a whistle on all these things. Right now, we are paying 125, 127 shillings of petrol. We don't know how how we got to that point. Right now, we are paying electricity almost like twice, a market rate in other countries. So who is keeping the government to tell us exactly why are we paying more than what we are supposed to be paying? I saw in Uganda, people are fueling at 96 bob. In Tanzania, people are fueling it at almost 102 shillings. So who is telling the country or who is telling the Kenyans that we are doing all these things with good faith, or we are doing these things because there's some things, or there's somebody who is stealing our money? So these are pertinent questions that we need actually to have a body that is keeping the government on check. But if we got into an illusion whereby, Handshake came in and, it became a vehicle, it became everything, and, it became a 6x6 bed whereby people are sleeping in this. The people who are to suffer as wananchi. So we are saying that the government and the opposition, even if you say that the opposition, it doesn't exist, but the other side of the government needs to be keeping the government at check. Nobody is keeping the government at check. Things are going haywire. Things are going wrongfully. Okay, somebody ananisumbua hapa.
Okay, ngoja sasa Cyrus aongee.
Yes, thank you for invitation. Mimi kuna mambo nataka kutaja na niseme ni Maganga amesema mambo mingi kuhusu constitution, kuhusu Raila na kuhusu BBI. Nimwambie, if we happen to have a good conversation and a discussion that will help this country, we must stop thinking about those guys, because they are never genuine. All these politicians you see, they are doing all this for their own benefit. And that is why myself, I don't support BBI, because at the end of the day, so many things that are in BBI don't need a referendum. If you are here last time, I said the only thing that need referendum is executive expansion. So if executive expansion imetolewa kwa BBI, hatuwezi enda referendum. Ile unafiki kuna hawa viongozi, hata ukiangalia vyenye CDF ilikuja into place, hakuna referendum ilifanywa. Hii mambo ya kusema tutapatia constituencies pesa na kuongeza ma MP, hakuna haja, kwa sababu hakuna pesa. For example, today nimeona kwa gazeti imesema we borrow 3.37 billion each day, na president alisema 2 billion inaibiwa, kwa hivyo tunabaki na 1 billion. The reason you see some project zenye zilisimama na Jubilee government ni kwa sababu even the government must give priority to things that are that are supposed to be given priority, like security, like health, like education, all of that. You cannot say that you have money and you want to fund other things that are not important for this time, they can wait. So those who are, if like Dalai, you are saying that Ruto has not delivered laptop, has not delivered those stadium. Those are lies. The government is ruled by Uhuru Kenyatta. He's the one who knows what to give priority and what. The other thing about BBI, if the other day Kebicho had said something about BBI, they said you want to sabotage our 2022 plan. Then I asked, why did Raila said that I'm not saying, Raila said I'm not fine for president, I have not said I'm fine for 2022. But when Kebiso said about BBI at 2022, 2022 Raila walianza kupiga kelele na wakaanza kuleta shida, wakaanza kusema ati anasukishwa. You see, ile unafiki iko hapo ndani. That's why I'm telling you, hata tukisema nini, sisi mwisho ndio tutakuja kuumia. So as youths, na watu ambao wanataka kubadilisha hii nchi, we must have and engage in sober conversation without looking for those leaders wenye wako pale juu. Na hiyo mambo yote ambayo tunaongea hapa, tujue ya kwamba kuna watu wengi wanatuwatch sana, na hata mimi nimekuwa ni being reached by so many people, nimekuona ukiongea kwa Mutembei, na wacheni tuongee mambo ambayo hata watu wakisikisa pale baadaye wasione kama ni kelele, waone kuna Wakenya hapa wanalika ambao wanataka kuleta suluhisho. Tuache kuongea mambo ikiwa ni mambo ya wizi. Hao viongozi wote hakuna mtu hajaitajwa na mambo ya wizi. Kwa hivyo hata tukisema ati wao ni wasafi sana, hakuna. Na hiyo kitu kingine na mimi napenda kusema ni sisi kama wanalika ama sisi kama citizens tuache kupigania viongozi. Wakati nimesemekana mimi nimetoka Central, nimeiba pesa fulani, watu wasijitokeze waanze kusema ni kabila yetu inapigwa, kwa sababu sisi wenyewe ndio tuna support those corruption, na sisi wenyewe ndio tunapatia those leaders to continue with stealing the money that president said, because we are supporting them even in stealing. So if we are we are the youth leaders and we want change, we have to educate our people. When somebody is involved in a corruption, let them carry their cross, let them be judged, let them pay for what they have stolen, so that money can be brought back to the citizens and work for the citizens. So it is us who can change this narrative of supporting corruption, kwa sababu hii corruption tukiiba kila siku hatutaifanya. Tuseme kule mtu wa Kalenjin ametajwa, Kalenjin wasema ni wao wanapigwa. Hapana, hiyo mambo kwanza sisi tujiondoe. Kwa hiyo tuseme mtu apewe mzigo wake na tutaona mambo ikibadilika hii Kenya. Then
Cyrus.
Yes.
Haya, asante sana. Kuna Gazuma.
Cyrus, kidogo tutapeleka Cyrus. Kidogo tu. Cyrus, vile umemalizia poa. Kila mtu ajibebe msalaba wake. Simple like that. Ni vile when it comes to the way you started, ulikuwa umesema kwamba Kenya haina pesa. I will still repeat, nimesema hapa earlier, kama kuna nchi iko na pesa boss ni Kenya.
Na kwa nini wanaongeza mafuta?
Those billions looted, actually those billions looted, and then bado tuna stand, tuko na pesa. Really vile the Kibaki before the Kibaki administration, because the Moi administration, uchumi ilikuwako imeenda baya sana, imeharibika. The corruption ilikuwa juu, imeharibika kabisa. Kibaki came. It was after 5 years of his term, it's when people started kuona mabadiliko kwa nini vile kwa nchi, watu kupata kazi. The reason why he came with good policies. Actually, he came with good policies. Now when he finished now his term, or even watu nini wakamsifu or Kibaki Supertika highway nini, now it came now Jubilee government ikaingia. After Jubilee government kuingia, the first 5 years, the
ni swali ama una make point?
I'm making a point and in a swali. After 5 years, it's when now right now
talk, man.
After looting whatever vile walikuwa wameloot, right now it is when we are feeling the pinch. That's when unaona mpaka mafuta imepandishwa. That's how it is. Right now is when we are feeling the pinch.
Sawa, Maganga, ngoja Gazuma make point yake. Gazuma.
Yeah, yes, sir. I think we must agree to separate, what you can call facts and political rhetoric. I think the fact of the matter is that the country is broke. There's no money, and ukiangalia useme there's hiyo ni kusema tu. I think we are beyond that. And I was actually gonna go after Danri here kidogo. we should not be concerned or we should not ask where the 35% is going to come from, is the 15%. That is a legitimate concern that you guys, the BBI people, must tell us. You cannot keep telling us that pesa itakuwa yet. I mean, how can you tell your kids that next year tutawapeleka, and you cannot afford to buy food for them today? So the question about the 15%, you guys will have to answer to us. I think it was Mr. Wagila who talked about political stability earlier. I think he said that what we really need right now is not all this that we are talking about, is political stability. And I think the question that I would have to ask somebody like Wangila is this. So haven't we been politically stable since 2013, I would say? We've been politically stable, and that is where we saw those scandals. Our economy right now is in the ICU, really, if you want to say, and we have been politically stable. So in my view, I think we need more than political stability. I think kitu ya kutuambia about peace, I think it have been used to calm us down. It have been used to tell us, you guys don't say anything, there is peace. When people are taking money, when the country is being destroyed, when all the borrowing was going on, and we are tunaambiwa hapana, there is peace. That's all you guys need, and we cannot accept that to continue. The Didimus Barasa issue, me, I think I don't think you can beat the guy around. I think jamaa anaangalia, he is in Western. Mudavadi and Wetangula seems to be recapturing their kingship over there. So the guy has to bail out on Ruto. So I cannot blame him for that. Political scandals. I think there is a clear coalition between Raila Odinga being in the handshake team and lack of the uncovering of political. You don't need to be better than you cannot run away from that. Handshake, tunaambiwanga handshake ilikuja kuleta political temperatures down. Nothing can be further from the truth. It wasn't about lowering the temperatures. It was about literally taming Tinga, who is the opposition. That one we must agree. We must call it for what it is. That is why we don't hear about scandals. Scandals are there. The fact is, Tinga is in government. He's getting all the benefits. So he's not going to speak. He's not going to say. He's not going to tell us about. Sasa ukajiuliza kama ile kitu ilikuwa inajengwa huko Murang'a ya kutoa maji, about the tunnels and all that. You don't hear about that. Raila ametulia. So the guys in Jubilee and Ruto and all, they can continue doing their thing. And so let's call the handshake for what it is. It wasn't meant to lower the political temperature. It was meant to tame Raila Odinga. So I think that's all I'm going to say for now. And I love what you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Can I answer something?
Yes. Kila mtu ameongea isipokuwa mimi.
I just need these my fellow Kenyans to be a bit sober enough and have reminded. Gatumu, let me tell you something. The problem with us Kenyans is we do lack someone to blame, but we blame someone according to the political parties that we support, and that's the fact. And I want to agree with like most people wako hapa, most of them ni watu watangatanga. Let us just be genuine. And sasa nikiongea I feel like nimewaguza kidogo. Mi lazima nitawaguza na nitaendelea kuwaguza. And I have to
do the facts though.
My friend, unaona handshake vile ilikuja, I think kama hujawahi enda hizi maandamano because unalilia haki yako. Hujawahi fail. About 2007 vile watu walikufa. Raila mwenyewe ndiye sacrifice kwa prime minister. Na wale waliguzwa sana, mostly I'm sorry to say this Wakikuyu. And everybody was saying Raila amefanya vizuri and everything, Kibaki amefanya vizuri. And that's the truth. 2013 there are some people walikuwa wanalilia haki yao. Watu wakasium, Raila akasium akanyamaza. 2017 there are some people who died, there are some widows. Saizi tuko na widows wengi sana. Kuna wengine wako orphans because they fail. Si ati wanaenda kufia Raila, but I feel like hata me I was going to those maandamano that my haki have not served. Unaona? This thing ndio ulisikia hii handshake ikakuja. Handshake kukuja, my friend, hata wewe uliona peace. Na hii peace hakuna palisha divide ikasema like sasa tuache jenga barabara, tuache maendeleo, tushughulikiane na story handshake. Nimesikia hapo ukisema about the loan and whatever. The moment ile Eurobond ilikuja, Raila kipiga kelele, kuna pesa imekuja na imegawanywa, imeisha. Ruto alienda akasema nini Mombasa? That Raila ataki hii railway lijengwe, sijui Raila ataki maendeleo kuja hapa, nataki hatuna pesa. Saizi umesema correct, the country is broke. Na kitu nani alikuwa anasema that guy kama ametoka. The country kama Tanzania they can do everything without taking a loan. Na sisi wa Kenya we have our tea here, we have our coffee, we have everything we can produce here. Means we are capable to do those things without those loans. But those loans azile tuna borrow inaenda kwa mfuko za watu. Do you know that Raila wakienda kuborrow hizo loans? Raila hajawahi kuwa. Na for your information, saizi tuko na 9 point something trillion loan tuko nayo. And also wameongeza tabei ya mafuta. Na 6 point something waliboro in the first year 2013 2017. Niambie hiyo 6 point something wamefanya nini? Before you come kusema Raila amefanya hii, Raila ameingia. My friend, and this was something I was saying like, do you know Raila hana mamlaka kwa katiba kuanza kumwambia government. Raila hata saizi kama angeacha kusalamiana na Uhuru na nyamaze na sikie vitu zinaendelea. My friend, hakuna mtu anaweza kuja kumwambia Raila like when you are opposition, official opposition. Hiyo ni tu kitu naonanga like me, kama mimi saizi tunaweza kuwa tumeshindana na wewe Gatomo and I win. Nikushinde. Utakuwa hapo sasa kuniangalia at least ukue relevant kwa watu like yeye ndiye angekuwa. That's what Raila is doing. Na Raila anasema kila siku I'm not in government. I'm not in government. Kukua kwa handshake na BBI. Hii BBI watu wanapinga. And sasa unasikia Raila akisema aje? Ule anapinga ngoje Depe. Atapiga no. And if Kenya sisi tutaamua like we don't need katiba BBI for amendment, then watu watasema no and they have to respect. Unaona? Na hii kitu ya me si atinatetea Raila, but let's just be genuine, be civilized, be open minded my friend. Hakuna haja that tutasema someone form government, alafu you start blaming someone that huyu ajangalia hii. Ni kazi yako kama Magufuli, the late Magufuli, umeingia kwa government, you must do the right thing. Ukishafanya the right thing, hakuna mtu atakufuata. Si ati unaingia huko kufanya tabia mbaya that mtu akufuate. Nani aliandikwa hiyo kazi? Saizi Raila atakienjoy my friend, that's a old man. Hakuna kitu anataka. Maybe your presidency watu wanasemanga na hajawahi declare anataka presidency. Hata tulisikia akisema Kinoro. Alisema vizuri. My friend. Mimi sijasema nataka presidency. Wacha BBI ipite, then after BBI I will declare. Kama nani amesikia Raila?
Just agree. Tunaelewa, just agree.
Nikisema hivyo ndio ni kama na wakosea kabisa. Naona wakena kwa yeye na nani wananifuata. Mtembei. Nini mbaya?
Nimekuuliza swali, Daniel, nimekuuliza swali. Kwa nini Raila alikasirika wakati watu wa BBI secretariat wakati walianza kutolewa Kibisho wa take over, alafu akasema ati wanataka kusabotage? Kwa nini alipiga kelele ikiwa mambo ya BBI na 2022 is not connected?
Let me tell you something serious. There's something that you don't understand. Kitu Tindamula alisema. Tindamula alisema vizuri. We have to know, we have to agree like kuna pesa imetengewa BBI. Si ndio? Hata hizo kampeni unaona kuna pesa imetengwa. Tindamula ali-explain vizuri. Sisi kama watu wa ODM tumekuwa Mombasa kwenda kuanalyze hii story ya BBI. Hao watu watupatie pesa. But ikifika kwa hii coalition ya Serelak wanapewa pesa. And those walikuwa nasema hii BBI si ati ya ODM peke yake my friend. Hao watu wasema wakipewa pesa wanaenda kufanya nini?
Si kwa sababu strategy imetolewa.
Hapana, Daniel kwa Mutembei. Mutembei nikuulize swali.
Yes.
Mutembei, Dandrai anaposema kwamba Raila hana role iwe ya opposition ama ya serikali, na kuna pesa political parties wao wanapewa. In fact hiyo pesa kina ODM wamenyima, kina Mudavadi, Weta na Kalonzo. Hiyo pesa wanapewa kama kina nani? Ni si opposition, hawana role, ni raia tu kama sisi. Why is Raila taking the money meant for opposition parties na yeye si opposition?
See opposition parties.
Let me answer you this. Unaona political parties, hizi political parties zote.
ODM is the official opposition party. ODM is the official opposition party.
My friend. Don't deal with the hapa tutaki assumptions my friend. Hizi political parties zote zinapewa pesa. Hata Jubilee kuna vile inapewa pesa na hiyo register of the political parties. Ya pili, ODM wakitengeneza NASA my friend. NASA ni ODM na ODM ndio NASA. Sisi ndio tunaamua tunawapatia nini. Si wao ndio wanaamua my friend. Andazo tunasemaga hakuna siku utasikia ODM imesupport mtu. Cause mto mkubwa haiwezi mwaka kwa mto ndogo aje.
That is pedestrian. That is pedestrian. That is pedestrian.
I think we have a huge problem in that country. There's no doubt about it.
Mtembe, I really respect your platform and I've been watching most of your videos and uploads. Singependa watu waanze kudiscredit your platform by cheap propaganda. In the 2010 unajua huyu mtu kama Danrai ukiangalia vizuri huyu jamaa hajaisoma constitution ya 2010. Hiyo ndio the issue. Unaona?
Inasemaje?
According to the 2010 constitution, only political parties that produced a presidential candidate are the only ones that are able to get a political fund. Unaelewa? Ni zile political parties zilikuwa na presidential candidate zinapatiwa political fund by the constitution. Unaelewa? So according to the way formation ilikuwa going towards 2022 kulikuwa na NASA. Kulikuwa atulia. Relax boss, nimalize statement yangu.
Unajua ukisema hivyo unakosea, unajua vizuri. Kina Peter Kenneth walikuwa presidential candidate na hakuna pesa alipewa.
Peter Kenneth hakuwa kwa political party, alisimama kama independent candidate.
Hapana, alikuwa na KNC.
Sinakwambia, ukiangalia mtu kama Peter Kenneth, chama alikuwa nayo, alikuwa among those political parties zenye zilikuwa na enough nini, the number of unajua ndio ukuwe presidential candidate, you must have more than 24 counties zimekupatia kura. Unaelewa?
Hapana.
So
ni 24 counties zina support chama yako.
Na ukiangalia mtu kama Peter Kenneth alipata kura kwa 24 counties.
Hata moja.
Ati?
Alikuwa anapata kwa kila county.
Kuna so, unaona ni hizi vitu ndio unapata wakati unaona sasa ndio wakati
Martin, let me tell you, pesa ya party inapeangwa the party yenye iko na some number of MPs, number of MPs, number of senators. Unaona Raila akona all the qualifications, lakini kina Kalonzo na Wetangula wanakosa dhuru.
Lakini wakati walienda kwa presidential election walienda kama NASA, hawakwenda kama Wiper, hawakwenda kama ODM, hawakwenda kama Ford Kenya, walienda kama NASA. So
ODM inawanyonya.
Walienda kama a coalition. Sasa wakati political fund inakuja kwa coalition. Sasa ni nyinyi wenyewe mkiingia kwa coalition,
coalition sisi kama watu wa NASA. Let me tell you something.
So unaelewa,
walisema vizuri, Wakinorengo walisema vizuri, my friend. Hakuna haja, sisi tuko na wabunge more than 60. Mtu ako na mbunge kama hata wawafiki wa 10, wabunge wa NC wanakuwa wangapi? And the same person anataka mkawane hii pesa the same. Hata wewe Martin, you can't agree my friend. Ni kama unaniambia wewe ndio umerauka job asubuhi. Mtu anakuja saa 6, akishakuja saa 6 anataka jioni mkigawanywa pesa mkule the same. Kwa nani inaweza fanyika my friend?
But then there is the problem, Danui.
ODM haipeani hata shilingi.
Ngojeni. Tuko na Nancy hapa.
Okay, go ahead.
Nancy. Aya,
sasa wengi sana. Naendelea kusema
ODM wapeane hata kidogo bana.
Yeah, what we are saying, Danui, enjoy the money. But if you're gonna enjoy the money, enjoy the responsibility and play the role as well. So you guys wanna enjoy all the money, but you're not playing the role, and that is our problem. Shida yetu imekuwa hatuna opposition.
Which role do you want us to play? Which role?
Of the opposition, of calling out the government, of exposing all these scandals. You guys are not doing that.
My friend, let me ask you a question. You voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. Did you vote for Uhuru Kenyatta to be a corrupt person or William Ruto? You vote for them because you believe in them. You believe that they're going to deliver. Why building up opposition?
Mr. Benry, that is a very, very cheap argument to tell us
My
here.
friend, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Kaduma.
Yes, sir.
Sasa Raila Odinga muliamua ati ameshindwa kwa ballot. Hapo ndio kazi ya hapo ndio according to katiba. Let us just argue with nasikia Martin anasema katiba, tusome katiba. Wapi katiba gani inapatia Raila Odinga officially as opposition party that you have to outlook the government, what the government is doing? Kalonzo hapa naweza amua. Abdida pia alikuwa hapo kwa debe. Sijui nani alikuwa hapo kwa debe. Nani mbona wasiwapewe hiyo kazi ya kuangalia government? Ni Raila tu Odinga ndio anataka kutenda kazi.
So who controls the Public Account Committee kwa parliament? Is it not ODM?
Let me tell you something. Hiyo imekuja after divorce of William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. Sasa nyinyi mkipigana kwa nyumba yenu
Hapana, Park is always controlled by opposition. Opposition. It's the only position in parliament.
Yeah.
And you know that.
Again, tusikize Nancy.
Okay.
Nancy. Ai, huyu naye anaingia. Acha kaende.
Unajua
anaogopa talirai. Anaogopa talirai.
Let me tell you something. Dembei, you know, this, my fellow Kenyans, ni kuna kitu hatukubaliani. Unajua we are having the base of me na support Ruto, me na support sijui nani. And that's why tutakuja sikizana. Cyrus, that's not a surprise. Kila mtu anavuta side yake. And we have to agree. My friend, hii story ya Raila kwa opposition. Una correct. Raila kicollect, mnasema Raila anapingana na ataki maendeleo. Hiyo pia mnapiga kelele. Akiwa join pia mnasema hapana. But Raila aliwaambia mzuri akiulizwa na watu wa Inoro. I don't know kama mulisikia hiyo story. Are you getting me?
You are just arguing like a cow, you know.
Aliulizwa vizuri bila aliulizwa vizuri akasema mimi saizi hakuna haja niende nipige kelele huko kwa barabara. Saizi I can take my call and I call Uhuru Kenyatta nimwambie bwana kuna pesa inapotea hapa na hapa. Uhuru Kenyatta kuja waambie my friend kuna 2 billion inapotea hapa. Hiyo Raila ndiye anamwambia sasa kwa simu. Si lazima kuja alikuwa anaitaka kitambo. Unaona?
Guys, isipokuwa venye Tunda Ndai aleti point vizuri, there is no official opposition, there is no right yenye Raila amepewa na constitution. Raila akishamaliza election akitolewa anafaa kwenda home na atulie.
Anabaki kama mimi.
But Mtembei,
shida yetu. Lakini Mtembei. Unajua issue ni kwamba
just because anapenda kile kimono the government. But
so he did that in the first term.
Yes,
alisumbua timu wake na walikuwa kwa coalition.
Anataka kusaidia, si ati kuna any obligation ilikuwa imewekwa kwake eti Raila must.
Hatutaki usaidizi wake.
The issue ni kwamba anafaa aende nyumbani.
Mtembei, kama Raila si official opposition, mbona kwa parliament positions zenye zinafaa kuchukuliwa na opposition ni ODM wana occupy kama hiyo ya PAC na some powerful committees.
Right on point.
Na minority wanafanya kwa parliament tuungane na majority wakuwe wengi.
Because
Raila is the leader of opposition bana.
One thing is that kitu yenye hii parliamentary system inataka kuintroduce ni kwamba unaweza simama kama MP ukuje kwa parliament ukuwe prime minister ama ukuwe deputy prime minister, lakini according to 2010 constitution ni kwamba utasimama kama presidential candidate. Usiposhinda unaenda nyumbani, party yako yenye itakuwa kwa bunge ndio itasimamia kama nini opposition. Historia ya kusema sijui Raila anatusaidia, ye amekuja kucause chaos kwa government ya Uhuru mwenyewe na hata ajui. Unaelewa?
Alikuwa ndani with political party stand. Let me tell you something. Ujue
alikuwa ndani ya Kibaki
inaenda kutoa ile majority leader. Alafu hapo ndio prime minister atachukua. I hope that you know that. Hivyo BBI inasema hatutakuwa na majority. Sasa hiyo cheo unaonanga majority leader anakuanga nayo. Hiyo nitakuwa prime minister like ile ya Tanzania. Ya pili, my friend, saa zile mtu amechaguliwa na wao ndio waliona ministers tunataka watoke hapa kwa bunge. At least you can question. Kitu imefanyika LAD. Hapo minister wa defense kwa hapo unamuuliza sasa hiyo. Si lazima tena upigie sijui ndani simu kuja mara nini. Hivyo ndio waliamua na BBI. Ya pili, hii BBI si kitu like ni kama constitution nini kuchange constitution vile mnaona. We just amend the some section 9 sections that I don't know 9 sections, I don't know 7 sections. Tunakuja correct. History ya executive wachani nayo kwa sababu hata sisi mimi nilisema last time na nikakosea watu wengi. Wachana nayo. Angalia hii 35 inakuja hapa, angalia hii health, angalia hii story unaambiwa 7 years, 4 years. Free tax and whatever. Hiyo prime
Nancy.
Dandrai ameenda nyumbani. Dandrai, are you there? Because honestly, guys, if we have guys like no. Some of these people, we have to put them in the right place. He has to speak from a position of knowledge. He cannot come to give us bullshit here and tell us about Raila and opposition. We know that Raila has always been an opposition leader in Kenya. There is a time Raila cared about the common man in Kenya. But he has realized time is running out. Is he 76 going on to 80 years? He's realized my time on earth is coming to an end. So I have to be president through thick and thin in the expense of the Kenyan person. Kwa hivyo aache kutuambia eti Raila has never been opposition. He's actually helped Kenya to some extent. And if I was advisor of Raila, I would tell him to
Nancy, hapo unasema Raila is the opposition is not in the constitution. In fact, the current constitution, wale wanafaa kuwa the opposition kucheck the government ni parliament itself, the MPs, the members of parliament. Hao ndio watu wanafaa kucheck the president.
And that's something I was saying.
I'm talking about No, hang on. I'm talking about the role that Raila has played all along. I'm not talking about what is in the 2010 constitution.
Oh, he plays the role of opposition, but is not obligated to play it. Yeye ndiye anaplay yeye mwenyewe, but si lazima.
But that
alikuwa anaiplay kwa nini?
I know.
Hata nasi unaweza toka uende ukiwa opposition ukipenda. Even you can be opposition.
Let me tell you. That's right. Can you stop that hooliganism, please? It's not right. If you're the man if Raila says right, we turn right, and Raila says we go left, you go left, then this is not a platform that I really need to be in, because that is a bit too not very good. We need to inform one another. I'll listen to you, you listen to me. And that's how I thought this discussion goes. But Raila has supported our country in so many ways. And I've always been a person of open mind where I thought Raila has done so much for my country. But at the moment, as we speak now, he's seeing the rot in government. But because he has to be the president of Kenya, he's letting the common man perish. Kama hii price ya mafuta imeongezwa juzi, if he was not in government with the Kenyans, he would be fighting for the common man. And that is why most of us loved him, because he stood kwa ule mtu anasuffer down there. But at the moment, he's there to prove he can be president just to satisfy his legacy. But I tell you what, 2022, Raila will never be the president of Kenya. He will never be president, because many of those people who used to believe in him, he's letting us down. And I was one of those guys who were open-minded about his presidency. But what's happening now in Kenya, and he's letting people die of COVID, no medicine. I've seen especially your vaccination, you're giving it to governors and all the people in power, rather than prioritizing people who are ill and vulnerable. And Raila is in government. Come on. Dan Rai,
I have a question to Nancy,
please. Don't tell us that nonsense.
I have a question. Did you vote 2017? Will you vote?
Yes. Yes.
Did you vote for Raila?
I'm one of those diaspora people who travel to. Yes.
Hiyo ni swali gani hiyo sasa hiyo?
You voted for someone but not Raila.
Na hata ni
Why
swali
saying
gani
that?
hiyo? You want me to
No, we have to be honest. Hakuna haja kuambia you are going to elect someone na uongoje someone to counter check the government that wewe ndio ulichagua. When and wapi?
Danrai.
No,
Danrai.
just honest.
Danrai. You see, let me talk a little bit. You know, in Kenya, there is a problem that we have. The problem is that whenever mtu akishavaa koti, uonga anajiona ni kama yeye anaweza ongoza, right? And this is the problem that almost everyone among the politicians. Unajua, just to nikienda step by step, BBI, nikigusa BBI. Kuna baadhi za vitu kwenye BBI ambapo hizo vitu ni vizuri kabisa. Lakini kuna vitu zingine zina hata hazifai kabisa. What is the essence of kuongeza tena parliamentarians? Ina haja gani? Hata mwanzo zinafaa wapunguzwe ili tupate ikat cost. Hata mshahara wao inafaa ipunguzwe ili Wakenya tupate hizi pesa zikiwekwa zinaweza fanya kazi nyingine, right? So Wakenya sisi tuko na ile mentality ya kwamba kama Raila alikuwa opposition leader there before, sasa hii tumeweka akili yetu kwamba Raila bado anafaa kuwa kwenye opposition, right? Ni kweli kwamba Raila ametutetea sana, tena ametupigania mambo mengi sana, lakini it is not a must kwamba mpaka awe kwenye opposition. Kitu Kenya inahitaji ni kwamba iwe na vile anaitwa Kawel alisema kitu muhimu sana. You said we need to have institutions that are functional, strong institution, ambapo azifai hata tuwe kwamba president akidecide ni kitu anataka kufanya, anafanya venye anavyotaka. Things like judiciary. We are supposed to have a strong judiciary. We have the executive should be strong, and the legislature should be also independent and strong, right? So kama tunaweza kuwa na structure ambapo kila institution iko na respect, president wetu ako na respect, na judiciary pia iko na respect, DCI iko na respect, I think Kenya will be much better than mahali iko sahihi, right?
Ngoja tumepata Zilpa. Tuko na Zilpa Owita hapa. Hebu ongea kidogo then we continue.
Okay. Niendelee?
Zilpa.
Okay. Zilpa yuko?
Zilpa unatusikia?
Hello.
Wewe ndiye tunangoja, endelea.
Oh, asante sana kwa kunialika tena. To me, yani swali yangu leo ni hii story mnasema Raila should be the checking of the government. When Raila is checking the government, people are sad. When Raila is not checking the government, people are sad. Munataka huyu mtu mmoja afanye nini? Hata akiwabeba kwa mgongo ni mbaya, akiwashukisha ni mbaya. Now at least he's watching, and yeye pia anaangalia, anaangalia watu pia, the mood of the country. The mood of the country ile ni watu wakiachwa. Sahi at least people are seeing the country is in a bad state. Alisema watu wanaiba pesa, mnasema Raila anapendi government, watu apatie the current government space ifanye kazi. Akiacha hivyo pia ni mbaya. For real, guys, watu wanafaa waangalie the real culprit. Wacha kuangalia ati opposition. Ongea about the real culprit. Wacha kuongea about the opposition. Check the real culprit. Wale wameangusha Kenya. Wacha kuangalia ati mbona nani aongei sahi, mbona nani aongei sahi. Ongea mbona huyu ameiba. Uliza mbona huyu ameiba, atuongei juu yake. Mbona huyu amefanya hii, atuongei juu yake. Acheni kuongea about mwenye anafaa kuwa anaangalia na anatetea wanyonge. Alikuwa anatetea wanyonge akachoka.
Nani
Kunde
ameiba?
imetoka. Yote inapumzika kidogo, hata inakunywaga maji. Ukizidisha sana, hata punda sasa iko kwa government ikunywe maji kidogo. For
Aenda
now.
kunywe kwake nyumbani, aachie wenye wanaweza. So tutamgoja mpaka amalize kunywa maji.
Akiwacha mnapiga kelele. Si amewacha?
Mnajua
Si amewacha
na wewe
kelele ndo watu wanapiga Raila kwa wapi?
na wewe unamhurumia as if energy anatumia ni yako.
Sana.
Na wajawahi na wanawaambia mkikura kwa mtu mwingine government counter check kwa Raila. Kwa nani mtafanya hivyo? Raila atakula vile mnataka sasa.
Sasa hiyo si imetuleta hapa.
Wacha sasa ikiwe mbaya. No, we are not going to tolerate this. No. Because nobody is going to claim Raila have not worked. Na nyinyi mtawampatia kazi. Mungesema wacha tupatie Raila president.
Hakuchaguliwa afanye kazi. Raila kuchaguliwa afanye kazi. Kuna watu wawili wamechaguliwa wafanye kazi.
Yeah.
I think
na walipiga
mpaka kule tumefika sasa hivi. Hujui kwamba kama kuna serikali lazima kuwe na opposition.
Na opposition
haiko for now, tukiongea hakuna opposition.
Why do you think Raila decided not to be in the opposition again? Why do you think? Because Raila is also tired. And he also need to have a better part of his time and also enjoy part of the government. So
enjoy nyumbani kama Kibaki walifanya kazi pamoja na kwa nyumbani.
Unajua
lazima kufia hapa.
Kusema kweli Clinton sahi, Raila naye pia amechoka, right? That is one thing.
Wenye wamechoka wako wapi?
Of course.
Relax. Amechoka kukua kwenye opposition. Unajua Raila has been amekuwa kwa opposition kwa muda mrefu sana. Na wakati amekuwa opposition, Kenya imekuwa, he has been a lot of bad things zenye zinafanywa na serikali, right? Sai alipoingia, tangu handshake ilipofanyika mpaka sai, ni kitu gani Raila awai simama na kusema kwamba hii na hii imefanyika vibaya? Ni nini iko?
That is what we are saying. Basi aingie miguu yote mbili akuwe kwa government, then we can have Musalia, we can have Kalonzo, we can have Ekuru Aukot play that role. Lakini usiweke mguu moja hapa na mwingine iko hapa.
That's what you say. Intellectual person.
Let me tell you something.
Katuma. Sure. You know Raila kusema that Raila ingie kwa, unajua nyinyi you voted for someone. Na someone you voted for because
just address the point.
There are some people who voted for these people because they are in power in the government. Uwezi niambia Raila atatoka huko kwa government. Aenda kuwa kama nani?
Unajua?
Unaona? Even up to the moment sasa tunapongea. Raila hata mweza afai kuwa kwenye politics sasa. Sasa ni sisi vijana, sisi ndo tunafaa tuwe tumeshikilia sehemu kwenye serikali. Kwa nini nasema hivyo? Raila ameleta Kenya, ameweka mahali ambapo pia Raila si eti lazima awe pale. Mnataka Raila kuwe kwenye politics mpaka ile siku atakufa ndipo mnajua kwamba kitu kimetoka? Hapana, it is ametrain watu wake. Akona team, watu wametrain vizuri. Si lazima Raila awe president wa Kenya, si lazima Ruto awe president wa Kenya. All Kenya needs is someone who has that potential na respect, kwamba anaweza kutuongoza na hekima, anaweza kutuongoza vizuri ili to realize future yetu sisi kama wa Kenya, na tuwe kwenye mazingira ambayo kila mmoja anajihisi kwamba hako nyumbani, right? So si lazima Raila awe kwenye position ndio government operate vizuri, na si lazima kuwe president, na si lazima Ruto pia kuwe president, right?
Naomba niongee mwisho na nitoke.
Okay, sawa Clinton.
Okay, Clinton.
Sasa acha nimjibu. Sasa sioni majina yenu bana. Sijui screen yangu ndio imekuwa ndogo. Let me just answer this guy who was just talking. I'm sorry to refer to you as a guy. So ukisema si lazima Raila akue kwenye position ndio afanye hizo vitu zake, tunakubali. Hakuna mtu aliumbwa akue opposition leader. Lakini vitendo vyake ndio anavifanya tunafikiria yeye ni opposition leader. Kwa mfano, chama cha Raila kinaongoza PAC that checks on government in parliament. You still don't want us to call Raila as opposition leader. Na chama chake kina check the government in parliament. Another thing, juzi hapa mlikuwa mnatuambia Raila alikuwa anaita Ruto Mr. 6 months, akisema kwamba Ruto alituahidi stadiums in 6 months, laptop in 6 months. Akasema waende wafanye vitu zao, sijui wamezaa mtoto amekuwa kichawa, asitoroke huko eti huyu si mtoto wangu. Hiyo ni serikali yao. Bado nataka kusema Raila si opposition. Alikuwa anasema hivyo kama nani? Kama si opposition leader. Anasema kina Ruto waende wakae na shida zao huko, wao hawako kwa serikali lakini wako opposition.
Clinton wacha nikujibu.
Let me finish Oliech College.
Okay.
And another thing I want to say about the politics of next year. I started by saying that we only have like 3 options to choose from. We have William Ruto, Raila Odinga, na maybe mtu mmoja kutoka pale. So the next president of Kenya will either be William ama Raila. So kuna mtu alikuwa anajaribu kusema hapa, let us not look at Raila and Ruto. Ni hao tuko nao. Najua tunatamani kina Biden na Harris, lakini wenye tuko nao saa hii ni William na Raila. We have to choose one of them as the president.
Miguna narudi.
So the fact I always differ with kina Dan Rai. They see me as a tangatanga guy, which is not bad because I don't subscribe there. I don't subscribe to ODM, but my ideas must also be felt. So I always differ with these people when it comes to criticizing William on everything under Jubilee government. When William Ruto promised laptops, they were with Uhuru Kenyatta. In the first term, they delivered laptops, I don't know, twice. Then the whole deal disappeared. Between 2013 and 2017, Uhuru never said Ruto stole this money for the laptops. Then came the handshake. Hassan Joho, whom Raila met immediately after handshake, went to Western Kenya, said that Baba has not explained to us what handshake means. Lakini kitu ametuambia ya kwanza leo ni kwamba tuhakikishe tumemtusi William Ruto kabisa, hata ikiwezekana ajiuzulu. Sasa Hassan Joho hakuuliza hata hiyo ni point 1, point 2 ni gani, lakini point 1 ya handshake ilikuwa ni kumtusi Ruto, kumscapegoat. Anything corruption, let us put William Ruto in it. Another thing came about Mike Sonko. Mike Sonko says, this family calls me on phone, tells me to choose so and so as a deputy governor. Hiyo ni utumwa. His Excellency the President goes during the holiday and says, sijui conflict of interest. Huwezi kuwa lawyer na represent politician. Huwezi kuwa politician lawyer na represent politicians mwenzako kwa corruption case. Wakati Sonko anawataja kwa press, hawaendi hata kortini kusema defamation case. Na Ruto na Sonko anawaita wezi, sijui majina zingine funny. They don't go to court because Sonko has the evidence. But to us ODM supporters, it is all about William Ruto. Kama wale walipigia Sonko simu nominate huyu sijui deputy governor, hiyo corruption tunabeba yote tunapeleka kwa William Ruto. Then as a Raila supporter since 2000 and maybe 2 hapo, sijui kulikuwa na LDP, nilikuanga naona anytime Baba realizes that this one is gonna be a candidate against me, Baba atakupea jina mwizi hata kama ana evidence. But the first name you are given, so long as you are a potential competitor, you are called a thief. 2007 Ruto akitunga mkono alikuwa mweupe kama pamba. 2013 mpaka 2017 Uhuru ndiye alikuwa mwizi. Ruto alikuwa tu sawa. In fact tulikuwa tunataka tumsign kwa hiyo transfer window Maraga alitupea ya rerun, lakini alikataa. Hiyo time alikuwa mweupe kama pamba. Came the handshake, now Ruto ndio mbaya lakini Uhuru ni mzuri. Oburu Odinga akasema we have the system and the system Uhuru ndiye ako nayo, atatupea. So lazima tumtusi tu Ruto. Ruto aendelee tu kuwa mwizi, lakini kwa sababu Uhuru atatupea system, Uhuru sasa amekuwa mweupe. Na amekuwa mweupe and in the last year alikuwa mwizi sugu. Who cleansed Uhuru and left William Ruto? If it is mature politics that we want to play, let us say William Ruto is our future competitor. Tuuze sera. Lakini Dandrai atakwambia Ruto ni mwizi, Ruto akona fake promises na ana evidence.
Even me I want to leave.
Ni kwa sababu
I want to talk
ni kwa
before Clinton
sababu
leave.
baba
Clinton, if you allow me to
amesema
talk.
Ruto ni mwizi.
Clinton, if you allow me to talk.
I always feel Ruto also has children like us. We can respect him. Kwa sababu Uhuru pia anatuambia tukifeel mtu ni mwizi tuende Karura Forest. Anasema bilioni 2 zinaibiwa na amekalia kiti vizuri, lakini hawezi akashika hata mtu mmoja mwenye anaiba bilioni. But we scapegoat William Ruto on a daily basis. So let us play mature politics. We may support sides, but I won't feel good when you tell me that Raila, my candidate, has to be opposition leader forever. I won't feel good when you tell me that my candidate William Ruto ni mwizi na huna evidence.
Unajua
Clinton. Let me talk before I leave. I want to talk before Clinton leave too. Clinton, niambie ile shamba ya kwanza ile iko pale Wilson, ile wamekea pale Weston, ni ya nani? Na nani ana own hiyo shamba? Watoto wa primary lower, in fact wa lower, nani aliwapiga tear gas? Na nani alikuwa anataka hiyo shamba? Kama unasikia unasema tutaita William Ruto mwizi. Kimareri nimeona mtu ameandika hapa, my friend. Yeye mwenyewe ndiye alikuja akatuambia ni 7 billion peke yake. Tukatoa Rotich wakaganga hapo wakasema mara that mara nini. Ruto mwenyewe alienda Kirinyaga. Wakaenda kukampenia anaitwa nani? Huyu gavana wa Kirinyaga. Akasema opposition wamekosa rada. Kazi yao ni kuita tu kila mtu anataka na wanaita mwizi ama nini. Yeye mwenyewe my friend ana defend waizi. Na kama unatembea na waizi automatic lazima kuwe mwizi. Hakuna siku utatuambia that anaweza defend these things zimefanyika na bado unatuambia si mwizi. Second, I want to tell you. Wait, I finish. Me first. I don't want to say that I hate William Ruto. I hate tabia za William Ruto, my friend.
The way we do to
kwa government. Na huyu William Ruto ndiye alikuwa anatuambia hapa Kasarani gymnasium about the hizo vitu watafanya in 6 months, in 3 months, in 90 days. Yeye mwenyewe ndiye amekuja hapa ametuambia ati Raila ana block wakitaka kwenda kuchukua loan ya Eurobond sijui watembea kujenga reli, hataki maendeleo. Yeye mwenyewe juzi tunasikia akisema ati wataki loan. Bado huyo ndio unatuambia to support. My friend, let me tell you something. I want to warn you like someone from Siaya, my brother. Hiyo direction naenda. At least hizi watu wa Kisumu, sisi kama tunatoka Nyanza tunaweza jivunia port, barabara na tujungi hata ndio ile wanajenga bypass nyingine Hawasi. Na huko nikienda Siaya can see stadium and everything. Nikienda Ugunja nitaona barabara imetoka Ugunja ikielekea Ambira ikipita hadi inafika hadi Ukwala. Because of Raila na Uhuru kushikana handshake. Na kuniambia huyu mtu anapinga maendeleo kwenda huko Nyanza, ati bado tumfuate. Hiyo tunadanganyana. Raila is not a scapegoat, my friend. And if this government is for Jubilee, William Ruto is deputy president under Jubilee party hajatolewa, ndio nasikia kesho wanaweza kama mtoe Tuesday. Na bado akiwa huko, my friend, in these 8 years, he must be responsible for this mess wametufanyia. We are not going to allow Uhuru kusema ni Uhuru peke yake. Na yeye ndiye ameshinda akituambia na launch basi juzi amepeleka Meru sijui Tigani Girls imechukuliwa. And this is the person that tunatuambia give us full information na tukubali ati yeye ndio mzuri. We are not going to allow this and we are going to follow these people according with ideology we know. Raila
wacha nikukosoe kidogo Dandrai.
Mutembei,
yes.
Mutembei, 1 minute. You cannot allow somebody like Dandrai to use this platform in the manner that he is using the platform. It is completely wrong. This guy has...
No, are you going to restrict me what I say? Are you going to restrict me what I say?
No. Hang on.
You have to say your opinion. I say my opinion.
Mutembei. He has no facts and he's
we don't dictate how I talk, my friend. We don't, and you can't.
He
okay,
is
Nancy.
out of line. Come on, this guy is out
Mutembei,
of line.
just open this platform. We must sling everybody. Sawa? If it means sasa kuweka chafu kwa Raila, open this platform openly. Tuanze kuchafua.
Mtembei,
That will be fair to us. That will be fair to us.
Na okay, you guys mnafaa kusema mali nani Dandrai anasema uongo. You cannot just say that anaongea hivyo without fact.
Nitolewe ati nitolewe.
I remember akiwaambia story ya
Clinton ametoka kusema kwa Raila, nani amemtoa?
Nani nyamaza
Dandrai.
Nyamaza niongee. I remember akiongea mambo ya Muteshi land that went to court. Paka Ruto was told to pay Muteshi 5 million. So that's true. I remember akiongea story ya KAA ya Western Hotel. It's still in court na Ruto alisema aliuziwa na watu sijui wengine hapo bando that I think that
hata pesa ya vijana mlikula hapa hatujaongelea.
Yes, hiyo ingine nayo
ya sisi vijana tunaumia.
Alikula kazi kwa vijana, alikula nini ingine nimesema. So
watu wamejenga na Bay Times tu na tumenyamaza.
We should be saying Clinton sijui Dandrai. No.
Mtembei unajua wewe na dada Zivu mko kitu moja.
Mtembei nipatie nafasi.
Wacha nimkosoe huyu Dandrai kidogo tafadhali. Dandrai, what actually tells you that if Raila becomes the president is going to make it to be the best president for Kenyans? That is one thing. And the next, what tells you that Ruto is not hawezi kuwa president mzuri? There is a phrase yenye inasema kwamba better the devil you know than the angel you don't know, right? Raila might come with good things. Yeah? Anaweza sema kila kitu kizuri, lakini wacha kuwe president with all that bitterness amepitia, kila kitu amepitia. My friend, hata wewe mwenyewe hata Siaya utakimbia huko Siaya huko kwetu.
Mtembei.
Yes.
Tunipatie nafasi kidogo.
Yes, chukua.
Mi nimeshukuru, nimesikia venye vijana wameongea, lakini kitu ambacho ningependa kusema kwamba unajua nchi inataka uzalendo.
Yes.
Na hiyo uzalendo haitoki tu kwa watu ambao wanatuongoza. Mimi naamini kwamba kama sisi kama vijana tunaweza tukakuja na mbinu ambao tunaweza okoa nchi yetu. Kwa sababu kitu ambacho inafanyika Kenya, kitu ambacho tumekosa kabisa ni uongozi. Kwa sababu ukiangalia watu wote ambao wako katika uongozi ni hao watu wote majina zao zinatajwa kwamba kuna namna nyingine wamenyanyasa wananchi. Na hatuwezi kusema kwamba Ruto mbaya, Raila mbaya, Uhuru mbaya. Na hao watu sisi ndio tunawaweka kwa madaraka. Ni sisi kama vijana tuungane, tuseme Kenya ambayo sisi tunataka. Unaona? Tukiwa hivyo, lakini tukisema kwamba sisi tutakuwa hivi, tutagawanya katika mrengo hichi na hichi, nadhani nchi yetu haitaenda mbele. Tukue vijana ambao wanaweka nchi yao kwanza, kwa sababu ukiangalia wa viongozi wote, hakuna mtu mwenye ameweka Kenya mbele. Hakuna. Kwanza mahitaji yao inakuja kwanza. Alafu ya pili mahitaji ya nchi inakuja. Kama saizi corona inaua watu. Vaccine imekuja. Hakuna maskini mwenye amepatiwa. Ni wale tu viongozi wamepatiwa. Unaona? Ukiangalia mabiashara za government, ukiangalia vizuri tu viongozi tu ndio wako nayo. Sasa mimi kitu ambacho naweza waomba kama vijana wenzetu, tukue na platform ambao tunaweza sema kitu ambacho itaweza kukomboa sisi kama Wakenya. Kwa sababu sisi pia tunaweza pigana, si lazima Raila ndiye akuwe kwa opposition. Hata sisi tunaweza kuwa na hiyo nguvu, tuanze kusema kitu kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Na hata uangalia historia ya Wanaafrika ambao walileta ukombozi, walikuwa vijana wadogo, hawakuwa wakubwa. Ukiangalia mtu kama Patrice, ukiangalia mtu kama Sankara, unaona hao watu ni watu ambao ni wadogo ambao waliweka nchi mbele, si nafsi zao. So mimi hiyo ndio kitu ambacho mimi naweza kupenda kusema. Tuungane kama vijana, tuongee vizuri lugha ambayo inaweza leta vijana pamoja. Tusitusiane, haitatusaidia kama Wakenya, kama vijana ambao wanakuja. Na tukitaka kujenga nchi yetu ikuwe Kenya, Lakini tukienda hivi tukisema kwamba alifanya hivi na hivi, kwa kweli wameiba. Tunajua wenye wameiba. Sisi wa Kenya si wajinga, tunajua watu wenye wameiba. Lakini kama vijana ambao bado tuko na nguvu, Kenya gani ambayo si tunataka? Tunataka Kenya ya kutusiana ama tunataka Kenya ambao kila mtu atakuwa na neno? Hiyo ndio mimi kitu naweza sema.
Okay, asante sana. Kewer.
Asante sana bwana Mutembei for the opportunity. You know, if we go by the arguments like hiyo yenye Dandrai anajaribu argue, you know, we will be going to nowhere, because at the end of the day we want to argue things which yenye watu wenye wana watch hapa would be seeing the sense of us discussing things that are sensible, and we are objective in what we are discussing. You know, if we discuss of who is mwizi, who is what, all these people have scandals. Baba have had issues with molasses. Mudava, they have had issues with Kuiba Cemetery. Kalonzo yake juzi ilikuwa Yata. Uhuru Kenyatta imekuwa, all those things. So if we discuss really about who has taken what and what and what, everybody should be in court right now. Everybody should be in court. Uhuru himself should take himself fast to the court. Baba should go and demystify himself with the Spectra International. My DVD should talk about the cemetery thing, which has never been closed. It's not a closed case. So if we go by, being petty on what is happening, what is in court, let it be in court. Kama maneno ya Western iko kotini, tuache kotini. What we want here is debating things about how we want this country to be. I mean, these things of economy is really hurting. Going outside there and fueling your car at 127 shillings, if it is not hurting you, there's a problem. If you're not buying sukuma wiki, a punch of 5 leaves at 15 shillings, then there's a problem with you. Mimi, my problem is when I go outside, I'm running my own errands and paying a fuel of 127 shillings is a problem to me. And I would really want to have a leadership of the day that is sober, that is, people's good welfare oriented, and a government for the people, by the people, to the people, not a government that really wants to make themselves richer and and make other people suffer. We want Uhuru to come out and tell us that by the time fuel hits at 127 shillings in Kenya and it is at 102 in Tanzania, I mean, what is happening until we get to that level? By the point whereby our electricity is coming to almost 56 shillings a unit, whereas in other countries, these are the things that we need to be discussing, so that by the time we come and say we want Raila to be our president, we want Ruto to be our president, or Kalonzo, what is in his manifesto? And Clinton said before that, when Uhuru Ruto were giving out their manifesto on the stadiums, the laptops, and whatever, they were giving out in accordance to what they wanted. So we should be keeping them at check, that why haven't we seen the stadiums? Why haven't we seen the laptops? Why haven't we seen these things? And was there finances for this? Was there money for all these allocations and their manifestos? What has been delivered? What has not been delivered? What has happened? Was there corruption? Was there anything else? So that at the end of the day, we will be discussing things that help us as a people, and it will be a platform for us to check over who will be coming next. But then if we go by sijui nani amefanya hii, at the end of the day, my friends, we will be losing focus and we will still bring the same people on board. Na sasa tutaanza kukeleleshana hapa sijui nani amekule ya nani. See how corona is really ravaging this country. I'm told now all hospitals in Nairobi are full, but we are not being given that information. People, are sickly, but the government of the day is quiet and silent. Maneno ya corona iliisha sometimes back. Nobody is taking care of, people and their welfare. So I'm really looking forward a discussion whereby we would really want to send a message of sober leadership and and servant leadership that would take this country to the next level. I've been following up with the United States elections, and these are the people who are idea-based kind of politics. They are talking of you remember the Obamacare, you remember all those things about the healthcare of the masses. But here in Kenya, tunaongelelea nani aliiba na kama aliiba afai kuwekwa kwa hiyo kiti. But we are not talking of kama alishikwa kama ameiba afai kuendeleza hiyo sera zake, and he should be jailed or he should be charged in a court of law. So actually, when we discuss these things about politics, I ask and I urge everybody, we discuss on merits and demerits of the manifestos and the agendas that each and every person has. If today I discuss Ruto, I'm a Kalenjin. And if today I say I'm supporting Ruto because he's a Kalenjin, I'm not helping Ruto in any way. I'm not helping a Luo person. I'm not helping a Mijikenda. I want today to be convinced to vote even for Nanok, because Nanok has good agendas, or Joho, or whoever, or somebody in Northeastern. But if we go by saying that Raila amefanya hii sababu, you are a Luo, you want Raila to go there because he's a Luo like yourself, we are not helping this country in any way. Let us discuss issues basing on the agendas of what these people have done. Me, I'm disappointed with Uhuru Ruto. I voted Uhuru Ruto in 2017. I voted them in 2013, but they've not given out what had convinced me what had convinced me to give them a vote, especially in the fact that, with the stadiums, with the education system they were trying to bring forth, with the, they were talking of the double-digit, economy index. We've not seen that, and that is a disappointment. But at the same time, I give them accommodation, or I give them credit on what they've done. They achieved, even though HSGR was overrated, but at least they tried. They delivered. Even though they had said something about the laptop project, they never delivered. But at least there are some schools which received it. The connection of electricity, the last mile connection. We are being told now, Kenya, I saw somewhere that around 60 to 70 people have been connected with electricity. They've delivered up to almost 6,000 or 7,000 kilometers of roads, which has been tarmacked. Let's give them, credit when they deserve. And when they don't deserve, we criticize them. But we want a servant leadership at the end of the day. What is Raila giving us if we say that Raila is coming next year as a candidate? What does he have for us as Kenyans? Me, I don't deny him a vote because he's a Luo or he's coming from the Nyanza part of this country. But I want to give him basing on his agendas. So, me to say that Raila, I can't vote him because of 1, 2, 3 things which are not justifiable is wrong for me. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us take this discussion to a next level, that even after Mutembei finishes, the live platform, and later on we come and watch, or maybe some other people who had not participated in this thing would come and watch, we'll be driving sense to them that really we need to take time and understand what ails this country and what could be the possible remedies that can help us make this country a better place to live. And we discuss agendas that really matters at the end of the day and make our economy to thrive. So if we discuss Ruto ameiba, sijui Raila ameiba, Mudavadi ameiba, and the rest of the people, we are not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere, honestly speaking. So,
can I ask you a question?
Please, Wangugu.
Now, the question I would have for you is this. You say that we should discuss their agenda, but I think we discuss what these people give us. Does any of them have an agenda that we can discuss? Like, what can you say Raila stand for? What can you say your guy, let me not call him your guy, but what can you say Ruto stands for? What does Kalonzo stand for? So do they give us anything that we can debate about?
Thank you, Wakungu. I haven't heard what Ruto has come out so clearly. I mean, he's talking about the bottom-up economy. That is what he's trying to put across with his hustler kind of a narrative, though it has been hijacked by some people saying that it's a class war. But then I don't see, from my point of understanding, I don't see anything about the class war. But this gentleman is trying to tell us that, you know, every work matters, every hustle matters, everything that you're doing, you know, it matters. And when you empower people, when you give people empowerment and the strength to work, and you give them an enabling environment, you see now, if Mama Mboga has an enabling environment, if the Makanga, if the Boda Boda fellows have, you know, an enabling environment, and to put it in a simpler understanding, I understand there is a Boda circle somewhere in central Kenya that these, I mean, gentlemen have come up together, teamed up together, and they formed a circle whereby there is a mchango they normally make at the end of the day or every week, and they have an objective of buying some plots and developing them and selling them. You see, now that one is selling. At the end of the day, you're going to make these people earn from the dividends, and you're going to make these people earn from the end product of this thing, and you're going to make these people have, you know, a basic life. Basic life means that they live in a good house, they you know, they take their kids to good schools. I mean, at the end of the day, that kind of, you know, that level of operations, you know, these people will be living a good life. So that is, you know, a basic illustration on how the economy from bottom.
I have an issue with Kewell.
Yes, Jacoredo.
Yes, Kewell, it's true that what you've just said. What we need as youths is an enabling environment, yeah, where we can start our businesses. So we don't need the government to give us money that does not exist, and they are telling us that we pass the BBI, they give us the money to start businesses. What we want is the enabling environment. Na hii enabling environment inahusu hadi hii mambo na fuel, si kupandishwa ovyo ovyo.
Thank you, Clinton. Thank you, Clinton.
Enabling environment. Then nikimalizia, yeah. Then nikimalizia, hii ni ombi kwa Mutembei. Mutembei, this is a very nice platform, but you can adjust, yeah. Like you can bring it on Friday jioni kitu saa 2. We discuss other things. Saturday tena other things. Alafu hii Sunday ndio to meet na kina Danrai kwa politics, yeah. So like for instance on Friday I can suggest that we discuss things like empowerment. Kama huyu Kewell na hii miaka yake anaendesha gari, si umesikia akisema? Lakini akitupea sisi kama youths kama tips, yeah, when you are in this situation you can do this and this, yeah, then I think that one can also be fine, because this one of Sunday, Danrai akishaingia hivi sasa kila mtu ako juu. So you can at least try to bring it.
Thank you so much, Clinton. It was my chance. I was almost finishing.
If you can give me 1 minute, I just support what Clinton have said.
Just 15 seconds, Benson.
1 minute. I think Mtembei, because I want to leave. What Clinton is saying to me, I thought to suggest that if you can have this thing on Saturday and Friday at least, ndio unajua Saturday nitakuwa mzuri sana, nianze na nyinyi saa 2 temperature ipande kidogo ya Sunday. Na Sunday I do have some issues, want to sama nini. That's why nakujanga late. So if you can just adjust it, ikwange like yeah, from Saturday you have Saturday and Sunday itakuwa sawa.
Mtembei, let me add something. What I need to add is this. Actually, this is a very good platform, and if we kind of very focused on what we are going to say and the topics that you bring, actually we can change our country. And I usually tell people, there is no country that is good. Kenya is a small heaven on earth. ask us, those who have traveled away that have been in diaspora, and like when you look back at your country, you will realize that when you come back to Kenya, Kenya is a small heaven on earth. And the people who can make Kenya great are not these leaders. This is something that I believe 100% is us. Is us. And like,
Benson,
if we want to make
Benson, you are saying a very important point, Benson. A very important point before you leave. But the problem is one with Kenyans. Me, by the way, nilikuwa naambia watu, by the way, nimeongea hata ukienda pale bunge la wananchi utanipata. Mtembei, I invite you by the way. Kuja pale siku moja, hata Thursday tuko na meeting. You take the view, you see. These Kenyans, Benson, if I tell you, because I know that you are not in this country. Hawa watu ukianza kuambia economy, ama hii kitu Kaiwell anasema, it's very important. Hata mimi naona there's some sense on it. My friend, they won't listen to you. Anza tu kusema mambo ya Ruto na Raila, watajaa mara moja na wasikie. Na waanze kuambia mafuta tukue hivi, hawatasikia, watakupinga.
The good thing is that, wacha nikwambie, the good thing is me and you can talk and agree and disagree. That's the good thing. A journey step by a step. Even if it's going to take us 10 years, but in a period of 10 years, we shall make Kenya. We will make a Kenya that we all admire. We can start it today. We are not going to enjoy it. But the generation that is coming, we are going to lay a foundation for them. And when the history will be written, that one time Mtembei had a platform, but in a period of 10 years, we shall make Kenya. We will make a Kenya that we all admire. Right? Okay. So let us just try, even though we don't, the members of our community, we don't listen. Then the reason is that the way the foundation of our country was created, our foundation was created on a political basis. It's not very easy. Our forefathers never made Kenya first. Their interest came first, the country interest came second. And that is something that we were born in. We were born in our tribal. So we can change it if we have that kind of platform with the host of Mtembei. So I hope and I believe that we will make it at some point.
So Mtembei, adjust your time na day. Alafu huyu Mtembei, huyu Dan Right tutamuongelesha a change. In fact akichange, akiacha kufikiria venye anafikiria, anataka UMCA, mimi nitamsupport on a daily basis for 3 months kwa hiyo kampeni yake.
Tutamtafutia ma t-shirts.
Sawa. Vibaya sana hadi hizo za kupea watu. So akichange, lakini akiendelea kuview eti hakuna opposition leader mara kuna nini. Itabidi ajisort. Meanwhile bana,
inaona kama nataka kusaidiwa na conditions.
Mjerumani ajui pole, acheni nilale na muwe na usiku mwema jameni.
Aya poa.
So I was saying something before Clinton came in, that the enabling environment was all about, the taxations, things like stipends or what do you call, like what BBI is trying to bring, though it's existing, kitu inaitwa youth fund, it is there. And unfortunately, most of our people, because of, I think, ignorance or something, because kitu yenye iko, in fact, you'll realize that there's this thing called ACPO, the all government and stuff like that. If I ask somebody like Dandrai if he belongs to any of a group whereby they've benefited on these things, he will not answer me, and that one I can take it to the bank and secure a loan with it. There are those things about AGBO. There's the youth fund. There's what do we call when you're doing the tendering processes, and there are those what do you call, the reservations for the youth and the women and stuff like that. And BBI is trying to bring in something, but they are really existing. And so we are looking forward on a president who would be an example and who would be mutua mkono to guide the country. We need a leader who would be guiding the country on what we really want and making all levels of people, to get what they wish to have. And that is what Ruto and Yes, Nancy.
Can I fit into what you're saying, because you really have a valid point to what you're saying. And for me, The leader that will make a difference in Kenya is a leader who comes to build our institutions. As I've always said from the beginning when I first joined in this conversation, as somebody who is in diaspora, for me, like being in London, I don't care whether Boris Johnson is in power or is the other Keir Starmer, because the institutions support what I want to do as a citizen. So the guy who will come to us and sell us an ideology that he's going to build our institution and that we will hold him responsible to build our institutions. Because let me tell you, once the institutions are functioning and they are independent, imagine hatutashinda tukiongea ya Ruto na ya Raila na ya Uhuru na ya whoever. And also an enabling environment is talking about in regards to doing business, making sure, like I've been listening to Ruto say, I don't support Ruto, but people think I am, but I honestly haven't made my mind about who I'll support for presidency. But when he talks about giving 100 million to business people to borrow without interest, because as we know, in Kenya, borrowing money for a small business person like Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, it's very hard. So if we have a government fund where people can borrow to enable businesses, and also let's look at America today. Joe Biden was elected and he's talking about a bottom-up economy, because what he's saying, they've built a top-down economy for many years, but the economy of America is failing the people at the bottom line. So what America is now doing under Joe Biden is building a bottom-up approach, making sure that if me and you have money at the bottom and we spend it on our economy, it will grow. And I can give you an example of an economy here. Since COVID-19 came, do you know people's salary? People are given money to spend in the economy to make sure the economy does not stagnate. I've not seen any initiative in Kenya under Uhuru government saying, badala kulipa 14 billion na BBI, acha tupatia watu everybody 3,000 atumia kwa economy so that it stopped going down. So we need somebody who comes in with policies. One, build our institution, make them strong, make our judiciary independent fully. Also create enabling environment for businesses, funds that people can borrow, invest, because the more we spend in our economy, the more our economy will grow. Na waomba ndugu zangu, tuacheni individual demagogues politics. And I was listening to this Kikuyu channel today in Noro TV, the Murang'a County woman rep, arguing about that they're given 7 million and MPs are given 7 million. Why do we need to give MPs and Mama County money? We need to take all that money to county government. Let that county government be held responsible on how they spend that money. They organize from education to health to the roads to everything. So we stop giving money to individuals so they can come and put their pictures on blackboards and toilets and what they've done for us. We need to put money in counties. Let the governors provide us with accountability at the county level. Then we stop giving money to these politicians, because this is what creates loophole for them to steal, and the money doesn't get to the people and to invest in the needs of people. So this is what we should be arguing for as a youth of Kenya, because Kenya is a blessed country. And I'm telling you, as Benson said, many of us, when we come to Kenya and we see what's going on, we cry because we know the potential our country has. And many people, even Wazungu and everybody, and even people from Tanzania, Uganda, they see Kenya like Europe. We have the potential, and we are the people who hold the key to open this door to a successful Kenya. Thank you.
2 seconds, Mr. Bay, yeah?
Yes.
Can I respond or maybe ask a question to Nancy, yeah?
Yes.
You know, when she talks about institutions and talking about somebody coming in, do you think there is anybody who wants to come in and have independent institutions? You know, as a leader, let's say an example of an Uhuru Kenyatta. Do you think Uhuru Kenyatta would want an independent judiciary? Do you think he would want an independent DCI? Do you think he would want an independent DPP? You know, because when you look at the Western world, the countries that you're talking about, those institutions are independent because they were created like that by the framers of their constitution. And we seem to really struggle with our own constitutions That is why we are changing it 10 years down the line. You know, they told us back then there was a 20% that wasn't right. You know, right now, we want this included. We do not want this included. So my question to you, Nancy, is this. Okay, institutions, they'll be great if they are independent. But for all our current leaders, do you see anybody who can come in and creating an independent institution?
And
me, that's a good question.
It's a really good question what you're asking. I can't say Gavimo or somebody.
Wagungu, that's fine. That's okay.
Wagungu. So
yes,
the Constitution, 2010 Constitution, let me correct you. We are not changing it because there is anything wrong with our Constitution. We are changing it because people have come and told us that these 20% they talked about, we need to change it now. But if you look at even the time we are in now, the environment is not right for a constitutional change. There is so many things Kenyans are going through that, for one, this is the wrong time to be even talking about constitutional change. In regards to building institution, it's me and you. And I gave an example of when our Constitution 2010 allows the judiciary to be independent. And this is why you had Uhuru saying, after his election was nullified, that we shall revisit the judiciary. Because once Maraga made his decision, there is nothing he could have done. All we need to do is to make, for example, Uhuru and his government are blatantly ignoring any court orders that are being given by the courts. And LSK, I thank Nelson Harvey. He's been trying to hold his government to point. And many people are saying that he's pro-Ruto. I don't want to say he is. I just think he's doing his part. Our constitutions gives us gives us some clout, and I always listen to Kamotho Waigoro's husband. He's a very good constitutional guy, and he says Kenyan constitution, there is nothing wrong with it. What we need to do is actually implement it. What Uhuru has done, he's done very well, is not by not implementing our 2010 constitution. So what we need to do as Kenyans is to start holding these people to account. And also our MPs, when we send them to parliament and do not perform, acha tuanze kushinda kusema alitufanyia. No, let's send him home. Let's elect another person. That is how you start holding these people responsible. We can even start citizen arrest. We can even start demanding our MPs to represent us. I'll give you an example. Like here, I can go to my MP's office with my problem, and he has to debate it, because if he doesn't debate it, and I've got a signatures of about 1,000 people, he has to go and represent my view and hear what the Parliament of UK will say. We need to start gradually as the citizens of Kenya to actually excuse. We are the people who are going to force the hand of these politicians to start thinking about what we need as Kenyans.
I want to give an example of Sierra Leone. One time in Sierra Leone, all the women went to the parliament and they sat down there and they refused to move for days. And they forced the senators to sit there until they came up with a resolution. I don't know what they were fighting for. And when the elections were done, they removed the president. And when the elections were done, they chose a woman president. So what I'm saying is that we have so many avenues we can work on, like that civil, like we can demonstrate nonviolence. We can send people to sit there in parliament and refuse them to leave until they make the decisions that are right for the country. One, BBI should not be led by leaders. BBI should be a people-driven agenda or referendum, which is not right now, but we are letting it go. So that's one of the things that's wrong with us Kenyans. The second thing I wanted to talk about is... Go ahead.
And also I wanted to say, for example, the BBI initiative, it has to be, we as Kenyans can actually make this thing not to go ahead. Because for one, they're doing the BBI in the expense of people who are dying. I saw a Nairobi West case today. Was it today or yesterday? A guy filmed his dad dying on a doorstep. But then we've got Uhuru and Raila telling us that they've got 14 or whatever billions to spend. And we also have Chebukati telling Parliament that actually the boundaries of our counties is a responsibility of IEBC. So why are they taking somebody of an independent institution's mandate and run with it? This is an example, Wagongo, that is a good example. IEBC is an independent constituted office. Why are we getting Raila and Uhuru to tell us that we need to amend the boundaries of our counties when IEBC chief executive is telling us as Kenyans, although this is in the BBI, it's the wrong thing to do? That's an example. Another thing, why is
And I wish Raila stayed on as the leader that he is, because what I think that should have happened is that the next president, whoever that will be, or even Uhuru, they should have crowned him as the people's president. Like Martin Luther King didn't have to become America's president, but each year they celebrate him. So he doesn't have to be a leader, but I wish he did not stoop low to what he has done today.
Yeah.
He started off good, but he has ended up badly. He should have stood his ground. And I think the next president, let's say it's Ruto, should have put him there, crowned him as the people's president, because he had done the work to deserve that. But what he has done the last 2-3 years has just trashed all the things, the good that he has done. And I want to come back to 20 when the handshake, people keep saying it was for bringing the country together. The handshake, if we all remember, if we go back to 2017, 2018, Gilu was banning cars for Kikuyus in Machakos because they were going to get charcoal from Machakos. And NASA was fighting the government. Gilu was fighting the government. And then at Kenyatta Hospital, what happened? They removed that Kalenjin lady who was there, the CEO. So the Kalenjin started fighting Uhuru. So at a point, Uhuru was left alone. At that point, he was left alone. Gilu was fighting Kikuyus, NASA was fighting the government, and then the Kalenjin stand on Uhuru, and they wanted to impeach him. Then the week that they wanted to impeach him, that Friday, is when he called Raila. And before he called Raila called Ruto. If you all remember that Ruto said before the handshake, Raila called him. And at that time, if Ruto had agreed, Uhuru would have been left by himself. So what Uhuru did was actually survival. He went to Raila for survival because he was left out in the open by himself. If we all remember, if we go back and look at that, if you look at the history of that, you look at those events, that's what happened. And then they met, and he met with Raila to protect himself because he had been left out in the open. And then that's how the handshake was formed. And luckily, it did bring peace. It didn't bring all these things. But let me ask you, if someone came to rape your daughter in the house and told you, as long as you don't scream, as long as you don't do anything, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just going to rape all the women in the house and leave. And that is what we are being asked, to keep the peace. To keep the peace as they steal, to keep the peace as they break the constitution, as they disobey court orders, as they change things illegally. So is it that peace that important that they can do everything and anything they want and that we don't react, so we keep the peace? Can someone answer me that?
Okay.
And also before you answer that question, can I add one thing? There is one thing that I've always said we have power to change. You know, in the preamble of our constitution, the first thing that it talks about integrity, right? And if our leaders do not demonstrate integrity when we elect them, the next time we go to ballot, we need to send them home. People like Bob Owino, people like Moses Kuria, all those people who have broken that part of the integrity part of Kenya constitution, we need to send them home. That is the number. If we start with integrity, if you hold an office and you have no integrity, we need to send you home. Trust me. And that is, for me, that is a number one step. So I want someone to answer me. Is that a possibility as a young people of Kenya? Thank you.
Okay, Nancy. Sorry, Nancy. Let me say something. Okay, concerning maybe the change in the political pattern of Kenya, it's good that as we are on this platform, we are youth. And basing on how we vote, you realize that Kenyans are lured in either 1 to 2 years towards when we are approaching election. By now, you realize that whatever statement a leader is putting across, it's all about suiting the public, bringing out good ideas. For instance, if you want maybe somebody to help you something, you won't tell him or her something bad. You must tell him things that will attract him. So that's where Kenya get lost. And we as youth, we should just stand firm to change this pattern. For instance, if we can just sit down and start analyzing right away from Raila, Uhuru, Ruto, Mudavadi, Kalonzo, all those people, including BBI. BBI now is just like a person. It's not a document. It's like it's being used as a person because it's having some agendas on it independently on its own. So you realize that all these people at the moment they were silent, but now that we are approaching 2022 general elections, they have all come out and everybody is selling him or herself. So we as youth, we should go with a person who has been constant with his or her principles, even if it means forcing they bring us back Miguna or somebody else, so that we can support somebody who is constant with his principles.
I actually think Miguna would be a very good person to bring back. If only he would pass through Mexico and learn some skills there.
Let me have a closing remark on my side.
Okay.
Yes, Mtembe, thank you very much. And akina Clinton wameongea kuhusu adjusting time and maybe schedule. I think mimi upande wangu I'll be available all the time. So ningependa kusema hivi, sisi kama vijana wa Kenya, we are still young and we are still having our own visions. We have a long way to go still. Watu kama the politician group, the Mudavadi, Kalonzo, Raila, that group, I think everyone is fighting for himself. Kila mtu anajitafutia mali pazuri. So they don't think about us. They really don't think about us. Ile naweza ongea ni kusema tu kwa mdomo kwamba because we are the people who are making them up there. Without us, they cannot be there. So sisi tunafaa tuwe pamoja na tujue ni nini tunataka kwa nchi yetu Kenya. Kama tutataka mabaya kwa Kenya ni sisi. Kama tutataka mazuri ni sisi. Lakini kwa yote haya yote sisi tunataka mazuri. Kila mmoja anataka kitu kizuri. Tunataka investors wakuje Kenya. Na through our investors ndio sisi tutapata kazi. Vijana watapata kazi, Kenya itapata kuendelea. Na viongozi if we don't moderate these guys, watatukanyaga tu hivyo tu. All the time tu watakuja na kila mtu anakuja na mbinu yake ya kuingia uongozini, lakini akishaingia anatusahau. So we are the people to moderate all this and ni high time sisi tukue pamoja, tuwache ubaguzi, tuwache mambo ya mirengo, tuwache mambo na ukabila na tukae pamoja na tuseme ni this is the direction we want to take na hivyo ndo tuende. So I wish all the best guys until we meet again. Thank you. Good night.
Okay, asante sana. Nani mwingine anafanya closing remarks?
Sorry, mimi nimechukua muda mingi sana kuongea. Mi nashukuru sana kwa vijana wote ambao wako hapa. So nataka kila siku tukuze na mawazo ambao itatukuza sisi. Yaani itafanya sisi tuendelee. Na kuhusu viongozi, sisi wenyewe au maviongozi sisi ndio tunawaweka kwa madaraka. Na tukikuja kucomplain kwamba mtu ni mbaya, ni sisi tu ni wenyewe, kwa sababu huwezi panda mahindi lakini unataka kuvuna maragwe. Haiwezekani, haitatokea. Unaona? So kitu ambacho iko ni tulete watu ambao ni wazuri. Tunajua viongozi ambao tunaweza wachagua. Wale wameleta shida tuwatoe. Asanteni. Sasa kwa kila constituency ambao wewe uko, hata kama ni jamaa ni maskini lakini ako na idea mzuri ambayo inaweza saidia jamii, tumpeleke, tusimwangalie pesa yake. Bora idea inaweza saidia, tumpeleke. Hiyo ndio closing remark yangu.
Asante sana. Nancy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tufungia.
I second Benson's idea. Let's elect people for what they have to offer to us as Kenyans. When we see people bribing on the picket line of election, let's do citizen arrest. Let's stop them on their tracks, because we are the people who will change Kenya. I was listening to a conversation today from a guy in America who helps a lot of poor people in Kenya. And he was talking to somebody, Kamau Wanjoroge, on Inoro TV. And he talked about how the politicians use the youth of Kenya by telling them, and then mulete watu 100 group tuwapatie pesa. This guy had a very good point. One thing he said is, if this politician is giving 10 million to a group of 100 people, it is very hard for you guys to move forward because you all have different ideas. Let the 100 million be given to that one Kenyan who has an entrepreneurial mind of setting up a company to employ 50 or 60 people. Let's start mobilizing each other in that manner. In regards to BBI, I beg you, my brothers and sisters, it is the wrong time for BBI. Our constitution has not been implemented. If they implement 2020 constitution, some of the problems we see would not be happening in Kenya. Most of the things that are in the 2021 bill can be changed by an act of parliament. We do not need a referendum. Things like the minimum 35%, things like the gender equality. In fact, the BBI will be debated by an unconstitutional parliament, which Maraga gave advisory for Uhuru to break. Kenyans, let's open our eyes. Let's be the guardians of our own constitution. If we're going to realize, let Uhuru finish, because to me, he has let us down. But when we are electing our next leaders, let's go by merit. Let's go by ideology. Let's look at what someone has to offer rather than the amount of money they can give during the campaign period. Because that will buy you unga one night, and then for the next 5 years, you're languishing. So guys, let's wake up.
Thank you. Ashley.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. My question is BBI the goose that laid the golden egg? Because when I ask that, is that it's promising so much money, but we are not being told where the money is going to come from. I see that we borrowed some money from the World Bank. So if we borrow money to implement for payroll, for expenses, when are we going to make, where is the revenue going to come from to pay back or even to implement these things long term? So we say BBI is good, it's going to help it's going to help young people start jobs, it's going to give 35 to counties. But what we need to ask is, where is that money coming from? Can we know first, where is the money coming from? And then we can decide if that money is even enough to do all the things that BBI is saying it's going to do. And then second, I wish and I hope that the people of Kenya would demand that when these people, or especially the presidential elections are being held, that people would do debates. Because in the debates, it's when you're going to know the policies of people. Even though sometimes they don't implement them, that at least you can hold them to what they promise the people. Because some people come there and they have no agenda. It's just personality issues. And they're not telling people what they'll do for them. So a debate would really be helpful if that was something that it could be implemented. And I thank you guys for the opportunity. I hope to see you next week.
Thank you. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mutembe, once more. To begin with, I heard my friend Keweli talking about bottom-up approach. We all agree that BBI is not a priority to this nation as at now as we speak, because we, the youths of this country, we need nothing else but money in our pocket so that our economy can grow. We need empowerment and we need real and serious investment. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a fashion designer. And I can tell you for a fact that the textile industry has been hit with a very big bomb during this COVID-19 period. And when my friend talks about bottom-up approach, and then you tell us that the person that you think would be having a good option for us as far as the bottom-up approach is concerned wants to give us a two-wheel, I don't think you're making sense. And the other party is also telling us that the only option they have for us is a BBI. I don't think they're making sense. Nancy said it, Nancy really used the exact words that I would wish to use any other day, that it is upon us to realize that it is high time we get up and we roll our sleeves and we take the mantle of the leadership by ourselves. And my friend who has left also said that we wait for them to give us another leader. And somebody said about Miguna. You know, the biggest mistake that we've been doing in the past is to wait for these people to give us people. No, we should not wait for them to give us people. We should be fronting ourselves and presenting ourselves to take charge. If you may ask me, I don't need a wheelbarrow. If you may ask me, I don't need a tax evasion, like 7 years tax relief for me to be stable. Now you're giving me a tax relief and I don't have money for capital. Which how is that going to help me? What I need is an empowerment. How? Yes.
Nelson, can I just for 1 second? You've spoken very well, but can I just say something? You know, when people, you know, like here, because I'm in the UK, every party has a symbol. And when a symbol is given by a party, it does not literally mean that's what that party is offering. You know, Uhuru, I mean, right, Ruto, I'm not defending him. I'm just trying to visualize his idea. He comes up with a tool called wheelbarrow. In every household in Kenya uses a wheelbarrow. If you're a fashion designer and Ruto comes to you, he's not going to give you a wheelbarrow. He will create institutions that look at, you're a fashion designer, we are looking at a bottom-up approach economy. He will ask you as a designer what you need to give your business. And that's why he's been saying a wheelbarrow is a symbol. He's not, even when the BBI was being launched, I had a very young man at, was it at whatever place where you are launching it? Talking about,
Kenya. Yeah.
Yes, a 1965 tool, how would it help him? It is not literally, he's not saying I'll give you a wheelbarrow. He's saying I'll give you the tools of trade that you need, but he's using a wheelbarrow as an example because it is a tool that is used in every household. So please, I would like to disabuse that argument and let's start educating one another. That if I am a fashion designer, you come to me and give me 50,000 shillings to help me kickstart the economy of what I do. If it's a builder, he might give them safety equipment. If you're a market person, he might give you 10,000 to put your things in the market. I hope we...
Yeah, I get your point, and I really concur with you 100%. In fact, plus 20 bonus. The only thing that we have to keep in mind is that our politicians are so smart in convincing us, and they will always come with goodies when they want something to get done in their own way. And immediately after that, we have done according to their need, they will completely and radically forget about even the bare minimum thing that they were offering at the point of, you know, it is like a business, a counter offer, a take and offer, you get. And there is no smart liar like a politician. They cheat even more than cheating husbands. You get.
Thank you.
So no, it's very much easy. It's very much easy for Mr. Ruto, our Deputy President Ruto, to give out tools of trade as at now, and immediately after 2022 securing a position of being in the mantle of being the president of this nation, completely forgets, because this has been our Deputy President for the past 8 years. The solution lies with us, Nancy. That is where I want us to concentrate in our discussion and in our conversation. Until we realize that the solution lies with us, that is when we're going to move ahead, and we are not going to depend on Raila, we are not going to depend on Ruto, we are not going to depend on any other person, even Munya as the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture. because Ruto has
Nelson.
been in government for the past 8 years.
Nelson, I hear you, and I hear you loudly, and I concur. But the same as here. Do you know? When you're a second when you're a deputy president, remember our constitution does not give our deputy president a portfolio in law. It is whatever that is delegated to him that he will go and accomplish. And if it's not delegated to him, he's not able to do anything. So even when we are talking about Ruto being in government for 8 years, let's put it in context that he can give whatever ideas he has, but at the end of the day, the power lies in Uhuru's hands to make that decision for it to be implemented. And again, I want you to build a parallel between Kagame, and I want you to read about Rwanda, because Rwanda is something. I've been to Rwanda to benchmark housing, because I work in housing here. And I went to Rwanda to benchmark what they're doing in social housing. They borrowed their idea from the United Kingdom, okay? And they did it there, because what people of Rwanda did, although Kagame was abused, many people did not believe him. They called him a dictator. They gave him that chance. The chance paid, they elected him for the second time. Even us, we can buy the lies that Ruto is telling us, give him 1 term, and let us send him home the second term if he doesn't perform. I'm not saying that's what we should do, but it's just an example I've given you for us to think about. We have the power.
No.
Nancy,
Nancy, maybe if I just finish.
Hebu kidogo, Nancy, naona you are buying everything that Ruto is saying so seriously.
Why not? Why not? Why not? Why
not? Let me tell you, Nancy. If Ruto angekuwa serious na anything yenye anasema sahi, angekuwa ametuma some of his MPs waende wapeleke a certain bill in parliament, ikipitisha kama ni 100 million, sijui ifanywe nini kwa hiyo, anasema ati atakuwa anapeana 100 million kwa every county. What is stopping him from doing it now?
Because his MPs have been signed in court.
Awache tu amechaguliwa, amechukua uongozi, nothing else. But as Nelson is saying, sisi ndio tunafaa kuchange Kenya si wenyewe. But these leaders,
Nancy, let me
now if I just finish, if I just finish, Nancy, yeah.
Okay.
This is the fact. You said that our constitution as it is today do not give the deputy president a portfolio. Yeah. For your information, the promulgation of our new constitution 2010, I also heard you mentioning or touching a bit of the Article 6 that touches on the integrity of a public leader. Now, the promulgation of that constitution, if you look at Article, if I'm not wrong, if my memory serves me well, Article 148, where it talks about the presidency being a duo, and the reason as to why our deputy president today cannot be impeached and them being a pair, I can tell you for a fact, without fear of contradiction, that he does have influence and power for the past time that he has been in office to effect something that can guarantee a youth in this nation some good life, other than waiting for 8 years for him to realize that we need to start talking about
Nelson, can I answer
No, Nelson.
Nelson, wait a minute. One minute. I can give you an example. The TVET. Do you know the TVET?
Yes, I do.
The TVET.
There is one being brought.
Let me tell you, if there is something that Ruto has championed and it is his brain and baby, is the TVET institutions in Kenya. And today in every county, he has built, tell me how many TVET institutions are there in Kenya? That is Ruto's baby. He pushed it in the first term. He's been able to deliver. Give the guy a bit of credit. Go on, Ashley.
Okay, we all know if Ruto had the power that you're saying he has, Nelson, all his people would not have been taken out from their big posts. They would not.
Okay.
All his people would not be the only
Ashley,
ones being prosecuted of being corrupt, because we also know they may be corrupt. Let me finish. They may be corrupt,
Yes.
but also the people on Kiwelewekwe are also corrupt. If Ruto had power, Matiani would not go and abuse him in public. If Ruto had power, ODM would not be standing there and telling him to respect the president. And on that note of respect the president, we should all respect the presidency, even the president himself. He should respect the office of the president and not abuse it, and not use it to abuse the people, and not use it to disobey or to disobey court orders. We should respect not the president, not the person in the office, but the office itself.
Thank you, Ashley.
Now, Ashley, I would recommend for you 2 books. The first book is 48 Laws of Power, and the second book is it's in some sort of literature book that people read in high school, I think, Government by Magic Spell. And then there is also another one called Who Cares About the New Millennium. Now, Ruto had power. You have to be in a position to differentiate between constitutional power and politics. When politics doesn't go hand in hand with your interest, constitutional power, which are aligned to the politics of the day, do not play a role. For your information.
Can I ask you, Nelson? Nelson, can I ask
Yes.
you? Can you name?
Yes.
Can you name one thing in the 2010 Constitution that has been given by 2010 as one of the deputy? Forget about Ruto. Let's not talk about Ruto. Let's talk. And that office can be occupied by anybody. Ruto can die like Magufuli. Let's talk about deputy president. Give me one thing. The Constitution says he will deputize, right? But tell me
Yes.
one role or one office that he's been seen to oversee and been told this is your mandate to deliver, and then by the end of your term, Kenyans will hold you to account because these are your mandates that you need to deliver to Kenyans. Give them to me.
By mere fact that he is deputizing the president, the buck stops with 2 of them.
No.
Nelson,
whatever
and that
thing
is
that
what,
the president
Nelson,
is in a
let me
position
give you some information, Nelson. You know, that is what Uhuru wanted people to think the way you're thinking. So that's why he took the things that Ruto was supposed to be doing and gave them to Matiang'i. If you don't know, go and research that. That's what he wanted people to think like you. So instead of Ruto going to stay home, what he did, he started giving himself work to do. What they wanted was for him to go and stay home. So they say that he's not working, but he has refused to be put down and started taking himself to do things. And now they are saying that he's just campaigning. If he was not campaigning, he would be in Sogoi because he has been stripped off everything.
Ashley and Nancy, mnasema Ruto ndiye alisukuma TVET, lakini hapa mko mnasema Ruto hana powers. Kwani au kama
it's a government agenda.
Hizi powers za kusukuma TVET zilitoka wapi?
Mutembei and Nelson, do not misquote me. Do not try and misquote me. Ruto came up with an idea. Uhuru thought it is a good idea. He gave them the permission. He gave him permission to go and implement. Then Uhuru realized this guy is really smart. He's going to outsmart me. This is why you see in the second term, they've kicked the bucket and they've chased him out of office.
Yeah, they told him to go down so that so Uhuru can shine. That's what he said he was asked to do. He was asked to step aside.
Nancy,
he was asked to step aside so that Uhuru can perform.
Nelson was coming out so smart when he was, beginning his argument. But then he began throwing in some jabs, which I think Nancy and Ashley, realized so mapema, and he's lost on the way. Let me tell you something. That TVET thing has really, sold. I mean, it's hot cake now because
it
goes.
Brain.
Yeah, it goes tandem with the kazi ni kazi or the bottom-up economy approach, because you see now. Mtoto akimaliza form 4 kama grades haijafika kwenda university or haijafika kwenda mid-level colleges, TVETs are giving them a soft landing spot for them to realize what they want to do and advance their skill. You have interest in mechanical, kind of an, your kazi mechanic. You started so basic from the TVET. From there, you go to a college, a mid-level college. You can even pursue up to your degree level or your bachelor's level. So it goes tandem with what Ruto is trying to sell in the hierarchy. So now when Nelson, mtu kama wewe mtu wa kushona, kusona nguo, you also with that level of you are first the environment, the enabling environment I had mentioned before, whereby you said something about taxations and stuff like that. You see now, when Mitumba is opened, your industry is flat. But if today we call on the government, trying to limit the clothes coming from outside, and we encourage people to embrace, our local products, our local manufactured textiles. Nelson, you will be in business, home and dry. You will be earning more. You will be, selling more. And at that time, we will be making our business environment to thrive. You'll be paying taxes. You'll be having, all these things within you. So what Ruto is trying to sell is making somebody like you think that the 48 laws of power, Ruto is outshining the president. But then, he sold that idea. And if Uhuru was so brilliant to himself, he would be embracing his deputy president and saying that now we need to work this thing within ourselves so that Jubilee government and Uhuru Ruto kind of a coalition would be giving them credit. But then Uhuru was so fearful of what would Raila do post 2018 or 2017, then he handshook. But Raila had his own agenda that derailed him from actually giving out what Kenyans expected and being in tandem with his manifesto. And today, he's trying to kick out a deputy president who is really outshining him because he went to somewhere na akajibamba akasema kila kitu iko sawa. And at the end of the day, Kenyans are judging you. Kenyans expect results. Kenyans want to see what you've done to them all this time. So saizi makasiriko ni about William Ruto, who is not actually interested in, us versus you or them versus us kind of a thing. So what we are trying to say is we want an environment that makes everybody thrive, that makes businesses grow, that make our economy grow. But
let me ask a question. A question. This is for Mutembei, and well spoken. Can I ask Mutembei one question? Because I really want to know what his views are. The other day, when, is it Otiende Amolo or Omolo Atiende? Otiende Amolo, right?
Otiende Amolo, yeah. Yes.
And they are both senior counsels, my dear Orengo, right?
James
People
Orengo.
who have got respectable, they have a brain of an elephant. They are people that when they speak, you respect because of how knowledgeable they are. But do you know what, Mutembei? Their utterances for the last 3 weeks or is it 4 weeks, have been absolutely disgraceful. And if at all it was not about power, as you say, why did they say Otiende Amolo was speaking in English? He went into his mother tongue language. And akasema, I asked my Luo friend what it means. If the people in the background are sabotaging handshake, they can also go back where they were pre-2018. Can you explain that to me if it's not about power grab? If they meant well for Kenya.
But wamekuwa mindi wakisema everything is okay, handshake iko sawa. But apart from that, Orengo, what they said is that Raila kama Raila anatolewa, ilikuwa about kutolewa kwa BBI sikumbuki. Kama atachezwa watarudi mahali walikuwa. People have been discrediting BBI wakisema handshake haijaleta peace. But I can tell you the people in Mudhurwa, the people in town hapa Nairobi, the people, what were biashara generally, they know very well that BBI really helped them. Iliwarudisha mahali walikuwa nafaa kukua. Hakukuwa na biashara zilikuwa zinafanyika. Every week kulikuwa na maandamano here and there, and nothing was happening. You see, you guys, ni kama mnakaa ni kama mkuu wa hii Nairobi. You know, I was in town.
Okay,
every day you are closing everything, unaenda home. But sahi, we have been given that peaceful environment to do businesses. Hata sikumbuki the last time I was worried of anything.
But I would have preferred for Raila to hold on to akanyangie hapo, because he would have fixed the election problem in Kenya, and he was almost at the brink of busting that bubble.
He was asking so many people. Watu walikuwa nalala njaa.
To
add on something,
Mutembei. Before I lose my train of thought, just give me 1 second, Nelson. You've said handshake brought a lot of tranquility and business to progress in Kenya. I concur. My next question to you was, okay, did Raila and did whatever that the handshake has brought now and the BBI, how will it address if we go to another election, na Raila ashindwe, nini ita stop the same thing happening again? From what
it's not even a
the same. Let me answer you. The same thing will never happen again because we have BBI.
How?
BBI will go through.
How?
Let me tell you guys. No, let me tell you guys.
How?
No, you can
play Raila.
Mutembei is 1 against 3. I need to help him.
You are free to discredit what I tell you, but BBI is unstoppable. That is one. So after BBI has passed, even if the elections are held and then Raila becomes number 2, he still has the government, the opposition. He has the opposition. Hata Ruto akishindwa, by the way, Ruto can become number 2. Hakutakuwa na kelele. You will be the official opposition leader na atakuwa parliament, and you will be having the shadow opposition ministers. So there will be no every day waking up going to disrupt businesses here and there.
Mutembei. So it's
just
okay
a minute,
for number 1 to steal. No. So it's okay for number 1 to steal because the opposition has got the opposition office. Number 1 can steal.
No, it's not okay. But at least opposition hata nyumbani. It's not okay.
Nancy, 2 quick thoughts.
Opposition will not go home.
That's a tackle.
That is what has been happening.
Let me say something,
wins elections. The elections are stolen. Then the guy is left to go home with
but I think
8 million votes.
I think Raila should have continued with the fight. So many people lost their lives. So many people were beaten. There's so much that happened, and he was at almost winning that fight. Like I said, at the time he agreed the handshake, Uhuru had the most to lose. He had lost the Kalenjin support. Ngilu was beating him. So the Kambas were not with him. And he had NASA. He had so much. He just needed to keep pushing. And today would be talking something different. But he gave up and he forgot. People died.
Nancy,
he would have fixed that thing of the elections being free and fair. Up to today,
Raila loves Kenyans. He doesn't want to see people dying.
No, but he already did.
Quick thoughts. 2 quick injections. One, Mutembei has talked about peace, tranquility, and progress as far as business is concerned. I can attest to this. Before BBI, we could not. Personally, I used to have a shop along River Road, and I was hardly. In fact, I could not even afford the rent for a mere 15,000 shop. Post BBI, business opened up, and I can proudly say today I have an office along Kimathi Street. That's a CBD. That's a center of business operations. I'm paying a lot of money there, and I'm making business out of just because of peace. Now, put that aside. Ashley has said that Raila ashikilie hiyo alafu angeendelea mbele na vita. I want to say this without avoidance of any, with no avoidance of any doubt. if at all there was any fight that Raila was supposed to hold on and he was almost winning, was 2007, 2008 post-violence election. But this is somebody, when he is a patriot, he has the people of Kenya in his heart. I mean, he is someone who wouldn't want to see blood being shed just all in the name of for power grab and all that kind of stuff. Now, put that aside, so far as economy and all that is concerned, what my friend Keweli was saying, it's a fact that we really need to worry about our economy as youths. It's a fact, and that's why I said BBI is not here to help us. Neither is it here to even give us some green light as far as youths are concerned. We need to empower ourselves, and that's why I also said that we don't need tax evasion, but we need an access to capital so that we can start our businesses and run them properly, and we will pay that tax. We don't have any problem with paying a tax, so long as we can access capital for business and we can have a good environment to do our marketing and we can sell our products and we can earn from it, we will pay the tax. There is no way you want to tell me, you want to give me a freedom of not paying tax for the next 7 years, yet I don't even have 500 shillings to start that business so that I don't pay that tax. That one will not help us, not here, neither there. Now, as far as how BBI is, yes.
Let me interject a little bit. You said Raila is a patriot. I beg to differ. I defended him in 2017, and I learned that he's an opportunist. If he was a patriot, he would not have called for mass demonstration knowing people are going to die. And number two, during the peak of the COVID, he was given millions in compensation. As a patriot, he would have told Uhuru to keep that money and get it later. Huh?
Ashley,
those are
history.
Let me finish that. If he was a patriot, he would have told Uhuru to use the money he gave to Kalonzo and himself to give to people so that they can get a cushion for during COVID. And then wait for another time to get that money, because even without it, he was doing good. That is what a patriot does. Because like in America, what they have done, they have given money to everybody who pays taxes 3 times. They gave 600, is it 600, was it 1,200 the first time, 600 the second time, 1,400 the other time. So if that guy is a patriot, if Raila is a patriot, he has not behaved as such, unless your definition of a patriot is different from mine.
Let me explain.
Raila is an opportunist.
To begin with, yes, Mutembe. To begin with, Ashley, history is very good on our side.
Vincent na Thomas, we have new people.
1 minute, Nelson, so that you can answer Ashley and me.
Yes.
Let me tell you, you said Raila is a lover of people, right? And I'm glad that we can engage on a very intellectual level. So thank you for your debating, the way you're debating.
Thank you.
Raila, if he was a patriotic guy and someone who loves the Kenya people, during the handshake, the people's right that he should have fought for would have been Miguna, who is born in Kenya by birthright, the same thing as me here, to come to Kenya after the court orders and tell Uhuru, let's respect the rule of law. Let this guy come back to the country. Baby Pendo, who died, who was shot by the police when ODM was at the height of its own impunity, because both parties were at their highest level of impunity. We can't talk of one being good and the other not. If he had addressed those issues, I would have continued supporting Raila as a patriot. But because he has failed to talk about the death that took place after the 2017 election and ask for the dues for those people to be paid by Uhuru's government as part of the handshake, I still condemn him and call him, as Ashley, an optimistic.
Good.
And if
now let me answer the
was
two
a
of
patriot,
you. Let me
when he
Ashley,
shook hands,
Ashley, let me answer.
Let me
Ashley,
add just one more. Just one more.
You're having the monopoly.
Raila was a patriot, when he shook hands with Uhuru, and then they increased the VAT to 14%, knowing that his supporters are mostly poor, he would have refused, he would have advocated for them so that these tax would have exempted the poor. But because he's
let us understand the
and if he was also a patriot.
No, let me answer you now. Let me answer the two questions first, is when another question can come in. To begin with, Baby Pendo was not shot by Raila. Baby Pendo was shot by the police who are in the government. They were against the riots that were going on and all that kind of stuff. That is one. Two, secondly, up to today, the media, our media, and even if you Google here, you will see Raila fighting for the rights of Miguna at the airport. First, you have to understand the fact that there is a limit. Yeah, there is a limit to an extent that you can do something, and there is a limit to an extent that you can't do something. You can't keep on fighting for me, Ashley, and then I keep on abusing the person you're fighting for me against. There is no way that other person is going to bend low.
Nelson, nataka unijibu hii bado on Raila.
My patriotism, I will answer you, please. Let me just go bit by bit. My patriotism goes way beyond BBI, handshake, and all that. Let us now define things with the past and define things with history. This is a guy who has fought for us. This is a guy who has really championed for a lot for this country.
We all agree he started well. What we don't agree is how he's ending.
Okay, so one more question on Raila.
On the past.
One more on Raila. Wakati madaktari waliuliza Sampei or whatever, alisema they need to understand. Lakini ikifika MCS 2 million, walisema they deserve it. So who is, are you telling me madaktari are less Kenyans as MCS?
Raila,
let me for Vincent, for your information, daktari, MCA, mwalimu, nani, kila mtu akona haki ya kujitetea katika taifa letu la Kenya.
It's true.
So if doctors can go on strike and MCS can't go on strike, and they have their way of bargain, and doctors also do have their way of bargain, do not put it on Raila, because Raila.
But I put it because he talked.
We are discussing someone who is not the president. He is not even the president.
No, but he decided to talk. We were on him. That's why I raised a question on him on that, because he decided to side with the MCS. That's why I wouldn't raise that.
How about I invite all of us to start reasoning with what are we going to talk about us as on our behalf as Kenyans, other than waiting for Raila to talk for us on our behalf, so that we stop blaming him on being a patriot, and also we also take charge of being patriots. Yes, Mutembe.
Nelson, acha nijibu Vincent, hata madaktari wako na bahati sana, ni Raila aliwajibu. Kama ingekuwa ni Mutembe anawajibu, ningewaambia warundi kazini. By the way, doctors earn a lot of money. Usidanganywe na hii wanasema eti kila mara wanahitaji hii do you know how much a doctor anaanza starting salary? Those guys wanna take Kenyans for a ride. They are earning so much money. Hawezi endelea kila saa ni strike. They need someone Matiang'i kwa the Ministry of Labor. Awafute wote na ajiri wengine wapya. Those guys are
there are two groups of people.
Yes.
There are two groups of people in this country who carries us wenye wanatubeba malenge sana. There are two groups of people in this country. Doctors and lawyers. They think that they're the only people who went to school and read. They think that they're the only people who deserves to be paid no matter how much the country is going to stretch and pay them. Oh, fine, they save lives. But they should remember that at the back of everything, the lives that they save are meant, even their lives, they save it. Okay? It doesn't mean that if you're a doctor, I know a doctor. Okay. Yes. The daughter to Governor Obado is a doctor. And when she was starting, just during her internship, the lady was being paid 75,000 Kenya shillings together with the boyfriend. I knew them. These are people who cannot even prescribe Panadol.
Nelson, no, 75 unless the doctor hakuna doctor anaanza less than 280.
Okay.
That was just internship.
Yes.
Mutembe and Nelson.
So niambia what is 280,000 and then mna strike everything.
No, the doctor who died in Machakos, and I'm sure when if the wife is listening to this conversation, probably she's crying at this minute. can you answer the doctor who died waiting for his salary for 7.5 months, and yet Raila says, or whoever in government.
No, that was just propaganda. Mutua gave the Mutua alipeana mpaka payslip ya kuonesha the back date and salaries. You can
you know,
follow
it is high time we
I did that
it
story.
is high time we get to differentiate. It is high time we get to differentiate facts and rumors.
Let's deal with facts.
Yes, let us deal with facts. First of all, Nancy,
hang on.
Nancy, every life is important. Yes.
Mutua stood
Nancy,
and said
sorry.
this guy was not employed. This guy was not employed by the county government. That was Mutua's first statement when he came to the media. He said these were the doctors who were employed by the government to try and meet the demand that was there when COVID started. So the government of Kenya had not paid this guy for 6.5 months. And Motahi Kagwe, I have a copy of the letter because I have somebody who had interest in this matter. This lady and her husband were not paid for 6.5 months because Mutua said, this is not one of my doctors. These are those doctors who are brought by government
that was the first statement before the truth. No, Nancy, that
you
was
see,
the first
when this doctor died.
Contradiction if he's a governor.
Nancy, when this doctor died,
the doctor was paid.
First of all, every life matters, and may his soul rest in peace. When this doctor died, his case blew out of proportion. Mutua came out in the limelight to defend his government, of which he has a right to, because he's a governor of Machakos County government. By and large, back and forth, a life was lost. What do we say? RIP. And we are so sorry for that life that was lost. But we should remember one thing, that every life matters. It doesn't matter that when a doctor dies, it becomes a breaking news. And when another person dies, a common mwananchi, Mama Wamboga, Mama Wanjiku, then it is normal, death do happen. Every life matters. And very many people die even before they get their first or even their 10th month salary in other aspects and in other fields and whatnot and whatnot. So it doesn't mean that when somebody just have a mere opportunity of highlighting that they haven't gotten their salary for 2 months and it is unfortunate they have lost their lives, then it becomes a breaking news. I beg to differ with that fact. I beg to differ with the fact that doctors think that they're the only people who are learned even more than the teachers who teaches them, that they want to be on the street each and every day, yet they're the people earning most in this country. We need to consider even our policemen who do not go to the street to riot, yet they're doing a lot and they should be paid money, good money. They should also be given good allowances. They should also be given good housing. They should also be given good insurance and all that. Unadhani mbona tunawachukua malenge tukiwapea 50 bob mapolisi? Nijua walipi poa.
Doesn't Baba see that? Doesn't Baba see that?
Is Baba the president?
Is
Baba the president?
Where is Baba coming in?
Baba should,
where is Baba coming in?
One thing Baba should say, kwa hii BBI, people keep telling Luo people they are not circumcised when they are talking politics. Kwa hii BBI, one thing I would have expected Baba to stand up and say, make it a hate crime to abuse somebody about about them being circumcised, because I don't see how it comes in politics. That should have been included in BBI as a hate crime. And
you see,
no, you cannot put something like that on BBI.
No, it can be. That's a hate crime.
Seriously, that is not a hate crime. Let me tell you something. For me, let me tell you something. My names are so sensitive, and you wouldn't know whether Maluo or Kamba or Kikuyu. I'm Nelson Mandela. I don't care. I'm Nelson Mandela. And let me tell you something, and it's going to be weird to you. I'm uncut. I'm a Luo, proud, Kenyan, patriot. Let me tell you that cutting or circumcision is a biological thing.
You mean
and in fact, when you read biology well, yes, I am. When you read biology well, and I can back it up with research and articles, circumcision is also in its equal measures very dangerous to the body of a human being, to the body of a man, so to speak.
But that is a personal thing. That's what I'm saying. It should not be something that should be brought. That should become a hate. That's a personal thing.
Of course,
and like in America,
it is circumcised in 8 days.
I think they cut people when they are small, like an infant. So it should not be something that should come into a discussion like calling Baba uncircumcised. I mean, that should be a hate crime because that is an attack on your person.
I think
No,
people
hiyo
should
ni
just
kuingilia
learn to
freedom
do
of speech.
politics away from emotions. Mutembe, I think they should just teach their people to do politics without emotions. You see, when you see Ruto talking on a podium, he talks with emotions as if ameambiwa Rachel ametoka kwa nyumba bwana. Huyu jamaa anaongea na uchungu sana.
Than Junet and Mbadi. Than Junet and Mbadi and Amolo and Orengo. What do you mean, my friend? We normally watch these things, man. Dan Rai left a few minutes ago. He was almost insulting us here. Oh, telling us. Come slowly. We know these things.
Nelson.
Yes, Gwensley.
Nelson, do you remember?
Yes.
Nelson, do you remember?
Yes.
Jeanette
somebody say
in
something.
Parliament
Yes.
saying we are Baba's cows. Do you remember that statement?
I remember.
That was okay.
I remember that statement.
So if a leader, somebody like Jeanette, who is driving the BBI, can stand there and say, "I'm a Baba's cow," Baba says, whether Baba is right or not, I'm his cow, and yet you trust the same person to bring a change to our constitution. Come on.
You see, this politicians use metaphors. Politicians use metaphors.
No, it's not a metaphor.
By mere fact.
No,
by mere fact that Junet said he's a Baba's cow does not mean that everyone in his camp is a cow the same way he's a cow. If I say today that I'm a goat, it doesn't.
He presents you.
Ashley. Okay. Let me first of all dispel the fact that Junet is not my MP. My MP is a well-known registered engineer by profession and someone who speaks eloquently and speaks facts and speaks things that really make sense. Either way, in politics, we need you in your line of having soldiers politically. You have to have.
Who is this MP?
Sorry.
Who is this MP?
Engineer Mark Nyamita.
And he's not known. So the yardstick of ODM is Junet, and Junet said your cow.
Very well known. Very well known. The other day was dispelling Kangata, Irungu Kangata. He was dismantling Irungu Kangata on his behavior of being a lady instead of being a man. When people he kisses left and tells right.
Let me tell you something, Nelson. When ukiongea mingi doesn't mean you are dismantling. You know, it's because that you people like talking a lot and a lot. It doesn't mean you are dismantling.
Ukiongea kidogo na emotions, it doesn't mean you are speaking facts.
By the way, Mutembe will tell you.
And Kangata can be a lady. What's wrong with him being a lady?
Mutembe will tell you. I don't really align myself to some politicians. Mutembe will tell you.
Can we listen to Thomas? Can we all keep quiet and listen to Thomas?
Yes, Thomas.
Yes.
Cows, keep quiet.
He has muted his. Yeah. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Cows, listen.
Yes.
Okay. Nimegojea, by the way, but lastly, thank you. Sasa mimi nashindwa. Do we really know that we are not discussing amongst ourselves, but there are so many others who are watching and they are listening to whatever people are discussing. So I think some things rather be left like personal things of circumcisions, hizo ni vitu zingine. The debate will lose the purpose it was intended for to get into those details. So I'd rather we leave that. Now, nimewasikiza for long kutoka kitu saa mbili hivi, saa tatu.
Yes, saa mbili.
Yeah, nimeshinda nikiwa on and off nafanya kazi zangu, but siasa ni mbaya. That's what I can say, because tunaweza sema Raila ni mbaya, Ruto ni mbaya, sijui nani ni mzuri, nani. Hiyo yote ni siasa. And everyone, all those politicians, they wanafanya hizo vitu zote for their own benefit. But there's something I'd like to say. Now, this one is, I'm not in support of anyone, but it's a fact. Ukiwekelea Raila kwa meza hii hapa, kwa this scale, na uwekelea Ruto hapa, there's no comparison. To be honest, that's a fact. The guy has fought for Kenyans for a long time. Ruto has done nothing. To be honest, that's a fact. That's a fact. Number two.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number two. Story ya BBI, what Mutebe was saying is true. If there was no handshake, believe you me, things would have gotten worse in Kenya. So Uhuru knew. And as a president, he wanted peace in the country so that he can be able to govern. You can't take away that from him. So him and Raila. And you can't ignore somebody who controls half the country. How can you ignore Raila? He controls half the country.
15 seconds, Thomas, I answer you. When you say nothing would have happened if those demonstrations would have gone on, why do you think that we couldn't go to the streets and fight back what these guys were doing?
Okay.
Kwani how many cities can you disrupt in this nation?
Can I answer you?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. It doesn't mean that because you can go to the streets and do all those kelele, we cannot also not go to the streets and do our kelele. Let's not go that direction.
You will only go to maybe
which streets would you cover? How many streets would you cover? How many cities?
Just one or two streets.
Nelson, wait. Let me answer, Kewel. If you have a headache, you don't say, let me wait and see whether I'll have a stomachache, and then I'll treat all of the both together. Una treat ile unapata ugonjwa inakuja kwanza. And that's what Uhuru and Raila did.
And prevention is better than cure. They should have had fresh, fair, and good elections. That way, there would not be need for any treatment. The reason there was violence, the reason there was those chaos is because the elections were rigged. So if we don't rig, there will be no violence.
Let me say this, because I'm not here to argue. I'm just here we are here to debate. We are not here to argue. If you ask me, 2013, Uhuru and Ruto came together. They formed TNA and URP. They formed the government. And we remember in 2007, 2008 clashes, they could see eye to eye. We all know that. And the amount, the number of lives and the destruction of property that happened in 2007, 2008, you can't compare with 2017. You can't compare. So, if Ruto and Uhuru could come together and form the government in 2013, why could Uhuru do the same with Raila in 2018? Why? Does it mean that Uhuru's forming government with Ruto was more of great significance more than Uhuru and Raila having a handshake for a peaceful existence in the country? You can't rub it off. You just can't, to be honest. That is one. Number two, from 2013, when Uhuru and Ruto formed the government, there was no problem. You know why? We couldn't see any problems. They were eating together. And that's why I'm telling you guys, you get so personal with these people, defending these people. They were eating together. But after 2017, when Uhuru realized what is happening, he decided to cut them off. Even these kelele zote munasikia, kwa sababu these guys from the Tanga side, they are not in the government. They are not eating.
Good.
That's why they are complaining. Wangekuwa wanakula, hawangekuwa wanapiga kelele.
So it is good to eat. So it is good to eat.
No, we need to get
Did I say that? Did I say that? I didn't say that, Kevin. I said that's the reason. Don't be cheated that they are fighting for you. They are fighting for their own political survival. That's a fact. That's a fact.
And that's, I remember said that last time. I said of the three evils, they are all evil. Uhuru, Ruto, and Raila. But the best of the three is Ruto.
2 weeks ago, I said the only person personally I think can maybe change Kenya is Dr. Mukisa Kitui. I said that because he's not been tested, but he's come with a clean bill of health in matter of yeah, but
Thomas,
I
Thomas,
don't.
huku hapa Mukisa Kitui akiwa minister na akiwa MP, that guy did nothing.
Amekuja
Listen,
kukula.
In fact,
Mutembei,
yes.
If we go to the same shop and buy the same pair of shoes, you walk for 30 kilometers, I walk for 1 kilometer, your shoe will wear more than mine because you have walked more. If you put Mukisa Kitui, no, that's common sense. If you put Mukisa Kitui on a scale with the others, at least he's better off. I'm not saying he's an angel, but he's better off than the others. Truth be told.
Unamvalue na nini, because I remember during its tenure we were just given a fight between him and Muskari Kombo for all along. Mpaka wakatolewa wote.
Oh, me now, I'm talking of corruption. I'm talking of corruption matters. I'm not talking of
okay.
I'm not talking of matters of
development.
Political. Yeah, because at being an MP, he couldn't do much. So,
but he was a minister.
Yeah, but a minister doesn't control things. He does what he. You see, guys, what we forget, the Parliament Accounts Committee, kuna ile committee in Parliament that deals with the finances. They pass the bill. It's not even for the ministries. They pass the bills. Even the ministries, the money that they allocated, ministers always say, "At this money, I'm going to do this with this." No. Hiyo ni kazi ya PS. You know, in fact, the PS in a ministry is more powerful than a minister. A PS is more powerful than a minister. Even like Kebisho is very powerful, but Matiang'i looks more powerful because is the CS. Anyway, what I was starting to finish, ndio nipatie mwingine chance, mimi sitaki kuongea sana, but siendi mahali. Hii yote tunaona ni siasa. Na to go back a little bit, my own opinion, I could be wrong. I don't know, I could be wrong, but my own opinion is the 2010 constitution, Ruto is guaranteed security of tenure by the constitution, but the same constitution haijasema, has not specified the duties of the deputy president. So Ruto anaweza kuwa just a mere DP bila kazi yoyote, because it's up to the president to assign him duties. So if the president doesn't assign him any duties, that's it. There's nothing he can do. There's nothing he can do. Hakuna sheria inasema lazima amwambie fanya hii na hii na hii. No. He can assign to anybody because he's the appointing authority. Because elections, they are different from duties or responsibilities. So, na hii kelele tunapiga ati sijui Ruto anapigwa. It is only Uhuru and Ruto knows what happened. Sisi, we are only speculating. There is something that happened that maybe we will never know. Something serious, maybe we will never know. And some things, maybe we might know a few pieces here and there, lakini vitu zingine huwezi weka in public for obvious reasons anyway. Unaachana na tu nazo zikae huko. Naelewa?
But Thomas,
so there's something
Thomas, on your last point that you said, we will never know what happened. The only thing I can say on that is, if Uhuru and Ruto had integrity, as I said, for the office they hold, we would not have known about this breakdown. They would all have gone about doing their duties. Uhuru should not have taken Ruto's duties away from him and given them to Matiang'i. He should have left him to perform his duties because of integrity. And unless we hold our leaders to the level of integrity that our constitution speaks to, we are a doomed country. In regards to you saying that Raila has fought for our country, Ruto has done nothing, I think that is a bit of a far-fetched statement, but it is your opinion. I respect it. In regards to the handshake, that Kenya would not have governed, I respect your opinion, but my opinion on Raila is one. If Raila brought peace and he had nothing else that he wanted on his side, he would have materialized the peace process, seeing the economy goes back to. There is nothing that would have caused him to ask for a constitutional change, because the current constitution change he's advocating for does not prevent violence happening in the future if the first person who becomes the president steals the election. Yeah? We would not have gone anyway, because if it was another country, what Raila did was treasonable. But because we are a banana republic, that is what he was allowed to go away with what he did. So again,
and what we would say,
and working institutions, and I will always say
know,
that
Nancy,
every Kenyan person.
Nani alisema whatever Raila did was treasonable?
Nancy, let me answer Nancy just a minute. Nancy, unajua
but if Raila was the real winner, who was it Uhuru that is treasonable or Raila? Because what we believe and the server that has never been opened, Raila had the right to sit on that seat. So what he was doing is claiming his seat. And for us to say the handshake was good, it's like we are accepting for people to continue stealing elections in the future. We should not allow that. Once the handshake was done, the next thing was we should have righted the wrong of the elections. Either open the server, find out who was the winner, and give them the rightful chair, or going forward, have a way that in the future, we will not have anybody rigging the elections before even BBI. And then we should have found out who killed Musado, because it cannot be that the people who are asking for changes are the killers, murderers, because Musado was killed by somebody. And it's one of those people advocating for BBI. There is no reason up to today that issue has never been brought up. And I believe that Kenya has a very good security system and the NDCI that would be able to find out who killed Musado and bring them to justice.
I would say this: sometimes we bite more than we can chew. If they really want to let the cat out of the bag, to let people know or investigate on how Musado died and who killed him, it won't even take a week or two. I know that. So let's talk of the possibilities, because we are just debating here. That is going too far. And I'm not saying that it's not supposed to be done. By the way, you're supposed to know the truth. But if they want to, it can take a week or two. Believe you me. You and I, we know that, and you guys, you know that. Now, Nancy, ukisema mambo ya vile Raila alifanya nini? Sijui kama ni wewe umesema hivyo. Raila alifanya nini? He saw himself. I remember he did that. Was it before or after Uhuru was sworn in? If you can remember.
After.
January
30th.
So it was insignificant. It was insignificant because he was sworn in by the president of the Supreme Court, president of the Supreme Court, after they had gone to the Supreme Court and unified the elections, and the Supreme Court ordered a re-election. And he didn't swear himself. By the way, remember, let me finish. He didn't swear himself as the president of the Republic of Kenya. He saw himself as the people's president. That is a title that doesn't exist in the Kenyan constitution. Give it to the guy. He knew what he was doing. Exactly. How can you accuse him of treason and he didn't swear himself in as the president of the Republic of Kenya, as the people's president? Where does that title appear in the Kenyan constitution? Nowhere. Yeah.
Nancy,
I can tell you for
there are certain things that we need. I was saying there are certain things that we need to keep in mind when we're talking about Raila and politics. One, Raila is one person who really knows
what to do next and which move to calculate and what not to do and which button not to press. Just as Thomas was saying that, he does. Just as Thomas was saying that
Hope he will not hospitalize himself next.
That we give it to himself.
This
Let me
is
tell
why
you.
we shall never move forward.
Let me tell
Nelson,
you, we will.
Before you
we
go,
will. Yes.
No. Hang on. If we don't stop the politics of individual, I'm logging off. Raila, we've talked about Ruto, Raila for too long. We do not.
You can't log off because somebody has said that when you have been discussing about it all along.
Kuna any other person isipokuwa Raila, Ruto and Uhuru in Kenya? Is there anybody else?
Ukiwatoa, there's no discussion. By the way, the three of them, they control politics.
But the hospitalized
No, can we talk about how we can bring Miguna from Canada and put him there? And
Miguna is a nobody.
campaign
What
for
is
him?
Miguna coming to do
Who
here?
is
Yet he
Miguna?
has a family in Canada.
Miguna, by the way.
What is he?
Miguna,
What is he
Miguna
coming
is
to do in Kenya?
You
Yet
know
he has a
what?
family
You
in
know,
Canada.
Respect the court orders. Respect the court orders.
Kewel.
Get
That
someone
guy,
like David
Hana Dabu. The guy is sorry.
Define Adabu.
Keweli, do you?
No,
Keweli,
listen.
do you have
Honestly,
any court order that is in support of you?
What is Adabu?
Kewel. Let's be honest. If you want to get personal in politics, it is wrong because Miguna he has been insulting Raila's family, Uhuru's family. That is going too much.
Babu Owino has done the same. Babu Owino has done the same.
Huyo ndio yuko supposed kuwa the next AG. He'll get us all the money from the people who stolen.
Babu Owino has done the same.
No, you are comparing day and night. Miguna. And number two, Miguna. By the way, Kewel, Miguna hataki kukuja Kenya na Canadian passport. You can't take away the fact that he holds dual citizenship. Hataki kukuja Kenya na Kenya na Canadian passport.
He can use whatever he wants to.
Yes.
Thomas,
but
please let me bring you back.
Hold on, Nelson. Ni Ashri ama ni nani naongea? Ni Ashri, sioni picha yako. Ni Ashri. Ama ni nani? Okay, Ashri. Ukitaka tufuate sheria, tutafuata sheria. In 2009, before the 2010 constitution, Miguna illegally acquired Kenyan passport. Illegally. Because 2010, that's when dual citizenship was passed into law. So 2009, Miguna was a Canadian citizen, but he acquired Kenyan passport illegally. When he was working
the one who should be held accountable. Just like if we go by that, in 2017, 2018, Uhuru is illegally in power because the election was rigged. So let's not go there. It's very complicated. So let's try and move forward.
Okay.
What I'm saying is,
I was trying to tell you why you said that they should be Miguna. I was trying to reason with you why he is not coming to Kenya with a Canadian passport. Now, if we go all the way, we'll go back to 1963.
The court ruled. No, you cannot say that. The court ruled. The court itself, the Kenyan court ruled that he is still a Kenyan citizen, and it ruled that he should get back his passport. Whether you agree, whether they are right or wrong, those people who sit there.
But it was motivated. Akaambiwa embassy to apply for a new one.
This is the government telling him after the fact. But the government the court told Matiang'i to hand his passport back to him.
Let's have some decorum.
Give him back the passport.
Let's have some decorum.
Respect
the I was saying.
Now, Thomas, order. Thomas, to begin with, on this one, I am supporting Ashley and Nancy 100% on the issue of Miguna being a Kenyan or acquiring a passport illegally or visa, whatnot. One, Miguna is a Kenyan citizen by birth. And if at all he acquired anything illegally, the same government that gave him all those things that he acquired illegally cleared him to run for gubernatorial seat of Nairobi City County. Where were they? Where were you? Leave that aside, okay? Miguna, either way, deserves to be in Canada because his entire family is in Canada.
Why should he be in Kenya when his entire family is in Canada? Why does he want to say that he wants to fight for us, yet his family is in Canada? If you want to fight for us, bring your family so that you fight for us and you fight for your family. Is a second wife? No, that is not the case.
Maybe he's coming to Kenya to look for a second wife.
No,
I
unajua,
don't think there is any lady in Kenya who would marry Miguna.
I would.
No, I was saying, mimi niko nasema story ya Miguna is very complicated.
Not
me, I was saying, it is complicated. It is very complicated, to be honest with you.
No.
Because if we try to justify how true his story is, or how authentic his story is, then we have to go back to 1963 when he got independence, because there are so many injustices that has happened in our country.
But
and
Thomas, you're talking about a case that has already been decided in court. If we are to respect our institutions, this case of Miguna has been decided in court. And I'll tell you,
the same court
is a citizen, and he deserves to be given his passport back and come back. So that is not arguable.
Are very right. You are very right, but don't forget, the same court, we have got some very corrupt judiciary. Don't forget that. And that's a fact.
Yes, Ashley,
it's true.
Actually, we can't judiciary. A court can give you a grant to come back to Kenya, but if you don't want to come back to Kenya, what do we do? Miguna himself doesn't want to come back to Kenya. You can't tell me he wants to come back to Kenya, yet immediately after court ruling, he has an insult to Uhuru Kenyatta, who is the president.
How many times has
president ningemdunga maji.
How many times has he tried to come? How many times has he tried to come and he's being sent back?
Nelson, the issue is the government wanted Miguna to come back with only the Canadian passport.
Insulted the president. Millions
but the president is not above the law. The president should obey the law. The law say that he can come back, and that is what we're talking about, Nelson, about the president abusing the constitution. He cannot be over the judge. He has to respect what the judge says. The judge said that Miguna needs to be given his passport back. Whether he insults him, let him come to Kenya, and if he has committed a crime, let them take him back to court. And one time I wrote on Facebook that those people, you know what the court should have done. When Matiang'i and Kibicho disrespected and showed contempt and refused to obey those court orders, they should dismiss every case that Matiang'i takes to court until he respects the court. He cannot take a case to the same court that he's showing contempt for. If I was a judge, I would dismiss all those cases they bring until they obey all those 8 court orders or fire me, one of the two. And when we put our foot down, and that's what I'm talking about, we need the judiciary needs to put their foot down and say, until you obey all these court orders, I will not want to see your face in court. If you want, all these cases they bring against all these governors, it would come to court, I would dismiss it. Because the court says, if you come when you come to sue somebody, you have to come with clean hands. These people are not coming with clean hands. How are they expecting other people to obey the law while they themselves are disobedient to the law? They should not be able to bring
he's a nobody.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Ashley.
You know what? That's a very arrogant way of dismissing someone who is a Kenyan by birth. You know what, Ashley? I love the way you reason. You reason on how things ought to have been, but not how things are in actual sense. Okay?
And that's
even
what
the courts that you're talking about, they sleep with
all
executive.
These people here, we are trying to make people think that way, and that is how we are going to liberate ourselves.
Yes.
Actualize it.
That is how we are going to liberate ourselves. And that's why I'm here. I want someone to plant that seed in their head and to plant in another head. And together with time, we should be able to liberate ourselves.
Yeah. Bring back Miguna. Allow him to come, not even bring back. Allow him to come.
Can I add one more?
Can also come through Tanzania.
Let me address something about Miguna's coming back. No, let me address something about Miguna coming back. Miguna has not been denied to come back to this country. He deserves to come. He has been told to come. He has been allowed to come. Oh, my son is saying hi. What is happening is this. The fact is, he doesn't have a passport in this country. of this country. So the fact that he's being allowed to come, he's being told that just come with your Canadian passport. When you get to the country, follow the due process so that you can acquire the Kenyan passport afresh, because it is not there. For him, he wants to be adamant and live in the past, the fact that his passport is not there, so he should be given a passport. You are a Kenyan citizen. Just obey and follow the rules. Yes, we know that you are a barrister. We know that you are a lawyer, an advocate.
He came with a Canadian passport. No. They're trying to be trickery, and I don't know whether you are not understanding, or also you're trying to be trickery. Which we need to have open people here. He came the last time he came with a Canadian passport, but when he got to Kenya, they wanted him to cross over with a Canadian passport, and that would have made him a foreigner, and that's the trick. To get in as a foreigner. It is so easy. If he did anything in Kenya, even did business in Kenya, he can be kicked out as a foreigner. The court ordered that Miguna needs to be given his passport back. So what you can't go on the side, and the government cannot go behind the court and start giving other instructions to Miguna. The government needs to obey the law and give Miguna back his passport and let him decide how he wants to come, and not dictate to him.
Guys. Can we, Ashley,
yes,
can we go back to our discussion, because Miguna's case will never end on this platform. We might be here till tomorrow, but
economical discussion.
No, we won't agree, because as somebody who holds nationality, I know that Kenya has, although our 20 constitution gives us dual nationality, I know that we are going on baby steps, and Kenya government has to move forward to accepting dual nationality without issues. And when we have a dictator like Matiang'i in power, we are far from realizing that truth. So can we
now Matiang'i is the president.
Gives the Duke of, is it Duke of?
I want to add some views
but
a little bit about the
your
case of
mindset
Miguna.
is very fixed.
Duke of ingredients.
Allow me to say something.
The Duke of Ingege.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys, for bringing this forum for us to open up our minds. But I can say that the case of Miguna, it's a case that could be, maybe there's something, okay, there are a lot of information or messages that is hidden, that none of us here maybe understands better, that can give us some lights about this case. But I think the bureaucrats already decided the case of Miguna. So we might, to an extent, blame the government. We might, to an extent, blame some individuals, of which it could be a true stories about those. But Miguna actually deserves to come back to Kenya, because if there was a handshake that did happen, in fact, and then we should forget everything and shake and let Miguna come back. Now he has learned a lesson, and he continue with normal lives in Kenya, because as our sister said that we have a constitution under the new dispensation of the constitution 2010, it allows us to have a double citizenship. So I don't see if there is any crime that Miguna made to have dual citizens, Canadians and Kenyans. So I think it's all about bureaucrats. Those people decide that this is the way to go. And also the government has an upper hand on the judiciary. So our judiciary needs a lot of reforms. So thank you for listening to me. I think that's what I can share in this forum. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Duke. The only thing is that we're trying to change the narrative and start deciding on hello. I'm just saying that we're trying to change the narrative. That is the reason why Mr. Mutembe has come up with this platform, so that we start deciding other than letting the bureaucrats, so and so, quote unquote, to decide for us.
Exactly.
Yeah. But thank you so much, Mr. Mutembe, for having us in the program.
Good night, and I'll see you Sunday.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Nancy.
Ashley. Oh, Nancy, that's Nancy.
Good night.
Nancy, bye.
We shall see you on Sunday, and thank you. Thank you so
Aya,
much. It's good to
Okay.
sit here.
Guys,
Keweli, you also
Bye.
leaving?
No, I was bidding bye to Nancy. You know, she's been a good debater.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
Full of content.
Aya,
Not like Nelson and Baba.
guys, nataka to close in the next 10 minutes. Saa tisa imefika and I have to get some sleep.
Patia mtu
So,
dakika mbili maximum 2 minutes each per
yes,
person. 2 minutes each per person.
each.
Yeah.
Tuanze na wewe Thomas.
Let's start with Kewel.
Sawa,
Kewel,
Thomas.
he's a veteran. He's a veteran.
Let me tell you something, Thomas, and Mutembe will tell you. I am not like kusifu watu sana. I don't do more of Raila, Rutos, and Uhurus. I don't. Me, I always argue how this country should be taken to the next level, and that is my that is my sincerest thing in my heart. I would really want, me, I'm a businessman, and I would really want an environment that really enables me to thrive and grow my business. Hata kama president itakuwa Thomas whoever, I don't care, so long as you do me what will make my family earn their daily bread and live comfortably. I don't care. So this is my urge to us as Kenyans. Let us pray to God to give us sober brains, to give us clean hearts, and to show us direction on how to really engage in this thing of politics, so that let us not come charged of defending so and so, so and so, so and so. Bring us your Raila. Tell us the goodness of your Raila and what he needs to do to make himself better. Bring us your Uhuru, bring us your Ruto, and tell us, Ruto is, he can do this. This is what he's been tested and put on a scale, and I think this guy is good to go. Bring us your Mukusa, or what is the name? Mukusa or Mikusa? Your guy. Mukisa, that guy now. Bring us your Mukisa and tell us this is the goodness of Mukisa. He's proved this when he was the MP, when he was Minister of Industrialization, when he was in Anticad. Actually, at some point we held an Anticad thing here in Kenya in 2015 or 2014, somewhere there. Sell us this guy. And then now, when it comes to policies and things that would really make us have a thriving environment as a country, bring us those suggestions so that we'll see who would champion those things in a better way and give us a better life as Kenyans. So that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's an ODM, if it's an UDA, if it's a TNA, or PDP, or what we call, or a BBI, Party of Kenya. So that is my plea and my sincerest, most plea to my country people. Otherwise, me, I'm thankful. See you again next week. But mukisema twende personal, mimi, I'm very good with manene ya kurushiana. Lakini when we discuss
no. We won't go there. We won't go there. We won't go there.
When Nelson tells me that you cannot control a city. What do you mean I cannot control a city? Even if it means I can control Kericho alone, that is my, we are not going that direction, my friend. So I want us to discuss things in Ajenga hii nchi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe.
Let me go next.
Amen.
Okay.
Go and sit.
Aya. Sasa,
Thomas, allow me to go next because my son needs attention.
Okay.
Thomas, please allow me to go next. I need to attend to my son. Now, for me, first of all, guys, COVID is real, and let us sanitize, keep social distance, and this second wave is quite hard and dangerous. Having said that, the option that I think we should start having and fronting on the table is Mutembei and you, Keweli. Not Ruto, not Raila, not Uhuru. A fresh blood, not even Mukisa Kitui. That is the first option that we should that is the conversation that we should start talking about.
And the most important thing that I really would want and even would wish and even would love to invite us youths to debunk is the us versus them politics and narrative. Honestly speaking, it's going to be bad if we don't treat this with a lot of concern and with a lot of seriousness that it deserves. There is no way we can really just assume that things are okay when we're talking about hustlers and dynasty. To be honest, we can just overlook at it. We can just overlook it, but then, truth be told, it's something that is really huge, and it is something that is really eating much of our young people. And I really invite or even urge and plead with you guys that in as much as we buy their ideologies, in as much as we might find them to be like making sense or even reasoning with in line with our interest and all that kind of stuff, let us keep in mind that we do not need to be reminded that we do not have. We do not need to be reminded that some people have. Let us now, focus on the empowerment aspect of it, and not the collusion aspect of it. I think that is all that I got to say. See you guys on Sunday. Mutembe, thank you so much, and I'll always be there.
Nelson.
Yes.
Nelson.
All right, nice
Yes.
one, nice one.
Yes.
Unashona nguo ama you do branding?
I do corporate branding. I tailor corporate suits. I tailor wedding suits. I do everything concerning textile.
Okay. I will ask UDA wakuweke order na wewe. Sawa?
Aya, so mimi nitasema hivi, my closing remarks. One thing that we should never forget is when these politicians are negotiating or addressing people even from other regions or whatever they are talking about, they are banking on our votes as Kenyans, not theirs, because they have only one vote. And then after that, they try to turn us against each other. But later in the day, they go and segregate somewhere in a corner, wanakaa wenyewe, they smile, they eat, they drink together, while us, we are fighting. So, in support of whatever, Kewel, you are saying, tusichukue siasa personal. It is very wrong, because it is hurting, na ni sisi tutaumia, na wao, whether we like it or not, things will go according to what they want. If we fall into that trap, tusichukiane, sisi ndio tunaumia, lakini kama ni kuunga mtu mkono, everybody is entitled to their own opinion. Everybody is entitled kuungana yule mtu anataka kusupport, lakini I beg of all Kenyans, choose somebody based on merit, not because amekupatia pesa ama maybe they are promising you heaven and then they give you hell. Na mulale salama. Asante.
Asante sana.
Okay, let me maybe just conclude also. Okay, concerning the politics, I think we as youth or the young generation in Kenya, we should just make some changes in our obvious political pattern. Let it not be as usual. Let us at least pressure change, even if it will be gradual. I know in the maximum of 5 years, then the change will be effected. And then to add on, we have somebody has mentioned concerning the youth empowerment programs. You know, many people might be having projects, but now they don't know the right channel or they don't know how to team up, come up with a fruitful group so that they can maybe benefit from the youth empowerment funds and on those programs. So I think if we can make this platform more broad and we discuss ideas, we share what somebody maybe do for a living, that side hustles, then I think it will be beneficial to all of us. And then let me just wish you all a blessed night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Duke of Wingege.
Yes, the Duke of Ngege. I'm very happy having me here in this forum so that we just exchange our views. So first of all, I want to recommend Mtembei and the rest of the youths who have really devoted themselves to come here and actually enlighten us and providing us with these forums where we can share, exchange, educate, where we can encourage one another. Because one, for my understanding, that we need to separate these two people. Like we have a politician, we have a leader. So in Kenya, we need leaders. We don't need politicians because, as many have said earlier on, that the politicians comes during a certain time when they want to make use of us and they dump us for the next 5 years for their own interests. We want leaders. A leader can be like even you here. You can be a leader who can change where you are staying, where you are working, wherever you are interacting with. You might have something that you can share. So for me, we need to have this forum like I can propose that every time we'll allow, instead of having it once in a week, we can look for more time that actually we can have it even twice in a week, so that we can share a lot, so that there are so many people who are watching and listening us. There are so many people who are ready to see how the Kenyan, the youths are really thinking about their country, because we need to build the capacities so that every population, every person can drive well. If you are a businessman, if you are a business lady, if you are just a student, if you are just a politician, that is, we need to really have to accommodate. Then we need to also change the conversation. We don't want to personalize this politics, because we've seen from the past what the politicians actually do to us. So at the end of the day, we are the one who are affected. If the tax is raised, we are the people who really bear that weight of being taxed or heavily taxed. So for me, I can say that I've been following. This is my second time, and I've seen guys here. You have that ability. You can really change. We can have civic education to other youths. As I can see here, there's no any one of us here who can really engage another person physically, like if we meet outside there, because we know actually where we are, where we've come from, where we are going. So when time comes, let us have a sober mind. Let us discuss as you have always been doing it here, and let us actually, in terms of time, let us observe time. So like if you give me 2 minutes, I just contribute 2 minutes. Somebody comes in, another one comes in, like that, so that we can be able to accommodate at least a larger number of people, maybe who have some views, who can tell us. But I really recommend this a well job done. Thank you so much, whoever is behind it. Tembe, thank you so much. Proceed with it. Get views from other people so that you can do more. And thank you for having me on this forum. Thank you so much. I'm really inspiring. I'm inspired for your way, the way you present your things, Thomas, Pius, Nelson, Tembe, the personality, Ashley, and the rest of the Kiwel, and those who have already left the stage. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic night. See you next Sunday, God willing. Thank you so much.
Good night. Ashley.
Thank you so much, Ntembei, for the forum. And I had people propose you as a viable candidate, so would like to know your credentials next time. I just know you from seeing you here. I really don't know much about you. Would like to know more about who are you and what do you have any interest in seeking political office?
Already for 70 years old.
What?
For 70 years, yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Otherwise, everybody have a good night.
Keweli, I'm back. I left unceremonially. You are asking me a question, my guy.
I was saying,
yes,
I want to talk to UDA and the chief hustler himself to play some orders with you.
I will be so much glad to do that because that is now business, bro. That is how we grow.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I don't know how you can get my number. I don't think it is prohibited. Everyone can get here. I make good suits. Mutembe, you should visit me. I will do you one.
Sawa. I will.
0727.
Unapea dunia mzima?
Yeah.
Sini ya biashara.
Ni ya biashara 0727 678 190.
0727-678-190.
Yes, or you can just check Logical Clothing. Yes.
Nelson wa mashati.
Logical Clothing, bro.
Okay, Kevin, wewe.
Okay, we have Pius. Is it the Pius or Pius?
Pius has been silent. Sorry?
Pius.
Pius asikiki.
Akona sisi ama ashalala huyo?
Huyu ni backbencher, wale wa kukaa nyuma wa class. Unasikia watu wakiongea.
Wakati mimi hata nikalale, guys. Good night, guys.
Okay, good night.
All right, Thomas.
Yeah. Okay. Na Mutembei, don't forget what we agreed last time. At least try and make it like 2 days in a week. Hii kitu ni popular bwana. Hii kitu ni popular bwana.
Itakuwa Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, starting from the coming week.
Yes.
From 8 o'clock, yeah?
Timings?
Yes.
Lakini
timings
kiasi sawa. 8 o'clock, yeah?
So huyu Pius naona akuji. So guys, mimi nawaambia thanks sana. At least mmeni engage from saa 2 mpaka saa 9. Those are so many hours, over 7 hours.
7. Wow.
7 good hours. Asanteni sana.
Lakini watu wengine wamelala kama Ashiri analala anaamka, you know?
Hata huyu Pius ameingia hapa na amelala na akaona.
He's allowed.
Yeah.
Mimi sijalala, nasikiza tu.
Okay, good night.
Okay.
Aya, asanteni sana.
Aya.